that he's really done this, but now he's going to be noted.
It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man's getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. Moves like Jagger, this come on, new one's better. We ain't in a mix, no grabber. Them trick bang fraud like scammer. Ex-play me real, that's a real bone capper. Pass don't matter, build strong, still pray this thing don't shatter. When shit gets real, so the real don't scatter. Got bread and batter, 4 hands on the bread like platter. Said it's cold out, they ain't back in beef, got the phones out. Watching where I sleep and where I roll round. Guess I'm gone now, they ain't even there when it goes down. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-base, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, that's my baby. He let me shine and never shady. Girl, same cute, but that don't faze me. If you ask him, then he say he got a queen and that she crazy.
Punkish Fury ends up getting cleared.
He's switching station to Mercedes, thinking that it faze me. I can love you for the dark and all my days, but you just never brave me. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. They say you're pretty bird, but I don't want to cage out. It's a playground, telling me mine, I don't play about. I tell them rise up, used to cry river shit done dried up. I lost a couple bros on the climb up, I don't mind, but ain't lost nothing that ain't mine, cause it's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. Playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. My new one's bad, he ain't entertained, he don't move like that. Tell him move right back, touch shots over time, let to shoot right back. Robust, you can tell how we move like that. It's a playground, bitches got a ring and feel safe now. I see a pretty bird, but I want a cage out. There's bad games on the road like a playground, like a playground. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better. It's a playground, better watch your man getting safe out. See some play game like snakes and ladder. My ex-piss, come on, new one's better.
supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours and hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know if time's supposed to heal? Why do I feel like I've been here for hours, hours? The pain that's in my throat continues to grow. They say it'll get better. How can they know?
This is the Esports World Cup Club Championship, the ultimate cross-game competition that will crown the best esports club in the world. Let's break down how it works. Clubs will be able to compete at the Esports World Cup and as many titles as they can qualify for. The clubs will then earn points based on their placement in each title. To qualify for the club championship, a club will need a top 8 placement in at least 2 competitions. But to win the championship, a club must place first in at least 1 competition. At the end of the Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the 27 million, with the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world. Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Who do you think is going to be the dark horse of this tournament?
I mean, realistically, us, because lately we were playing really bad, so people might think that, oh, we are gonna do bad, we might be dark horse. I mean, I know it doesn't make sense, kinda, to say us, but in a way that, like, we did super bad, like, lately.
Yeah.
People might think that we're gonna do bad, but I believe we're gonna do good.
BBL. I think Turkish players in general have very good aim, so I think they can catch the team by surprise.
Maybe us, 100 Thieves, maybe, because we are the least to qualify, you know, like barely qualify.
Yeah.
So yeah.
DRX, I think, because no one just talks about them for some reason. But we always were good.
Dark horse, I have to say us. I mean, I think that we are probably not very well looked, but I do think that we have very strong upset potential coming into this tournament. Yeah.
After champs, I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
I just want to talk about how unique and cool it is to have 2 brothers competing at the same level, wearing the same jersey. Who came up with the name Boo? Was it yourself?
Yeah, it was me. It was when I was 16 or 17. One of my friends called me that. I'm like, I'm just gonna put it as a nickname in CS, and yeah, it just stuck with me.
I always used to watch him when he was playing CS. I was just behind him all the time. We used to live even in the same room. When I was going to sleep, he was always playing. I was like looking, and then I had to go sleep earlier because I was like younger. The reason I have Minibu is I put it as a joke, like on the Steam, like when I was playing Face It, and then it stuck with me. People were calling me like that, and I don't know, I just left it.
You need to go to bed now, and you're like, no, I just want to watch my brother compete. That must have been difficult.
I wanted to play, but he didn't let me.
Really? Why not?
I had to fight for it, you know. My mom gave me like 2 hours a day. He had to give me because else like mom would get mad, you know.
I had the exact same story as he had when my brother was playing. It was CS 1.5 back then. I was sitting there and watching. When he would leave, I don't know, for whatever reason, like somewhere, then I would play.
Back to just having each other at all times. Win, lose, I guess you're always going to be there for each other, and that's got to be a comforting thought.
My brother is like way less emotional. After the game, he's just, yeah, whatever, like we already lost, like just move on already. And like I'm sitting there like super sad, rethinking my life choices, like I'm so sad. After champs, I was crying for 1 hour. He was just laughing.
So you're there to pick him up?
I myself like have a philosophy of like, it's already done, you can't change it, so like kind of don't waste energy on it. But I see the other guys are like living through it like way harder, so I'm just there like to help them.
Do you guys have a performance coach or a nutritionist? And what's the, weirdest or most fun thing that you've had to do to prepare?
Like, it's just like normal stuff like box breathing or like, limiting caffeine or like eating healthy. You even do like F1 race cars where like you drop a ball and then you try to catch it. Yeah.
Like during champs, we had a performance coach and he was making us do like concentration grid. Like back then, I didn't understand like how it's gonna help us.
Yeah.
But I was like not questioning. I was just thinking. That was like a bit weird back then at the time. I was a reaction test with like tennis ball, like you put like 2 balls and you just catch one of it.
Ah.
It's strong. It's really good for me.
Yeah, no, it's clear. We clearly don't have a nutritionist, and yeah, we need help.
All right. Well, G2's looking to hire a nutritionist.
Hello, welcome back to EWC. I'm Achilleos, and this time I'm joined by RRQ. We've got Crazy Guy as well as Cushy. Guys, I wanted to catch up with you ahead of your matches here at EWC. Top team going into Masters Toronto from Pacific, but unfortunately, I don't think quite the performance that you guys were looking to have for your first time on the international stage. So how was Toronto for both of you?
I was like a little bit regret about Toronto because we came to Toronto with the meta change, and like we were shocked because of the venue. It was so many people. It's not like Pacific. It was like so big. So like we were shocked a little bit.
I was pretty excited playing in front of the crowd, but just disappointed that because we basically came there aiming to win. But yeah, with the meta change and everything, we were pretty disappointed with like our performance.
Coming out of Pacific, the performances that you've been putting up, I think a lot of people, you've been on their radars for Rookie of the Year. You're looking to really reaffirm that here at this tournament and say like, yeah, that award is mine?
I'm just gonna play. I'm not sure.
Just gonna play? All right, not even think about it enough. Okay, I like that. So do you guys look at EWC kind of as an opportunity for a bit of redemption?
EWC is like a good test for us because if you play good in Scrim, it doesn't mean anything. But if you play good in the tournament, it's different. So we just want to play good here and then be confident again to play state 2.
So you guys are playing against Titan Esports Club. It's their first international tournament coming out of China. This is only your second. How do you think you guys are going to fare going up against that squad?
I think they have a good roster. They have Haodong. They have a new player, Lucas, also like very good players. So I think, yeah, it's going to be a hard game, I think.
All right, well, all the best. We're all rooting for RRQ. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Best of luck in the matches. And we'll see you guys next time.
Bye-bye.
It's our qualification day here at the Esports World Cup presenting VALORANT. We already sent 4 teams home, 4 more will go home, and 4 will join the 4 qualified teams. That's a lot of number 4s here, but it is day number 3. Digon here alongside Baby Bay, Big Time, and Kukuka. And y'all, we got to show Big Time what Monsters Inc. was, because he did not know. He only knew what Monsters University was. Big Time, how does it feel now knowing and being a little bit more cultured in the world of popcorn?
It's good. I feel educated now.
No, but he still hasn't finished it. You don't know the best part about the movie. Seriously, it's a 10 out of 10. If you haven't seen it, go watch it.
It's been eye-opening, almost as eye-opening as some of these fantastic VALORANT games.
That's right. We have some of the fantastic VALORANT plays here presented by Kadia as we take a look at some of them from yesterday. Yesterday was elimination day for the teams that lost in day number 1. And in those games, we had huge moments here, Baby Bay, especially in our A-stream games.
Yeah, I mean, G2 getting eliminated by BLG. It was really close, though, right? It came down to the wire, but I think BLG with YZ and, I mean, Neff,
just took him over the edge, man. I mean, Neff is such a great IGL, and he was awesome when he was up here with you guys.
Yeah, he gave some really great answers in that interview, incredibly insightful. It's so clear to see why he's such a strong leader.
Yeah, absolutely. Yesterday, I think we were treated. Every single match went to the decider. Every single team fought until their last breath to stay in the tournament. We had some key crashes, which in my opinion was super, super cool, and I think that the teams enjoyed it as well. So I'm ready to see some more today.
Yeah, well, BLG and EDG both victorious over their America's partners here, but still job not done yet. However, we did get to see some of the hugest pop-off moments in our Crunchyroll top reactions. Now, this included the aforementioned key crushing, and one of the coolest parts in all of esports. You present your key on the tablet in front while you play, and you have the opportunity to crush their hopes in a physical manifestation.
And again, when it actually popped and it just completely got detonated, I mean, that is like, it's almost scary. It like picks you off guard. You get shocked a second.
Yeah, I have to say, they did not prepare us for how visceral that was. We had a demonstration and it just bent slightly. I was not expecting the whole thing to
I like it more when it
like
breaks.
that.
I think, but that's the effect, right? You do not expect that it's going to break. It's like, oh, it actually broke. But I love to see the energy that we got on stage. I think that BLG, Bilibili are doing the best job in doing so. Either if it's just like standing up, doing a Lysor and just staring at your enemy, or when we get the full action, I love what they're bringing onto the stage. And I really, really like that it's both them and EDG. You know, yesterday I was saying with EDG a bit out of the picture for internationals as we've seen this year, Wolves having the run that they had in Toronto, I really think that this could be Bilibili's moment to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've just been going from strength to strength. I think they still have some things to tidy up from that G2 game, and they are not, you know, quite safe yet. Today is a massive day. You are win, and you are in the playoffs. Lose, and you're going home.
Well, one of the cool parts about this tournament is that we've had so many teams, and to be able to do the coverage, we have both A stream here and B stream as well with some of the big matches. Standing by right now, we have an interviewer covering that.
Hi, Victoria here, and I'm joined by Avril, and I'm finally visiting the B stream. Very exciting times. And yesterday we had their first day of eliminations. Was it a little bit emotional, exciting for you guys over here?
Yeah, it's an interesting one because we have some fan favorites, I think, already in elimination contention. Like Sentinels being down low bracket was a bit of a surprise, I think, for most of the fans.
Yeah.
Certainly for us, I had them very highly picked as a potential favorite for the tournament, considering G2's roster situation. The next best NA team, the hope NA to me, had been Sentinel. So to see them that early in the lower bracket was a surprise.
Yeah, we had something a little bit similar happening yesterday on the A stream. It was a great day for all the Chinese teams, not so great for the Americas, but all 4 games yesterday went the distance in a 2-1 scoreline. Our very first one, we had BLG versus G2. G2 had a sub in, but they played really, really well, and they pushed it as far as they could, but BLG ended up closing it out. And how was the first game for you guys?
I think we had the opposite of what you guys experienced in A stream, because you guys had sort of the wins for the Chinese teams.
Yeah.
On B stream, it was the 2 Chinese teams being eliminated. So She Like Gaming, Titan Esports. She Like Gaming, I think they came through in a big way, though. They really did come to this tournament with almost similar-ish issues in terms of the roster. No Man, I believe he couldn't make the event, so their coach Havoya had to step in. So a kind of sort of similar situation to G2. But Havoya played super well. You know, for a coach, a lot of people were concerned, is this guy going to be able to hold his own in the server in terms of his own mechanics? And then after the game, one of the players from Sentinels took to Twitter and said, you know what, Havoya could still play today. So he actually performed super well. Standout to me was Happyway on the Sentinel, though, played out of his mind. The last 2 maps in that series of B03 were really, really competitive from She Like Gaming.
All right, yeah, and on the A stream for our second match, again, with another American and Chinese team, we had 100 Thieves facing the former champions, EDG. Really exciting. 100 Thieves started great on the first half of Haven, but then Kong, he got activated. And you know what happens when you get activated. It gets really scary. The 100 Thieves ended up dropping Sunset after that, and EDG closes it out on Ascent. Really heartbreaking for 100 Thieves there, but EDG continues on. And how about your second match?
Titan Esports put up a really, really good fight. In fact, it was a difficult game to call because Heretics had kind of struggled recently. They haven't been really winning a lot of international events. Question marks about the team's performance. Losing, I think, was 4-13 against NRG on day 1 was very shocking to Heretics fans and the team, I'm sure. And so So it took a lot for Heretics to come and bounce back in. Insane game for Rians and Woot coming in to be able to save the day. That second map of Haven went into the OT after Titan win the first map. So that could have been a Titan 2-0, which would have been pretty disastrous for EMEA and Heretics. But Heretics brought that one back around. They win the series ultimately. Map 3 actually was quite convincing for Heretics. And it's good for them to be able to build their confidence again, because I believe it was Boo afterwards said it had been 300-something days since they'd won an international match, which basically means they hadn't won against an international team since champs last year. So it's time for them to break that curse. They've broken it now, and I'm ready to see how far they can take it.
Yeah, definitely. Well, that's the recap for yesterday, and we're going to have more elimination matches today.
Thank you very much for the update, y'all. And now we have a special guest here on the pre-show for Esports World Cup. Joining us is the head of esports for Karmine Corp, the Blue Wall, is Clement Lapora. Now, welcome to the desk.
And thank you for having me.
Yeah. Now, when people think of the Blue Wall and think of KC, they might think of just Kometo right off the bat. So why don't you introduce your role and what you do in the operations of one of the biggest organizations in the world?
So my role is to help the board define the strategy of the club, which titles we go in which region do we go in, and then to apply it and find the right people to do so and try to win as much as we can in every possible game.
That is the hope there. Now, what are some of the titles that you have here beyond Valorant? Because we know that KC is invested in many different titles.
We will be there on Rocket League. We're still in contention to be there in Street Fighter. We dropped the ball on League of Legends, to be honest. We were really hoping to be there, but we misplayed our semifinals. And we had a very unfortunate situation with the qualifier of TFT, where my two players who are cousins, and one of them is world champion, the other one is European champion, so it's a funny family story. But they had a wedding planned for over 6 months before that, so we couldn't ask them to drop everything for EWC, but everyone was really sad about it.
Definitely not the easiest decision, but I think it's very human of you to be able to understand, like, hey, it's a wedding, totally get it. Now, you're one of the few organizations that set up with multiple different titles. What do you think of the idea of the Esports World Cup that brings multiple different game titles together for an ultimate prize?
That's very cool, actually. It has a feeling of Olympic Games, and so I understand people are trying so hard to perform in here. For us, as you may know, besides purchase of the LEC slot, we are fully bootstrap company, so fielding 20+ team like some other clubs can do is not something we are able to do yet, but we'll see in the coming year. As we are very competitive and being world champions of something is very important to us, so we will try our best to grow up and maybe perform more games.
I want to circle back to Valorant here, because you have an Egyptian player, Aves, who's representing the MENA region, and I just want to know what kind of impact he has had on KC here at EWC.
So he's not our first Egyptian person in the club, actually. Zish, our assistant coach, who also subbed in 2023 for the one who have good memories, is Egyptian as well. He has a good impact. He's full of life. Like he's a bit of the beat maker of the team. Like when he's loud and yelling and getting his groove, you can be sure we'll be performing. And since he's still a very young player, it's his first year at this level. He can shut down a bit, so we're working on that. It's a rookie year, so we're patient and we help him develop, but it's a gem. He has insane talent.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, so for me, one of the coolest things about EWC is, of course, you're able to put opponents' crushed keys into your trophy. So if it was entirely up to you, whose key would you like to put in there if you won Valorant here?
Yeah, and I love this question because this isn't just a player question. This is also, an organizational question when we have the opportunity to ask you here.
The thing is, like, our harshest rival didn't make it in EMEA, like Vitality, Gentlemates, and Koi. Like those are the three teams where fans are getting crazy. I'd say G2, but it's more like a league rivalry, but we beat them there, so we'd be happy. Obviously, if we can get our revenge on PRX, that would be insane. And they are a team we respect a ton, and their coach speaks French, so we have interaction with them, and that would be a funny banter to have. Also, meaning beating PRX, so I would take every day of the week.
There would be something very cool about having the Masters Champions key crushed into your trophy. Absolutely.
Well, I'm glad you were talking about, local teams like Vitality and whatever. I wanted to ask you, what are you planning for Champs Paris? What is Karmine Corp planning? Anything special going on?
We need to be there first. It's because VCT EMEA is very stacked this year. Like the level is insanely close. So hopefully we'll be there because we managed to qualify here. So no, why not there? As you may know, group stage is in our home arena, so it means a whole lot to us. So if we qualify, it will be like you can expect insanity from our fans, and we will match it obviously on the side, but no disclosure yet.
All right, well, Clement Lepard, thank you so much for spending the time with us, head of esports here over at Karming Corp. Now, if they lose, their key gets crushed. We did ask which keys that he would in case they won, and we have a report standing by right now with the current status of the keys. Take it away.
Hey, Victoria here, once again joined by Ian Chambers, and now a lot has changed since the first 2 days of this event. We have the key wall and we have some crushed keys, Ian. Shall we have a quick look?
I actually admitted yesterday on the broadcast that this is actually my favourite part of the tournament. It's a bit cruel and it's a bit mean of me, but the key crushing is just so cool. And we witnessed it yesterday. I was actually stood next to YZ of BLG when we saw the first key crushed of EWC this year. That was, of course, G2 Esports, the first team to exit the tournament. And what's really cool is you saw it, but I saw it like right there, right in front of me, is last year, the keys when they were crushed, it was almost a contortion of the key.
Yeah.
Whereas this year, like we always say, it's about the dreams being shattered. The keys are well and truly shattering out up there. It's amazing.
Yeah, all three of them here have been completely shattered here. Tech, Titan Esports Club, we are going to start the day on a really positive note by crushing their key as well. But Ian, now we can finally see what's inside. And everyone's been asking me, because we've been up close, they're like, what's inside? What is this made of?
Yeah.
It's heavy, it's dense.
It's really heavy, and it is actually heavier than it looks as well. This is premium material, and it is all made from metal and gold, and that includes like the inside of it as well. It's like a mixture of the both, and that is why it creates, I guess, that shattering effect out there. It's fragile, but it's strong at the same time. So that's what gives the effect.
Exactly. And now this is pretty incredible. We're going to see more keys being crushed, and the question is, which key do you think is going to be crushed next?
That's the question, y'all. Which one do you think is going to be crushed next? Let's start with you, Baby Bay.
Just say it. I won't hate you, Dre. You can say it.
Casey?
You can say it. No, I think he has a point. Okay? He has a point. The same way that I defended BBL with everything that I had, I think that KC have something to prove. BLG are coming in very strong, but hey, there's always a little bit of tiredness coming out of those long matches.
All right, I'll put you on the spot big time. Whose key's going to get crushed between DRX and Sand City?
The Sentinels. Well,
It's
not even a question. It's not even a question.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
Rob is watching. You cannot do that today.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
Rob. It's the short one over here. That's the one that you need to find. You know what's not going to be short and will crush it? Today's opening ceremony for the Esports World Cup. It is a huge, deeply planned festival with Mr. Post Malone. Posty's going to be here as well later on. It all starts tonight, 9 p.m. local time, with the opening ceremony kicking off at 10 p.m. local time. Going to be a huge event. Many guests, many surprises, and many stories being told within that opening ceremony. You don't want to miss it.
Yeah.
I hope I'm going to be there. I hope we're all going to be there. I think we want to get in there any way we can.
Honestly, describe your perfect day. We wake up, we come here to this amazing venue, we play we watch some Valorant, we get some keys crushed, and then we go to watch Post Malone.
That would be the perfect day. Well, you know what? We did get to see some keys crushed in Group A as we take a look at that bracket, and it was the back-to-back VCT America's champion not getting the opportunity to defend here at the Esports World Cup. G2 falling to Billy Gaming 2-1, and that sets us up for Karming Corp against Billy to join Paper Rex in the knockout bracket big time.
Yeah, I mean, I think G2 have a bit of a different situation, of course. They were playing with that sub, but this is an absolute disappointment from them. They would have felt like they could be better than Billy, but absolutely not. The key absolutely decimated there. And yeah, you can just see the joy on the face right there. Look at that. Look at
Ian's face especially.
He's having a great time.
All right, if you liked that, we've got 3 more groups of crushed keys and crushed dreams for you. Here in Group B, it was the reigning VCT China champions also falling out to Sentinels after a long, hard-fought battle.
Yeah, hard fought, to say the least. I mean, the coach, Yova, was going in. He was actually anti-stratting the living heck out of Sentinels, and it was down to the wire, man. At some point, I was looking like XLG were up in rounds. They went pistol, they went bonus. I was like, dude, are they going to do it?
Yeah, I was watching that third map and everything. Jesus. Yeah, I think that, as we were saying, it came down to the wire. We saw Sentinels that was struggling a little bit. Bank had an amazing performance on that last map. It was really enjoyable to watch because everything was so close, and Group C was no different.
No, definitely was not. Matches were close against all odds. Again, Titan Esports Club came in ranked probably the lowest in our power rankings and gave a run against Los Niños, and a huge scare. They were up 1-0 first. Los Niños able to battle back, and now will do battle against RRQ champs of Pacific.
And this was extremely close to be a 2-0 for the side of Titan Esports. It was crazy. It had to go into an overtime, and crazy plays from Team Heretics to even get it to that point, even though they had the lead for quite a while. So Heretics not done just yet, but almost there.
It's like the most satisfying thing of all time. The second map is that was the highlight. It could have been a 2-0. Heretics were up 11-7.
Those are the toughest losses, I believe.
And yeah, it's the worst feeling ever because you go back and you're like, we could have won that. The fake comeback is terrible.
And the surprise of that group, NRG already qualified, the only North American team to qualify. Speaking of North American teams, they are the last one standing as 100 Thieves. They are the last one that is already in. Sentinels have the opportunity, but 100 Thieves, they put a valiant effort forward in the group of death against EDG, the reigning world champs, but you could see the smile on nobody's face. He knew exactly what was coming after they won 2-1.
Yeah, for me, the story there wasn't necessarily 100 Thieves being as bad as everybody thought they might be. I think this was an EDG step up. We saw Kong really manage to light up. We saw him bring that waylay out and try new things. So they're still looking to carry on and make it through the playoffs.
And I just love the energy that we saw out of that entire EDG squad. It was something
energy, we're not seeing energy until tomorrow. Charlie, please learn the schedule.
But yeah, I liked seeing the vibes that they had on the team because it's like what you said earlier in the show. We've been missing that.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a lot of energy coming from these two individuals that have the call. It's time for our caster check-in on who their match of the day is.
We're here for the Saudi National Bank match of the day. Now, Tom, you were telling me earlier you're very excited for Gen.G versus EDG. Tell the people why.
Well, it's a match we've already seen during the opening matches, the early stages of the tournament, but realistically, I think EDG had a huge bounce back yesterday when they played against 100 Thieves. I think they're going to be in better form, and Kong versus Texture. Like, what is not to love about that matchup? It's going to be a banger, but we have a lot of good games coming through today.
We absolutely do. Plenty more action before that match, the second match of our day. To tell you about the rest of the matchups, let's throw it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great to see that shining, beautiful head get a little bit of a
under the sun.
I hope he had some SPF 50 on there because that was a very, very bright light. And speaking of bright lights, we've got two teams ready for them right now. It is Karmine Corp against Billy Gaming for that spot in the knockout round. Let's take a look at Karmine Corp right now as this squad just had the head of esports come on in. We're maybe not expecting to be here a month ago, now find themselves on the precipice of making the prize pool and doing huge things for the organization in terms of VALORANT.
Yeah, and so far in the tournament, we've seen KC taking a G2, and probably that was like one of the big surprises, but we've also seen a G2 that has been wounded. I think that Sadak, the man that you're seeing in your screen right now, had a great performance, but the big question is still Abyss, is still this double duelist. Are they going to be able to make it work? Because when we saw them playing again, it felt a little bit lackluster. It didn't feel that much impressive, and as we're saying, Billy is coming in super strong, so mentally they have to have a very quick reset.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I am a Billy believer, right? But I do think KC have all the tools that they need to manage to win this game. I think double duelist is very strong right now. We're seeing it across different teams in the meta, and of course they're one of the teams that's best primed to do it. They have really cracked players who are able to execute, and then you have a lot of big brains back there with Sadak and of course Eng and the coach and stuff.
And that's why I think it's going to go down to the map vetoes. Like whatever the map duels land on. It needs to land on more double
Please,
duelist
Icebox. So we say KC against the Harbor.
Against the Harbor comp?
Yeah, we'll see what happens here. Again, this KC roster really anchored by Sadak, who we had an interview for earlier. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with KC's Sadak. Now, you had a great start to the tournament against G2, but against Paper X, not so great. I don't think things went according to plan. So what have you changed in your approach coming into today? What were the learnings?
To be honest, it was more like a mental reset we have to do for today, because after what happened yesterday, the comeback and we couldn't click on Icebox, so we were like, guys, we are insane, but mentally we're not there yet, you know? So we just reset and come back today. So yeah, we focus on doing that.
Okay, actually on that, you know, you were always talking about how the younger the players are. Do they feel the pressure that it's elimination day today?
To be honest, that's something we've been working a lot on, not feeling pressure in these moments and actually enjoying them.
Yeah.
And now we will see. We will see everyone together, because we've been really putting a lot of energy into this. So let's see if now our minds are better than they were yesterday, for example.
Okay. Well, BLG Neff said they are going to bring the firepower today, so you guys should watch out. Do you have any words for them?
I mean, okay, bring it, man. We're going to shoot back. That's all I said, you know?
All right. Well, thank you so much, Sadak, and good luck on today's match.
Thank you.
Well, we had Neff here yesterday, and he was speaking about how he's really looking forward to go up against an IGL as experienced as Sadak is, because he wanted to learn some tricks for him. So there's going to definitely be that head-to-head and like the minds and the leaders of the team, and we'll see who crushes the key.
Yeah, speaking of Neff and the rest of BLG, they just made their way on over here to the arena. Thanks to our friends over at Jamil Motorsport, safely and soundly. If you need to make a deal, go to Jamil Motorsport. As BLG, they're looking to deal and dish out all the different types of strats here and get the job done and get to the knockout phase, which is probably what they expected here, knowing that G2 was a little wounded and KC wasn't exactly sure what to expect here big time.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think that G2 game was necessarily their best game. I still think they have more in the tank. For me, Bilibili have been one of my favorite teams in China for a long time, because I feel like they're able to be versatile. We saw in their very opening match against Paper X how they were able to play slow things down, and then we said, well, heading into this G2 match, we want to see you speed up, we want to see you go faster, and they were able to do that. They have a great coaching staff. Bale, of course, very well known, and I think they, once again, they have the tools that they need to win today, but I think it's all about execution. YZ needs to be clean. I think that's what it really is going to boil down to.
Yeah, and you're going to need YZ to continue on with his explosive gameplay on that race, just getting those showstoppers in. But also, someone that really stuck out to me against G2 was Levius. This guy had really good lurk timing kills. It was phenomenal.
Yeah, well, we'll see what Neff has to say about all of his teammates here. He's standing by on stage.
I'm here with BLG. Neff, congrats on your win yesterday against G2, but the win was against a team that was playing with a sub. Was that ideal, and how is that going to change your approach today?
I think it was definitely not like very ideal. I think I wanted to play against G2 with their core 5 members, and it's unfortunate that Leaf couldn't come, but I still think that we did a pretty good job, and props to them for pushing us to the limits as well. And for today, nothing changes. You know, it's just another game for us, and we did our preparation, and we hope to take the W today. Yeah.
Okay, and you know, today is elimination match though. Do you guys feel any pressure, and how are you dealing with it, especially as the IGL?
I think in the past, in this style of games, I'll feel a bit of pressure, but I think after playing a lot of tournaments, I think that I've come to cope with the pressure, and I feel like today is just another game, and I don't really think much about losing this game and going home. I just think about bring this game, taking the win back home. Yeah.
Okay, and do you have any words for Cameron Corp, your opponents today?
Good luck. We are going to be shooting today.
Aha! Watch out, Casey.
Humble but direct. Neff knows what to say to get things started here. We got a minute before we hop into the action, so I want to get my analyst's final thoughts. Baby B, let's start with you, brother.
I think if KC are going to win this, they need to get those double duelist maps. I think if BLG want to win this, try to play that slow type of style.
Yeah, for me, I've got Bilibili winning 2-1 here. I feel like they're able to be more adaptable. I think they should be able to anti-strat what KC have shown in the past, but it's all down to execution on the day.
Two things. First, I really want to see that Icebox, and knowing KC and how they rely on what they've been good on, I really hope that we get it. And another thing, when you reminded me of something when you were speaking about BLG and how impressive they've been. It reminded me a little bit of the T1 run that they had at the beginning of the year, when everybody thought like, oh, they're good, but they may not be able to push it through. They started off losing. They ended up playing a ton of matches and getting the final win. That is the road that I want Bilibili to take this tournament.
All right, well, Bilibili, in part of the Esports World Cup, has the League of Legends team coming next week. 2 players named Knight and K-Knight here in the Valorant side. Huge stakes for the organization in terms of the club championship. For KC, it is one of the proudest organizations in all of the world. The Blue Wall against Bilibili Gaming. Let's get into it for our first match of the day.
To become best in the world at anything, to be within that top 1%, you have to show dedication, desire, determination. You've got to be resilient, ruthless, and ready for anything.
And right now, our contenders have to be ready for the quarterfinals. Whose keys will shatter across our stage, and who will rise above? It's day 3 at VALORANT at the Esports World Cup, where the true tests begins now.
It does indeed, Fancy. Who will push towards that $1.25 million prize pool, those ever so important club championship points, and of course, this beautiful trophy. We've got a crowd here. Riyadh, are we ready?
Ian, we're ready to bring out our next team. The Blue Wall continues to build towards the quarterfinals. It's Carmen Corp.
This Chinese organization has already crushed one key, and now they've got an appetite. It's BLG!
The winners will secure $40,000 and the losers will be sent home. Let's do it.
Well, Tom, it's time to see if the Blue Wall can keep Bilibili out of playoffs, or if KC will be dismantled brick by brick in this series. BLG managed to best G2, who had a stand-in. Neff spoke big about their preparation. Well, they better have some on the table up against this squad. Starting out with the veto, worth mentioning, both teams liking Icebox. KC always picking it if it's left open, and that could definitely play into Bilibili's preparation.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting matchup, because normally in a tournament, you're going to gauge off opponents where a team sits. Well, both of them lost to PaperX and both of them beat G2.
So we've not really learned anything about where they sit. Obviously, a map lost to G2 for Bilibili. Maybe you go, okay, you lost to a team with a stand-in, and they kind of got battered. But then also, they were very close versus PaperX. And then on the other side of things, KC did amazingly versus G2 and then kind of got battered by PaperX. So I think it definitely ends up as this sort of middle ground. I'd say Bilibili, with their extra experience, being on that main stage a few extra times, you'd normally favor them. But Sadak, like that's all I really need to bring. I think he's got so much experience on the stage. You've got players like Sugetsu who have been there before, who can bring that little bit of extra calm. And I think they've got the flair. It's just whether or not they bring it today, because I think we've seen two sides of Carmine Court throughout this tournament so far, and if they turn up, maybe they could make it to playoffs, and that would be, wow, that'd be huge for the organization in VALORANT. That would be the success that they haven't had for, well, at least with this roster overall.
Yeah, well, KC at international events, it's good to see them here for Bilibili. A chance to potentially repeat history, not in a good way. They went 1-1 and then ended up being knocked out of Toronto, and it could well be the same scenario for them here today, getting to witness their hopes and dreams crushed as their key is destroyed. One team makes it all the way to playoffs, the other all the way back home. For KC, they'll start on Icebox, somewhere they're comfortable. And we talked about BLG. Nev talked about BLG's prep and how it stood to them up against G2. Well, preparing against a team coached by Zeiss and Eng is a whole different ball game. Hard to estimate where these two teams stand in the power rankings, like you said, looking at their results so far. So it all comes down to the day, to what happens on the server. And I think we're in for at least a close matchup, whichever way the pendulum swings.
Yeah, I know where they stand in your power rankings, but
yeah, for KC, I had them on top. You know, it was a bold play, but I always believe in Zeiss and Eng. And as we move further throughout the year, Paris looming on the horizon, this is where they'll put their best foot forward.
Yeah, I do feel like if we're going to see the best out of this team going into the year, they need to really prove that if they make it to a stage, they're going to do some damage on it. And I think as well, we've already had it with like a lot of the EMEA rosters so far. Maybe not necessarily, well, one that you definitely expected and one maybe not so much, with BBL making it through. It'd be cool for them to make it as well, but I do think they still come in here as underdogs, and it was proven when they went up against PaperX that they still have a way to go. Of course, losing to the team that won the last international event is not something to harp on, but it's more so just the fact that you look at the way BLG played in their match, and well, if I'm being honest, they should have won. Like they kind of choked it. I think we had an interview with Devi where he was saying some of the lines of like, I was actually going for a 9-3 curse with that game. It was just like, just basically trolling, but it really was a very, very close game with them. I think it was like an 8-4 attack side half and letting it slip away. So
definitely 10-4 at one point, even watching it back. And, you know, seeing a game slip like that, it does sting for sure. But we've seen BLG lock in since then, take down G2. Yes, they lost the map dominantly, but they won one dominantly as well. A chance now to correct history and stand strong in an international event, making it all the way to playoffs. A BO3 starting on Icebox. Of course, it is KC's pick. As we said, in all the series they've had so far, for the majority of the year, they're looking at Icebox as a map that you have to ban up against them, or you better be prepared to play. And I'm sure Bilibili knew that coming into today. It's going to be an exciting matchup. I don't know which way it's going to go. I hope we get to all three, Lotus and Sunset, the maps to follow Icebox. But I think this first one is going to tell us all that we need to know. Because yes, KC like it, they pick it a lot, but this is also a strong position for BLG to play from, somewhere that they feel comfortable too.
Well, yeah, it's interesting. You talk about their stats on the map for KC, and it is a map that over the last few months, they were 6-0. Until they played PaperX. Yep. Then they were 6-1 and they lost 13-5. So it definitely, there's a caliber jump when you do it against a Na'Vi in close fashion, when you beat a Team Liquid through the qualifier, like that's solid. But now you're coming up against the big boys. Now you're coming up against the teams that know how to play versus top opposition. And I think that, especially when coming up against someone like YZ, he is one of the toughest duelists to play. And okay, maybe you don't necessarily put him in the bracket of someone like a Texture or Kankan just yet, but he has been fierce for a long, long time, and he's not even kicking it off on the Rays.
Well, home field advantage, you got to talk about that. It may not be all the way home, but in the same region, something that Aves no doubt will be feeding on, and perhaps the crowd will be behind him as well. This is where things kick off. A little technical pause. KC going to feel right at home down on that stage.
Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of extra time, but, you know, it'll be worth the wait in the end. I think as well, like, I kind of want to see what sort of form BLG are in general. I think that we've seen them sort of, as said, like someone like YZ, K-Knight, we know that they can sort of put up those numbers. I'm always interested when I see teams pulling out the Harbor. I think this is one of the few maps where like, it was always an alternative to the Sage, like having that extra little bit of protection while you're going for the plants, but also just having those double walls can really cause a lot of issues for teams in terms of just getting information. So I think a lot of teams have kind of come to that realization in the end that you're going, okay, yeah, having those extra smokes is actually incredibly valuable. It was for a long, long time. We were just seeing Viper on the map, but now a lot of teams have shifted over to the Omen. I am still a fan. Okay, we've had yeah. A little bit of a mouse issue, a little bit of a mouse issue.
A mouse issue, a water issue. Yeah, someone spilled water on their mouse. that could take a second just to dry up. Luckily in the heat, that shouldn't take too long at all. Although it is nice and cool down on the stage. The GPU's cooling down, but these teams warming up their engines. We'll see who gets off to a flying start. And the main thing is to see KC coming in hot. This is their map pick. As you said, 6-1, the loss being to Paper X. Somewhere that we want to see them coming in, spinning their wheels, and finding that traction early on.
Yeah, for sure. I also wanted to then add sort of about the Omen. Like, we've seen a lot of teams sort of bring in that secondary controller. I think the Paranoia obviously still brings quite a lot of value, one of the best abilities we currently have in the game, and just having those sort of extra positions that you can section off. And whether or not we'll have that sort of same level of disrespect of playing through that utility and how it's actually going to work out. I'll also say, I like the fact that we're seeing Sadak versus a Harbor, because I feel like he was the guy that kind of was like, no, it's good. It's good. I'm going to keep playing it. It's good. And then recently he's gone, all right, it's not working for my team. I guess we'll do other stuff and not play the Harbor anymore. So I feel like if anybody was going to know how to beat it, it would probably be the guy that made it fashionable. But at the same time, it never really worked for at least this KC team. I think in the past that you could talk about, like when he was back on Loud, there were definitely moments where it was pretty good. But for KC, I don't think it ever has. And unfortunately for them, although they have some very cool, like more spicy compositions with the Phoenix, a lot of the maps, they've had to go a little bit more standard.
We'll see if the Harbor can work for BLG or if they will freeze up in the pistol round. Certainly starting off hot with a 2-1 trade. KC on the back foot, but there's still two players here to defend. Sadak and Sagetsu waiting for this push to come around, but BLG, they temper themselves. They sit back a moment, perhaps waiting for their utility or even waiting for a little bit of aggression, and it is coming through. Perhaps a gifted pick, but Sagetsu gets out of there, even manages to deal a little bit of damage.
Looking for a bit more re-aggression. Someone I'm going to be watching keenly is Sadak himself. In the first match they played, 22-9 for the IGL. Might be a display that the synergy is starting to build a little bit with the team. Obviously, a pretty much fully new roster since the beginning of this year. Elite, though, he's close by, but he hasn't found the shots. The flash was solid, but unfortunately they haven't got anything along the back of it. And there will be a second opportunity to plant, you'd think, but BLG, after having pulled them away from the A site initially, or sorry, from the B site initially, is now going to go all the way back to where they started again.
Yeah, they've been happy to go back and forth. And KC reacting very early to the information given that A site stack up, now the B site stack up, and they're going to be having to retake this site by the looks of things. 12 seconds, though. This is where you think, maybe I push forward. Just delay that plant a little bit. 8 seconds left. The plant needs to come through, and there's no one left to get it on the ground. KC, they've managed to win this by the thinnest of margins.
Yeah, everybody getting their steps in that round. The counter's going crazy, just the back and forth all the way through. But yeah, I think that BLG, they just ran themselves a little bit too thin. Like the time coming late on the clock. I don't mind the idea of like being able to back out of there and making those calls, but you're also then running back into a lot of that sort of like Viper utility where you're going to take an extra little tickle of damage on your way back in. So it hasn't gone to plan. 1-0 for KC. Talk about this map in general, they're quite comfortable on either side, but in their recent victory versus Liquid, it was the attack where they put up the majority of their rounds. Also the attack where they suffered versus Paper X, though, so can't take too much away from that.
Well, it looks like BLG in this low buy round, they're trying to use the over rotations of KC to their advantage. The A site was that little bit more thinly defended, but now the contact's being seen. A drone goes out. And the info, well, it's still just the one player they spotted around this area. No real info to play with for KC, but with that Outlaw locking down the B site, once smoke fades, they'll have a lot of space to work with. And for BLG, with no shields, obviously, with round 2 losing the pistol, going back into this Outlaw is a bold play. Perhaps Harbor's utility can get them a little bit closer, but if they swing dry into Martine, they'll be pushing this site with a few less players.
Oh, you say that. It's not gone to plan. I think he screwed player up above him, and they'll be taken down immediately. That's going to be an Outlaw into enemy hands. The remaining 3 players are all left with light shields. 1 shot to the gun, and it may not even matter. Levius lurking in mid has already managed to drop 1 more, and for the remaining couple, it might just be worth saving, but look what they've got. It's the pistol players that remain.
That's the problem with this kind of gamble. That Outlaw doesn't find the pick. He can be crushed so quickly by the aggression. And when it goes to your opponent's hands, look at the damage he can do.
Wisey.
Yeah, Wisey picking up 3. And look, he had some help. Couldn't make all that mess all by himself, but the pistols opening this up and giving all that space to Wisey to close it out. That's a disaster for KC. We wanted to see them hot to the touch, and the wheels were spinning. But then they lost traction in that second round. They're off course.
That's definitely as bad as it gets, really, in terms of the start. You win that initial round, you then hand all your weaponry over to the opposing side, who can invest right back into the rifles. And what do you have? Okay, a Guardian for Elite. He was the guy that was saving. It seems like Sadak has opted to keep the extra cash, maybe wanting to get in an early operator for someone like Martine. Of course, that is something else the Omen brings, is that maneuverability. But getting anything done in this round, it really is just going to come down to Sadak and Elite himself.
KC already going to be very wary of that late play through middle, being punished in the previous round by it. They have to be so cautious. They know that Wisey's got that Outlaw. No one should be peeking on those long-range angles, but they need information. Just peeking out here could be punished. Nice shot by Elite. He's at least going to keep them in check to start this out. A 5 versus 4. The one-shot weapon down on the floor, but full rifles for the rest of the squad. And Levius hoping that he could find some, well, a pick towards the A side or just the space. And, well, his contact up is only going to be spotted by Sagetsu with a classic deep in towards their spawn. And as he peeks up behind this wall, he'll actually get himself onto the site. Maybe he could jump scare them a little bit. They have plenty of util and plenty of numbers to deal with him.
He's been able to give the information, but it feels like it's too little too late, and even with a little bit of help from the wall and a headshot, it's not going to do nearly enough damage. The Cove available to keep them nice and safe, and now falling into the post plant, there's barely any utility to play for this defensive side retake.
Yeah, where's the attack? They used their snake bite, but they've lost Neff in the process. Shock darts available, but delayed a moment as the knife from KO hits, and now the tap will draw them into the open. Perhaps there is still a chance with Levius going down. This is madness in the early game. Defuse is underway. Elite's got another. A Guardian paying dividends, and the defuse has come in. This is a back and forth game early on. And needless to say, KC are keeping them in check. 2-1. BLG looking to wreck in that round.
Yeah, the thing is, the last round I can kind of justify. Like, I think it was bad from KC, the fact that they end up losing some of those opening fights, but I kind of see how it happened. I don't know how, genuinely, I don't know how KC have managed to retake that with basically a Guardian and a couple of pistols in a post plant versus a team of 4 rifles and utility. Like, that is such a huge mistake early on from BLG. And while they still have some extra credits to go back in for an investment, but this has been an incredibly scuffed start to this decider match.
Yeah, BLG coming in with 1 pistol, but even then with the orb, it's going to be a Blade Storm for Wisey. And the rest of the squad, some tagged up. Russia almost went down early on. The regen shields bring him back to at least 2 bullets.
Take flight.
There's some serious chances for them. Reckoning goes in. So too does Wisey. He's hunting them down up top, and he'll grab 1. Sadak out of this round. and a plan for BLG. Oh, that shock dart. That snake bite come very close. Russia clinging on for dear life.
And they're still being delayed, but eventually that spike plant is going to come in. The Blade Storm on an incredibly low Wisey, and he just got a little bit lower, hoping for those shields to regenerate, to give him a chance, but even still, they're keeping things even. That HP being low is yet to come into effect, but Zagetsu pounces. You're also going to see the same on the other side as Aves with another. We finally get another round strung together after the early back and forth, and well, that's going to be a painful loss for the side of BLG, because for the majority of players, they did invest into that round.
Yeah, it's swinging back and forth this start, but KC still getting off to a solid start with that 3-1 lead now. Bit of investment, Blade Storm and everything dealt with. Great reveal that gave them all that information for the opening, and everything crumbled from there. The blue wall standing strong early on, but we know that BLG, Billy, still have a bit of fight left in them. But investing quite a bit into that previous year Reckoning and your Blade Storm, they definitely wanted that to at least look a little bit closer in those initial fights. Now, a lot of weaknesses to play with, although that's where they've been best.
Yeah, Wisely with a rifle still at least gives me a little bit of hope. This guy's 6-3 at the moment, and considering they've only won one round and that was him getting a 3K. Destroyed. Levius has also been pretty happy to just hold on to this position, but it seems like the A-site simulator is looking like it might start again. Now bear in mind, in terms of ultimates, K-Knight is only going to be one away from that Hunter's Fury, and although we don't see the sort of classic post plants as often, it is still possible that maybe it can be utilized to get them an opener, or even just take some space. But for now, it seems like they really are expecting aggression from their opponents, but they just sit back and wait.
Yeah, the drones cleared them. Look at the mass exodus from that A site. Even more passive hold than when Zagetsu was the solo holder with a classic. They're shifting to the B side, but KO Knife goes down, 0 Point gets nothing, and they realize that they have to go back to this A site, cover that space. Elite dies, trying to cover off mid. Aves, decently isolated, but he's good for 3! Levius does his best, but this round that held so much promise just moments ago, it is flip-flopped firmly into KC's hands. Thanks to Aves. That should be a 4-1 lead. K-Knight 8 HP, no spike and no time. His best chance is to carry the weapon forward.
Yeah, he's definitely been one of the, if not the most exciting member when you talk about this KC roster. Obviously, in a lot of teams, when you see these massive switch-ups, you talk about rookies, but the majority of KC's players are experienced. Obviously, Martin there from last year, Leet from BBL. Yeah, well, I don't think I need to talk too much about where Sadak came from, but nonetheless, in case you didn't know, he was on Loud. But realistically, the only new guy on the block, but someone who's we've known at least for a little bit, is the Egyptian himself of Aves, and they do seem to live and die whether he plays well in game. So the fact that he's off to a strong start is fantastic. We know that a lot of the time he pulls out that Phoenix, goes for the double duelist, so, but on the Sova, if he can still put up those same numbers, I think they've got a great shot in this game.
Yeah, they may be the blue wall, but the green wall certainly helped them out there, taking a bit of HP off, letting those body shots do a little bit more damage.
I love these cards. They're so cool to just see them printed out. Obviously, the support there for Wisey, and I think he's someone who deserves it. Still been putting up numbers so far in this game, but I like the fact that BLG are going for an early pause. Like, again, we've seen this from quite a lot of teams. I think Fnatic were quite happy to do that when we saw them earlier in the tournament. It's like, okay, if things start getting a little bit dangerous, you get in there early, you stop those mistakes. And I think the main thing for me and BLG at this point is obviously you've had this weird back and forth, but then the last 2 rounds, they've forced weaker buys to try and break back, and that's just screwed them. Now they come in with a 4-buy, this is where you take the pause. It's like, okay, we now need to recover, because although it went horrifically in round 2 for KC, they've actually got a bit of a boost to economy because of the way things have gone. I'd never say do that intentionally, because it's really dumb, but it has kind of worked for them.
It's definitely made the best of a bad situation, that's for sure. Seen Nano thrown through, but it's not landed on that turret. Still sitting pretty towards middle. Great information for KC in the late round. Now for BLG, they're looking for spam picks. All the while, Zagetsu's walking up on B, clearing all of this space, embedding himself deep, and Neff is holding for the push, but on the wrong side as they now rotate back in to start their execute on B, hoping they've pulled rotations to A. Right as they may be, they need to clear this corner. They need to deal with Sagetsu, and they will not before major damage is done. Already picking off 2, and the retreat here, the snake bite down. He's got his weapon back out in time and deals with Neff as well. One man on this side of the map when the entirety of BLG came running it down towards him. He may well even get more from this position, and it's 4 on the board for Sagetsu, single-handedly dealing with Billy, and leaving Levius in a 1v4. He's creeping up, 6 shots in the magazine, and it's all his. They're leaving it for him, the ace, to kick this off early, and he'll get it as well. 5 for Sagetsu, and 5 rounds for KC.
I saw him in that position, and I'll be honest with you, I was going to say he needs to get more than 1. He did a little bit better than getting 1. Yeah. The thing is, his initial position, it looks great, but the problem is that player behind. You think he gets 1, he tries to run away, he gets killed in the back, and they've lost the whole B site. I did not expect the man to just go ahead and ace the entirety of BLG. And the worst thing is, they just took a pause. Yeah. They've just gone, right, all right, guys, we need to slow things down. Let's have a talk about this. We need to be careful. And then they get aced. It can't get much worse than that.
Yeah, it's the change of positions on turret that gives them all the information on mid. They stack up A, and it's the weaker side of the map that gets pushed on. Now Hunter's Fury early, it's already got a tag. So much damage done. Martin barely holding on. Flash through the wall though. Here they come, and it's a spray from Rushia. Blinded. He can't get anything. And Billy crumble to nothing in this round. 5-1 turns to 6. And for Billy Gaming, this is a disastrous start. They won the second round, Tom. Yeah. It looked like they were off to a flying start, but all their mornings are Mondays, stuck in an endless February, and we need to see them find the sunshine again. Oh, it's so unfortunate, but a great flash from Sadek.
I guess at least in this round, it's a slightly lower buy, but when you go for these blitz SMG/ rifle or 2 plays, you're kind of hoping you get something. But with 5 rounds in a row, the economy booming for this defensive side, they yet to even bring in an operator. And then the crazy thing as well is, again, another player we hype up is Martin. He's yet to get a kill. They're winning 6-1, and Martin hasn't got a single frag on the board. Like, it sounds silly, but that's almost like a good sign. He hasn't been needed. And then on the other side of things, wow, the early success of YZ is met with no one else really performing on the board. Lockdown available. That will at least give them some space into the site. But hey, KC managed to win a retake with a single Guardian and some pistols, so I'm not too confident.
They're keeping their Hunter's Fury as well. Aves doesn't use it initially. Perhaps we'll see it fired in to deny the plan to get them space. YZ picks 1, but he's taken out immediately. Elite uses the info of the cleared space, but he's caught dropping. K-Knight doing well, swinging around the back of the site and leaving it into the hands of the attackers. A 3 versus 2. Shock Dart does damage. A lot of damage, in fact. That snake bite just a millisecond too late. But 2 players left desperately low. It's Neff who cancels out the Viper's Pit. That was their way back in. Aves has to do it all, and despite the low HP, they are set up to take him down. They've spotted him too.
No point in saving. Credits are in a great spot for KC, so he's going to give this one a go. Spots out both players, but doesn't land a bullet onto any of them. BLG used the space that they garnered, and again, I don't necessarily mind KC's plan. I think they had a nano to deny the plant spot that they normally go for, like that was inside the cove, so they had to push forward, but I think Elite just getting caught, that was the complete fall apart of the round. Solid work from K-Knight, of course, and then the second they do get into the post plant, BLG looked very good. Like they looked very comfortable in that scenario, at least.
Well, it was neck and neck to start us out, trading back those low buy rounds, but KC found a new gear. Now separated by 4, even with that win. For Billy, they need a little more, and the real problem has been finding that early space. The lockdown solves that problem for them in the previous. They come into this one, Reckoning. That could get them onto a site, and Viper's Pit could secure it. First, they have to get through these choke points. Sagetsu, the man who put 5 on the board just a little bit earlier on. He's sticking around yellow. The solo side holder even has support. Aves rotated in. Big deal here, though, is that the turret's no longer there for middle, so they can't rotate as freely. They can't stack up B. The push coming in from Elite. It's all down to who wins this battle. Levius, I thought he had it, but he ends up getting tagged and forced back. Oh, those flashes have not been kind to Elite.
You know what? You have to train in the toughest way possible. To be able to find those kills blind. But even still, the amount of time that's been wasted is probably the bigger danger here for VOG. They're just being met with awkward positions. Reckoning going to be used to garner that additional space. They've got the ult for it, and Levius in a good position, but he was spotted earlier in the round. Elite, diligent in his clearance.
It's the problem, you take out the turret, and then you've got to face Elite on mid instead. Tap from Russia tries to pull them forward, but that spike on the ground. And Wisey doesn't stand a chance against all 5 of KC. The round win for Billy. Doesn't see a streak. It's right back to winning ways for KC. They are putting up numbers and showing that you can't beat them with a harbor. Not that easily.
Yeah, I love the amount of delay that they've had. As I said, even though they lost the last round, they had the Nano Swarm within the Cove. And then in this round, the exact same thing, but with the Fragment. Like, you could tell the counter to the Cove is throw util in the Cove. And that's what Sadak did in this round. You can't plant, and also it's going to get destroyed before you can even get back to it. And you can see that Rushia's plan is then, okay, I have to get super aggressive. I have to make a play. And by that point, well, they're ready and raring to go.
Elite just got out of there in time. He overstayed his welcome by another half a second, I think. Wisey would have their opening pick. Again, no turret to play with around middle. They've done well with Levius's nanos taking that out early on. KC clear it out. Play a little more aggro on that A site, but Martin spotted by the turret, or by the drone rather, falls back. This is similar to the pistol. They'll show presence on A. They'll get the drone out of them. They'll send numbers back towards the B site, but getting past Sugetsu has been anything but easy so far.
Yeah, if anything, it's been harder than getting past the other 4 members of the team. Like the last time they tried it, they got aced. And even still, we've mentioned it, that a lot of his job is just based around delay. The Nano already on the site. He goes swinging through. This man is feeling unbelievably confident at this stage. 2 found off the back, and while the walk up from Levius. Why would anybody have rotated? You've got Sugetsu on B.
Yeah, and that turret's still on mid. Gives them that little bit more freedom in the back of their mind. A bad round forward for BLG. Nav creeping in, he's got 2! But Sadak quickly trades it out. The K-Knight's been good. He's made the best of some bad situations, but not this time. The big problem here, they can't get past Sugetsu. The fact he runs through that wall and grabs 2, that's got to be getting in their head.
Running through, because I want to point out, that was not his wall. That was the enemy wall. So he's taking the extra little tag damage you get. Going in for 1, it's a bold call. I go, okay, it's a bit risky. Sticking around for a second is damn right disrespectful. I can't believe that what he was being attempted. And well, I really like that. He's faked out the rotation just to kill him off. That is disgusting. And while this is not looking like a favorite and an underdog at all, unless we've got things completely backwards.
Well, there's always time for the winds of change to kick in for Billy. And a timeout, their second, now going to be used up. You can see that they're spiraling early on.
They need a tornado of change. I think a wind of change is not quite enough.
With the harbor, perhaps a tsunami.
Yeah, it's just been absurd. And they're losing to things that it's like, firstly, you have this aggression from KC, where it's like, okay, we've seen the mid pushes, we've seen the pop flashes, we've seen those A takes as well, getting players into unorthodox positions. But then around that sort of minute to 40-second mark, we're seeing them fall back and just play the util. And that util's not being baited out early. So it's like, even though there's early aggression, they still have the fragment, they still have a snake bite, they still have nano swarms and shock darts until the end of the round. So the second you try and plant in the cove, you're taking so much chip damage that you're never getting that plant. And I was just going to say, it's almost impossible to play against unless you're winning some of those early fights.
It's really hard to read for Billy as well, because they've so often been given that space on A, and I think Levius had the right idea. Just the fact that KC have been clearing mid because the turret goes down. This time, turret's left on A. 4 players go pushing into the back lines. And this is unfortunate for Neff as he comes back to clear this out. There's a firing squad. He survives at least the first wave and gets out with 20 HP. Immediately making that adjustment, moving back to the site and trying to take that control deep. Sugetsu holding the spawn, but oh, Levius. This could be it. That could be the round for Billy. He's got himself a triple. That should be it locked in. The Viper's Pit even securing A. There's so much work for KC. And they won't even come close.
Had to get to last man out, but it ended up being almost the perfect counter. It was just a very quick pace taken towards the A site. It's something they've attempted quite a few times, and even though the flank came through, just firstly staying alive, but also, yeah, the snake in the grass. I've talked about it throughout the game so far, is that Levius really hasn't been able to catch anybody off guard, and the first time he's found that gap, found that space, is going to be an additional round. Now, winning out this next, a pistol, we could easily see this turn back. So for KC, after such a dominant showing in this first half, they're going to want that.
Oh, without a doubt. 1 foot in the grave for Billy, but they're climbing out slowly. An 8-4 would be a great course correction for them. Have to deal with Martin, who's snuck up close, and he gets out for free. They're chasing him down, but he's got cover from behind, and oh, the acceleration might work out with the Hunter's Fury. It doesn't catch Aves. He's sidestepping it, but Levius fills in that space. He's crept right past them. The lockdown forces his hand, though. He has to keep going, and of course, Elite was waiting for it. No element of surprise as K-Knight, well, he has to match Sugetsu's performance, and ace needed, and it's Sugetsu to put a stop to it.
Yeah, a fantastic half for KC. Really impressive stuff on their map choice. It's going to be needed for BLG to have an insane comeback. But first, the break.
The blue wall is standing strong after the first half, and I'm not talking about the harbor utility. Billy have struggled to put rounds on the board. After winning the second round with pistols, it's been downhill from there. KC, Sugetsu, 14-5. He is feeling it down on that stage, standing up and giving it some energy, some attitude. And we need to see Billy respond now that they move to their defense.
It's a fun fact that obviously last year or the last few years, he was always known for his Sentinel play. It is quite fitting that he's on the quasi-controller Sentinel and he's just popping off. The B site was his safe haven. And while nowhere was safe for BLG, they do now go onto that defensive side though. We've seen it before. Last time out they played versus G2. They got an 8-4 defensive half, so it may not be done just yet, but a pistol well, it'd be a welcome little bit of help.
Yeah, the tires are cold for BLG, and you know what that means, Tom. At least I hope you do. Wisey opening this up. A pistol round would be so important for Billy, and they've managed to deal with most of the danger. Elite left alone, even with a martyrdom from Sadek. And a little bit of damage, a lot of damage done to Wisey. Elite has got a hell of an uphill battle with where that spike is dropped.
Well, what Elite was renowned for last year was his headshot percentage. I think it was in the 40 percentile. And he was getting a lot of kills. Like, obviously, if you're getting 2 kills and like 50% of headshots, it's not quite so impressive. We'll see if he can do it with the pistol. Well, there's only 50%. We'll see if he can keep that going. Already a little bit dangerous. He's got a 1v1, but Neff feeling confident enough to take the fight versus the Turkish powerhouse. And BOG, they've got their lifeline.
Yeah, you see 5-1 on the board, 6-1. It's a little spooky, but you always feel like they can make that comeback. But after the first half, you can't afford to start slow here, or you'll be ending quickly and not in your favor. For KC, they can afford to lose a couple of rounds. The next one likely to go their opponent's way. But for Billy, there's no room to slow down now. They need to build on that opening round, something they failed to do in that first half, not chaining any more. Well, not chaining any rounds together. It was always just one here and there. This is their chance to correct the course.
Yeah. There's no real investment other than Elite having a sheriff. That's the extra credits that he earned last round spent on a pistol. Sadak not really having an opportunity to cross, hoping to try and find the gap while the rest of the team make their way in towards A, but it really should be easy pickings, especially from here, like that extra, little bit of extra damage done by that Viper screen. It's only going to make things even easier, and well, with the spikes dropped on the deck, okay, it was a wonderful flash, but a classic from there. Well, you'd need to be pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, I mean, that round going as expected. This is where you can see things change course entirely back in favor of KC. For Billy, you have to hope that's not the case. We're already seeing them deal with some of those early struggles, something that, I mean, even KC struggled against those pistols, so a convincing, flawless round to follow up the pistol is exactly what they needed.
You can tell that Marty's been hanging out with Eng. That's all I'm going to say. Well, the bonus round's not great. In terms of rifles, there isn't much to play with, so a couple of kills here would be nice. Try and get rid of some of the rifles, or maybe steal one. Elite, well, I didn't see the shot, but I heard the bullets fired, so I know he didn't miss there. The aggressive position still trying to be held. Sugetsu's taking a lot of damage to swing through. We're seeing risks now on the other side. And that counter utility, at least delaying a little bit. It's perfect timing though for Sadak versus Levius. That does open up the B site.
Yeah, it looked like some of those players tagged, but it was the decay from the orb. So not an easy fight for Neff on range with the Stinger, and he will be quickly dropped, attempting his best Sugetsu cosplay going through that smoke.
Planted. Last player standing.
Rushia, who had a great position earlier. He was pushed up on A main after 2 players were forced back. He had the jump, but KC took it back in this other direction, and it was the right call. They'll get double digits on the board early on in this second half, 10-5, and just a couple of steps away from securing their map pick, and really showing why so many teams do ban that icebox up against them. When you leave it open, especially when you pick the Harbor up against this squad of all squads, you are going to have a tough day, a tough task on your hands.
Of course. But BLG load us up next. Still going to be a pretty good opportunity for them to turn this back, but definitely a statement again. I feel like KC have had to make a few statements throughout this one so far. Sugetsu sneaking his way up. That's already a big opener onto Levius. That takes around all of the mid control, and even suspecting the swing. But instead, he's going to try and potentially just dodge the drone. Of course, the space is being watched. You can already see it from Neff. And an important trade back. He's going to be able to, well, I was going to say deny the plant, but the snakebite actually doesn't spread far enough.
Yeah, it was a little too shallow. YZ's timing's perfect. Elite caught on the way back. Flank now open. That means Martin has to turn back to hold it, puts more pressure on the site hold. Abez does well. Sadic's there. That was through a smoke, I'm pretty sure. K-Knight's got to be frustrated to go down like that. And Billy, from what was moments ago an advantage, find themselves on the back foot. Time ticking against them. And credits in the bin. They do manage to deal with Abez, but I think the time is too far gone. A save is their only option. And KC continue to climb up. Why is he? I thought he'd go towards the spawn, Tom. He seems to be looking to hunt them down. They can't really afford to lose this weapon. If KC find that pick, if Sadic goes swinging, it could have been disastrous, but it looks like they'll carry both weapons forward.
Yeah, it's funny because KC pretty much could afford to lose those guns as well. So the impact would have been minimal other than going towards those additional orbs. Wow. It ended up being relatively comfortable in the last round. Also, utility still left at the end. There was a flash for Sadak and a Paranoia available, so I think getting anywhere near that was going to be incredibly difficult. Coaching staff for BLG maybe getting a little bit frustrated. This map has definitely not gone how they would have hoped.
Especially considering, and I know we've beaten this horse to death, but the reality is, going into this series, you know that they're going to pick Icebox. It would be a left field pick if they take it somewhere else. So for Billy, this is what you're expecting. This is where your preparation's gone into. And the only time they've strung rounds together is off the back of the pistol. KC back to winning ways immediately, and they're continuing that streak. A dominant set of battles, and the rifles remaining don't stand a chance. 1 versus 5 for Neff. And map point about to be connected for KC. The only real question, will it be flawless? And will Neff be able to escape with this rifle? They're already looking to hunt him down.
Oh, it's at least going to be one. At least he stopped them going flawless, but I don't think that's going to help sleeping at night if they end up losing this series. The fact that he gets a singular kill, it really has been a continuation of dominance. It's those early rounds where it feels like BLG have been able to battle, but other than that, they have not been able to get things rolling whatsoever. And on the other side of things, we can only really talk about how impressed we've been by a lot of these individuals. Sugetsu looking back in prime form, which is something we've been waiting for a long time, if we're being honest. Like, he's had his moments on this KC roster, but this has been one of the best performances I've seen from him since, well, maybe even around FPX times. Hunter's Fury immediately put through, and K-Knight has dodged it, but only for the second. And they're even waiting for YZ. They were watching for him to go for that swing. Neff needs to be careful. I think the silence has given him an idea.
Oh, a wide swing into 2, though. Heavy traffic, and he has been ran over on this B side.
Sugetsu was the close player.
Yeah.
Like, he manages to spin and hit him.
This is disastrous with Neff down and out. There'll be no pit to fight back in. A lockdown put in play.
So much
just
time left.
Counters out that reckoning, and yeah, they're not buying time really on BLG. A battle needing to be found, and they are losing every fight. Levius down and out. A pick still to be found for Billy. And with K-Knight low, it was only a matter of time. Headshot connected, and this is it. The Harbor last to fall. Billy looked to find the flow state here on Icebox. They wanted a hot start, but they froze up against KC.
The crazy thing is, maybe they saw a 13-5 defeat to Paper X's weakness in the blue wall, but they've just been defeated 13-5 by KC. A very strong start to this matchup, and honestly, they look like a force to be reckoned with in this series. They do not want their key getting crushed.
This land is calling.
If you could be any agent in real life, which agent would you be?
Omen.
Omen? Not so fast. Just because of the TP?
Yeah, the TP is too OP, you know? Yeah, I mean, you can just TP anywhere.
Yeah.
And like 1 second, you don't have to take flight.
Yeah.
They have like match in Saudi in 2 hours, 8 breakfast in Kelantan, you know? And yeah, I'll be there.
Harbor, Chamber. Harbor is really buff. I feel like he smells good. I feel like his beach body's insane. And then Chamber, if I'm like trying to dress up, go to a nice dinner, just like insane fit. And so yeah, Chamber or Harbor.
Sage, I think Sage just like, first of all, she looks pretty, and second of all, she looks like she has like a very peaceful life.
I mean, I'm Moroccan, so I'm kind of Cypher. I'm Cypher build already.
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, so I'll just say Cypher. Yeah.
I like Phoenix a lot because I think he can do basically whatever. You know, like he can kind of smoke, kind of play duelist, kind of be a controller to get info sometimes in different ways to the wall.
I feel like Phoenix. He's got the charisma.
Yeah.
A dominant performance here by Karmine Corp. They came off firing on all cylinders here on Icebox. A nice attempt by BLG, but it's hard to fool the man who pioneered the composition that they were running on Icebox. It is 1-0 Karmine Corp. They are 1 win away from going to the knockouts and getting the opportunity to crush BLG's keys. Awesome to see a full stadium of both teams' fans, but only one will be moving on to the knockouts. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup, here presenting VALORANT. Degon alongside Baby Bay and Big Time, and it was a good battle that we wanted to see from KC. We keep saying, since the formation of this roster, when is this composition of players going to reach their potential? They're able to do so here at Big Time.
Yeah, like a very dominant game, right? We spoke about this a lot, but Icebox is quite a formulaic map.
Yeah.
To be nice, shall we say? And I think that's something that this KC team really understand very well. It really does fit their style, and we saw them just take over here.
Yeah, I mean, Sadhak literally pioneered the way for Harbor Viper compositions on this map, so it's no doubt in my mind that he had to be the one to beat it, right?
Yeah.
I'm a huge fan of it. I know Bea, who's not here right now, hates the Harbor comp, hates it completely, but it was nice to see, Sadhak kind of get a bit of revenge on his own composition.
Yeah, well,
so many teams.
We have the example of that standing by right now with that highlight of round number 4. Talk me through why this was so, I guess, such a great coming together of storylines with Sadhak being the opposite side, playing against the Harbor composition.
Yeah, so I think it's just about understanding your own strengths, right? So the moment that they see this Harbor heading into A, they know that they don't really need to overcommit to anything, to be honest. I mean, A is really quite a nice side to retake. They're able to delay pretty confidently, and then they just flood in with that retake. They have Sova, they have KO, great for taking space, great for going through the walls that this Harbor Viper comp has. So they just have the answer naturally naturally baked in. They understand that Sadak Agi has a situation perfectly and gets another round on the board.
Yeah, it's just the push and pull. I mean, understanding the composition to a T. And yeah, Sadhak drops early there in that clip, no KO ult, but you still see the power of all that utility. The Sova shock darts to delay the plant. It allows you to flood out onto the site.
A massive recon as well.
Yeah, it's just a masterclass, honestly. It looked phenomenal.
And you can see the composure of the former world champ that allowed the rest of the players in the team to pop off. But one specifically able to do so was Sugetsu, as he was this game's MVP and had some huge moments here, Baby Bay.
Oh, I mean, after that ace came through, this guy was just popping off on all cylinders, man. He just held it down, and what? There's only been like 3 aces so far. I heard that there's an ace on the B stream as well.
Ace on the B stream, one in the tech series as well.
Yeah. So I mean, when you get an ace like that, as a player that's as experienced as Sugetsu, it kind of just puts you over the edge and gives you the confidence to take over an entire map. And Viper on Icebox is the person you want getting that.
Yeah, exactly. When you're playing the Viper on Icebox, you're given a lot of trust. You have to do a lot of things for yourself. You know, you might often be left alone with little to help you. The rotates come, but it's a big map. So when your Viper is able to go crazy like that, shut down the opponent, it simplifies the map so much.
Yeah, and I think if I'm a KC fan, I love the fact that he was locked in. Everyone else was celebrating for him, and he was like, yeah, ace, go to the next round. Okay, I'll celebrate a little bit, and then, all right, let's lock back on in.
It's another day in the office for him. He's not even bothered by the aces these days. He gets too many over in EMEA, but yeah, legendary player, and really fantastic to watch.
All right, let's turn our page on over to the next map. We go from Icebox now to Lotus. We've seen both these teams play against us one here in Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and both lost to PRX.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, BLG had a closer series, that double overtime, but there's tons of footage for both sides. You're going to see a lot of anti-stratting, and you're going to see double duelists for KC, and on the other end, double controller for BLG.
For me, while I think KC did look very good this map, there's no denying there, but I am worried for them. One thing we know about KC is they're very good on their map pick. In kickoff, they were picking Bind, won flawlessly on Bind. Stage 1, it was Icebox, won flawlessly on Icebox, but they weren't so good on those map 2s, your opponent's map pick, and those decider maps. So and we spoke to Neff yesterday, and he literally said how confident he feels in their Lotus. So this is going to be a little bit more of a test for this KC roster.
All right, I want to go to you here, Baby Bay, as we have got a little under a minute before we head on back to that full arena. BLG needs someone to step up here. We've seen Neff be cool under pressure and surprised us in their match against PaperX, which was the loss that was impressive. Who do you need to step up on the side of BLG?
When I think of BLG, I think of Raze, and I think of YZ. This guy's been popping off all tournament long, even in his losses, dropping 31 against a team like PRX. He is the man that needs to do this.
All right, final thoughts here, big time.
Yeah, I agree. I think YZ needs to get active. I just need to see them start fast. They love this map. Do what you know. Trust the anti-strat.
All right, BLG Tournament Lives on the line. The blue wall coming out, firing on all cylinders on Icebox. Will they be able to put them to the sword? Let's find out. Map number 2 starts right now.
Welcome back, folks. It's time to see how this story ends, or if there's another chapter. For Billy, it's on to home soil, but Tom, you have to think they'll be a little bit deflated after that first map. They talked a big game about their preparation, but KC, miles ahead when it came to putting rounds on the board on map number 1.
Yeah, I still think you're going to be confident going into your own map choice, so I don't think it's the end of the world for them. I don't think they'll be panicking just yet, but realistically, like, this is still a map that they've had their ups and downs on, and maybe this is just from looking at what they saw from KC last time around, or maybe thinking that double duelist isn't going to have the same impact that it did before, but I think mostly it was probably that they pulled this one out in the best of 1 stage versus PaperX. It went incredibly well. They probably should have won it, and they go, okay, if we can do that versus PaperX, we can do it versus KC.
Well, time to put that to the test as we get into Lotus. This, of course, being the map pick of Billy, and somewhere that they will be hoping has a little bit of a different flavor to it. KC are looking hot to the touch. Sugetsu was on fire. He picked up an ace, and we haven't seen any of those on the ace stream. Haven't seen many of them when it comes to this tournament in general. I think it was the 3rd of the event, with another one happening today over on that B stream. So a lot of positives for KC. They've got the momentum in their favor, and unless I'm mistaken, and actually I can tell by the math I'm not, Billy, the only time that they strung around together on Icebox was off the back of the pistol.
Yeah, they definitely struggled. I think that, again, it's kind of like that story of two sides. It's like, if you get battered on your opponent map choice, sometimes you're just like, okay, let's just move on. Like, it doesn't really matter too much. And then on the other side of things, it's like, okay, if it had been close, you might have gone, okay, at least we got warmed into the game, because I think that was the major worry for me, is it wasn't even just that, okay, they lost. It was like, other than maybe K-Knight, and at the very beginning, I think Wisey had a few moments, none of the players particularly looked like they were in the game. I guess I'd put Neff as, again, had a moment here or there. But it's like, yeah, a pretty quiet performance from everybody in the server. And now you're going into your map choice, which, okay, at least recently you've had some decent results, but you go back to when they played against Sentinels, they lost recently to PaperX, they lost to DRX in the tournament before that. So it's like, it's not exactly like the last map for KC, where it's like you've won 6 times out of 7 over the last 3 months. It's like, no, it has some falters in it. For the KC side, again, they did relatively well versus PaperX. Regionally in the qualifier, they had some decent matches as well, so I don't think they're going to be too happy coming into this. And a lot of teams are not running the double duelist on this map, so that might be something that has to be dealt with on the other side for BLG. No real surprises there. We are keeping with that Yoru combo alongside the Raze.
The Yoru combo. I'm very excited to see it on the server. Yeah, we'll see. KC on the attack side, they're going to have the opportunity to keep that momentum rolling, but this is where Billy need to put a stop to it. KC start running away with it early. It was like a 6-1 start on the previous map, and an odd round scattered throughout a sea of blue. We can't see the same thing happen here. This is Billy's home turf. This is where they decided to take the fight to KC, and this could be where the key is crushed for that squad. The pressure mounting. As we said, in Toronto, this is where they went out 1-1, and then they lost that matchup, falling out of the international flights booked, and they could be in the same boat without even making it to Sunset.
Yeah, the playoff stage would be nice. It's also worth noting in their defeat to PaperX, Wisey 31-21, and very good individual performance, and that's sort of my main hope for them. We know this guy can play other agents, but the one that springs to mind is always going to be that Raze, what he can do with the Judge, what he can do with these aggressive blast packs, and I think going into a more comfortable position after a defeat like that is the most important thing. You could reset, you go, okay, now I am on my agent, I am on my home turf. I'd say the same for Martin, though. If there's any agent I want to see Martin play, it is that Yoru.
Well, we've kicked off with the barriers up. We'll see who manages to get off to that good start for KC. They lost the second half pistol. They lost the first half follow-up and still only conceded 5 rounds total. It was a solid showing from them. The attacking side moving quickly towards this A site. But you can see that very much ready for it on the side of Billy. Will be Rushia with the pressure on him, but he's got some support from the broken door. The nade almost claiming the life of K-Knight. Some support in from heaven as well. Good rotations for Billy. Element of surprise gets one for Rushia, but he is surrounded and pounded out of the round. Elite even got the flank on lockdown. And that is a disastrous start to the pistol, with Levius needing a 1v4.
Yeah, up until that moment there was hope. Now that hope has diminished. Levius at least knows where one of them is, but the cam is going to give the game away. Needs this one clean, and okay, he gets it. The time has been bought. I know almost exactly where he is. Well, Aves mentioned the Raze on the other side. It's him to start things off. Now on that duelist. Although I will say he was very good on the server in the last map as well.
No, consistency is key. But for KC, a pistol round to open up the map. This is what we saw on the previous. It seemed like they were in a bit of danger with Rushia on that side, but he struggled to get more than one, and their own Thorns delaying the push back in allowed Elite to strike from behind, deleting the duo that were set to mount a retake.
Flush them out.
That's a pistol win. But think back to Icebox. Billy managed to win this follow-up. And it seemed like they were going to get off to a good start. That's something they do desperately need here. That said, only a Marshall and a Sheriff alongside those classics. Definitely not the best of weaponry to rely on.
I'll say, after the last map, I'm not going to hold my breath. We saw a crazy back and forth, but Sugetsu is already going to start things off with an opener, and while unfortunately for K-Knight, he didn't have the shields to play with, as Martin did. The C site open for business, but for now at least, the goal is just collecting the orbs, getting towards that showstopper for Aves. Maybe even let him plant if they really want to try and maximize. And he does have the spike, so they're literally trying to get that showstopper as quickly as possible.
Spike planted.
Yeah, it seems like the start, KC hitting the gas and losing the brakes. A 2-0, almost inevitable. Will it be clean though? Or will it be costly? Aves, only with a pistol. Not too much to lose if he goes down.
But they just made a swap. He gave up the gun. Yeah. He wants the orb.
And he'll be grabbing at least one more. The death grants another. And a little bit of a follow-up, but you see Sadek's the player with the pistol, way back on the site, so at least something lost by KC, but not investing a ton into the round. They had that margin for error. One rifle left on the floor. The squad happy with that result as a 2-0 kickoff. Even now, I think it's only a Marshall they lost.
Yeah, really not the end of the world. They're weapons that can be afforded to be lost, and then they'll be able to buy back up. And I think if he collected both orbs, got a kill, and then got the plant, he's definitely maximizing the amount that he can get in the round. One away from having that showstopper already. So I think this is going to be some A-orb contention. That's a goal from KC so far, though Neff has already managed to find one with a spam. A solid start, and they are brawling for this control over on the A side.
A very valuable pick as well, not least because Sugetsu's been so individually impactful, but really limiting the options of KC now without that Omen, without those extra smokes to pad that gap on the pushes in towards the site. What could help them out is Aves finding that extra orb that they farmed up in the previous. One away from the showstopper. Then you wouldn't have to block those angles. Oh, they found Russia too. That's through the B site. A wall even in the way, but it wasn't enough. And at this point, another trade out. A showstopper fired, and its target found but not dealt with till the wall bang comes through. Great recovery from KC, and a 3v2 now. Billy on the back foot.
That's gotta hurt. Elite was so desperately low on HP.
Where are you?
K-Knight and Neff completely isolated from each other. The paranoia was solid, and Neff, he gets his third kill of the round, but unless K-Knight can get both of the remainder, that was a chance. He hit them both with that seize. That brought them both low on HP, but unfortunately, the shot from the other side was just that little bit quicker. It's another flying start on the attack side from KC. And it is worth noting that where they struggled a little bit last time out was on the defense, but I think we're looking at, firstly, a different squad, but also we're yet to really see the BLG that we know and love.
They are
That's exactly it, Tom. They froze up over on Icebox, and now it's a struggle. Losing that third round, it gives KC a streak. This could get dangerous. A lot of players on A. It's a big gamble with the low buy, but that has not worked out. Comes up Snake Guys with KC dominating the duels. Neff, oh, he's got the double. It was a real chance with the stinger. And he's given Levius a chance, but a slim one.
Yeah. They know where he is as well. Even the element of surprise is gone, and they are lining up like a firing squad, ready to fight him. I say that, Sugetsu is well ahead of anyone else, but he is playing so confidently, I don't think he cares. Happy faces on the side of KC. Of course, a team that ended up coming through as the 4th spot EMEA seed. Has not been having a great year overall. I believe at kickoff they even finished in dead last. But since coming into this qualifier, They had to start in the early stage as well, by the way. They fought through the entirety of it. They weren't one of the top 4 teams that got to cut out a little bit.
6 matches, I think.
So if they make it all the way into the playoffs, that will already be a success. Of course, the organization of Carmine Core, they have got a lot to play with. Neff has been honestly amazing so far. There has been one player on Lotus for BLG, and it has been Neff, and it seems like he's finally going to be rewarded with a round.
Don't speak too early, Tom.
It's
still a 2v5.
Come on. Or a 2v1 if Neff's the only one playing.
Well, it will be a 2v1 fight, at least being teed up, but Neff wisely just falls back. There's no reason to give them a duel, to give them a chance to get back into this round. And you can see KC know that this is not somewhere that they can create opportunities for themselves, most likely. They show contact towards C, they wait for a flank, and they hope that someone steps out of line. But so far, it is patience, it is discipline. Even here, contact play for Levius, paranoia to follow up.
Cover going out.
Re-smoke, of course, giving them that little bit of extra space. And here we go. Paranoia through, but Elite gets 2!
30 seconds
that duo deleted, and the C site now for KC. I was joking with them having a chance in the 2v5, but there's a real possibility. Luckily, Russia makes this an uphill battle for Sadek.
Also got to be careful on the cross. Wanted to try and isolate one of the duels, but it isn't to be. Elite made it interesting, but thankfully the other 3 players were able to make sure that didn't go any further. It's a round on the board, but the round really was won by Neff. Said he had a moment or two when it came to the previous map, but I feel like he's already had 2 or 3 in this map, and that's their first round.
A much needed one as well. They lose that bye, and it is probably 6-0 on the board. That triple kill. Great attempt, though, in fighting their way back through.
Okay.
I was thinking, yeah, it's not like he peeked out too early and the paranoia hadn't landed yet. I can't fault them at all. That hold on C was exactly what they needed. Somehow Elite turned up. He's 8-3 to start this one out, but it wasn't enough to win the round. It certainly was enough, though, to make us worried for Billy. 4-1. And let's hope it's not the same as Icebox, where they failed to string together a second round all the way through. Of course, KC can still hit that full buy.
Oh, yeah.
But no ults to fall back on.
Oh, already. Thorns going out. Space being taken, but for now at least, they're just going to sit within the Thorns. Of course, it's the movement within them that does the damage to you. Well, they've got this site mostly for free, but you're looking at that steel guard. No, you're not, because Levius went ahead. Luckily, K-Knight is there to keep them at least within the realms of possibility. Wisey with another. The spike's still not planted, and it's left all on to Elite. He found 2 in the 2v5. Let's see what he can do in the 1v2.
Well, he's leading the charge for KC so far. Definitely not the man you want remaining in this scenario if you're a Billy fan. You can see the defenders. They each have to hold an angle. They're isolated. There's a chance. If he can find the first, and it's a headshot. But following up on that kill may now be more difficult. They're lined up together, ready to take this. Not allowing it to be a 1v1. I was worried they'd step ahead, but again, the discipline being shown, allowing Elite to move around. There's a gap in the smoke, but Neff's holding it. And Billy land their second. The climb back begins.
Good response. I think the main thing there was just the K-Knight being able to find a multi-frag, because the fact that the player that has the sort of high impact ult is the first one swinging is a dangerous game to play, but the rest of the synergy was solid from the side of BLG, making sure that that one didn't slip away from them, and more importantly, stringing their next one together. We'll see though. I think that might have been a signal for a pause from, I think it was Zysh asking for it, which is very interesting. The fact that they were 4-2 up, both of the, at least that last round was relatively close in the way that it went, but clearly, even at 4-2 in the lead, Zysh has spotted something that he wants to fix.
Not surprised. Not surprised. He's a man that seeks perfection, and he won't settle for anything less, especially with Aang alongside him.
Well, you mentioned earlier about the fact that although in terms of hometown heroes, it doesn't really exists within the Valorant scene. The closest you'll get is Aves. The second closest is Zysh. Obviously also having that link to Egypt as well. So
now we wait.
I know for a fact that it will mean a lot to him to have success within this tournament. And as we've already mentioned, for them, this is all about succeeding here and then starting their road to Paris. For BLG, they'll be expected to be in Paris. But I will say that from what we've seen in this tournament and the last, it does feel like the Chinese region is heating up.
Without a doubt, we'll need to see the same thing in this series, as it was a cold start in the previous. Martin, I thought he'd TP out or go a little further into spawn, but he gets aggressive with it. And a pick found as a result. Levius has a challenge up close, and it's Aves dropped, forced down to the pistol, and eliminated early on. That's the trade back. Showstopper online for YZ. KC, without much ground to follow up on. That flash dodged by one, but Levius wisely doesn't swing wide.
It has bought time, though, for YZ to get into position. They wanted the information. Now they're starting to rotate players back over to C after not seeing that pressure placed on the B site anymore. Although saying that, it's just a ruse. Yeah, they're baiting the idea that this is going to be a C site and then hitting back towards A. There is a jiggle peek coming through from K9, but the second he swings, Elite takes his head clean off. A site open for business. The lurk of Elite, again, his 9th kill already. We're only just getting into round number 7.
Oh, YZ's very wise to this play. He knew someone was towards C. Getting that pick so valuable for BLG, brings it back to even footing, but KC, they go deep. Unfortunately, Levius is hiding in the corner, but he's still dealt with. Getting the jump on them perhaps, but Sagetsu's spidey senses were tingling, and now they just back off. No need to continue the aggression. They'll play back on the site. YZ could use this moment to put the showstopper into play to get them out of heaven. Sagetsu's waiting for it though. He spotted the head. Not even gonna fake the TP, stands his ground, but loses it to Neff. The time ticking though. They need to be quick in making this play. They've spotted one, showstopper in, and it's gonna find its mark. Elite though, buying time, and it's now too far gone. YZ's gonna get out of here. They've traded the round for the showstopper, and YZ even falls to the spike. KC with another round on the board.
Yeah, and it's another round that you can almost put solely down to the success of Elite. Sure, you have the initial play from the aggression from Martin that causes some havoc, but the round was definitely still open for business until that shot is connected. And what, again, you just talk about the confidence that we're seeing out from these KC players. Just having a good time up on the stage. And while it's now going to be the pause on the other side, after they were given almost a free one, I guess, in the last round by Zysh, having something he wanted to point out to the team. I have to wait and see if Billy can have the same sort of impact.
And if the call was to have that push and pull on the map, open up space for Elite to walk through, it worked wonderfully. The fake out as well, not the ability, but the tactic from the team towards the C site. Fade showing utility, Yoru following up, noise being made, and well, they certainly fell for it. Calling a timeout here, definitely the right call, because they've seen what happens when KC build up momentum. They run away with it. Biting the bullet so far is BLG in this series. They need this and the next map to save their key, or it'll be straight to the Crusher.
But also,
I'll find you.
Leave a lot to be desired. Spam shots have done so much. They are getting wiped out. YZ's very low, so I guess realistically a bullet would have done the job, but we're considering they have invested everything. Every last penny has gone into this round. They are being slammed. Finally, they get their first pick, but it is all but done and dusted. They are bleeding. They are hemorrhaging. And more importantly, it would likely leave EDG later today, correct me if I'm wrong, as the last hope left for China at this event, which, considering what we've seen from the likes of Wolves, EDG in the past,
That's surprising. I suppose they are the team you'd want to carry the mantle, but maybe not in recent memory. Levy's at least catching Martin, but the 1v4 was never to be. KC continue the climb up. They are now miles ahead of BLG in this series. Even look at this, like the bit of aggression that they attempt, pushing up to crunch in on this fight early on, and they are dealt with immediately. That timeout not working out at all. It's not quite a flawless round, but it's damn close. You can see the frustration seeping into the coaching staff. As now, that was a full buy round. You wouldn't think it from what you saw, but they're left with scraps to contend with. A Viper's Pit, though, that could definitely help out. A bookie sitting inside, the pick goes deep, making it an easy connection if KC do take this towards the B site. But so far, Tom, that space towards A, whether it's fought for or conceded, has gone KC's way. No surprise that up against the weaker weapons, they favor taking it this way again.
Yeah, it feels like the only success that has really been there for BLG is if the opponents have walked in to Neff. His 3K, I think it was on the C site, and then he had the spams through on the A site as well, which did a lot for them. Which is surprising. As I said, last time out, YZ was a force to be reckoned with. 31 kills versus Paperex on this map, and while it is still not going his way, 2 openers. Sure, Martin got tagged a little bit, but that's the site fully under control. The Viper's Pit will have no impact in this round. Wow, you look at the weaponry they have for a retake. 2 stingers and a bucky. I'm not hopeful.
Yeah, Martin's still alive as well after a Seize nade was thrown at him, and he just sidesteps that with the gate crash. Gets shot in the head, still drawing breath. Billy had some opportunities here, but it's hard to deal with this man. And the rest of the squad showing up to close it out. A bookie 1v5. I've seen it before. Mr. Fallen sat there saying, well, this is doable. But not under these conditions. Martin to close it out. He should have been dead to rights twice in that round. Yet he's the one to land the final kill. A big lead for KC. And a little bit of deja vu seeping in here for BLG. They barely bested G2 Esports playing with a stand-in. But up against the full might of KC, they seem to be crumbling, unlike the blue wall.
No, and this has started to become a sort of real shock to the system. Like, we always saw the potential of this Carmine core roster with the amount of experience and young blood that they brought in, some players that maybe didn't have the best time on their last roster, but know they had the value. And then the one man they kept on your screen right now, excluding the coaching staff, who again, highly rated, but to do this to somewhat a mainstay of the international stage at this point, we're waiting for them to come to life, and well, it might just be at the hands of YZ.
Certainly set them up for success so far. That Outlaw menacing for so many of these players. But the shots, they don't land for the kill. YZ still lurking around on B, keeps that space. 4 players towards the C site, and that space is being taken by Sagetsu. He's seeing nothing on A. It's wide open for the taking. And it looks like he'll go to the site, so bypassing this contact from Neff. If he goes up the rope, he could be dead to rights. He needs to keep this space. He needs to stay alive, and he won't. For KC, that could be and should be the end of this round. 2 versus 5, an Outlaw to fight their way in, and the spike on the floor.
Spike down A.
Zadak eventually is going to get flanked as well, and I'm hoping this will finally be the awakening of YZ. Someone, again, who we highlight every single time we see BLG play with how good individually he can be, and this was just a glimpse of what we know he can do. Untradeable in that moment.
30 seconds left.
And even managing to find the final flank as well. This needs to be something a little bit more. Still already, I imagine, they're going to be quite happy with the amount of rounds they've already achieved on the attack side, but we know this. The attack side of this map has always been favored, always been stronger. KC will likely want the last 2 as well.
And again, we look at Billy needing to string rounds together. One here or there does nothing for you. Aves, Elite, the two players that seem so reliable in this series so far, and they keep putting up numbers. Russia left alone and dealt with, and again, the same situation for Bilibili. They can find a round here or there, but it's consistency for KC that's giving them the leg up.
It's actually starting to get a little bit ridiculous that they haven't been able to string any rounds together pretty much throughout the entirety of the series, other than Pistol and round 2 in the last map. Other than that, they have been really struggling to just keep any level of consistency, and it's just going to leave you on the back foot every time in terms of the economy. They managed 2 at best in this series. Oh, why is he? He's almost dead. He's taken so much damage off the back of the nade. He's still looking to try and push this one, and the Haunt has even been destroyed, so they know how much space has been lost. The Vice Wall is in position. A chance to isolate one of these players. Instead, though, it's back to Farming Simulator. They're going to get themselves another orb in the hope that maybe at the end of this round, Aves will have his.
Nef needs to hold strong here. This is, again, they give up the A space early on KC, move towards C, put utility down. They have Elite waiting on B for the aggression, but late contact will again be this weakness they felt out towards the A site, and it's only Nef left to hold the line. He'll fade back into the smoke. Hearing the Prowler come through, he knows Danger is on the other side. Danger almost got him through that smoke. 61 health. He's been spammed down, as has Wisey.
It's a ruse. It's a ruse. They're trying to go back late towards the C site, but the ruse has not succeeded. There are still 2 players within this site. Nef has also caught Aves. They know that this is now a fake and walking into what is still a trap, but even still they managed to find one. Spike on the floor. And they're going to utilize that Steel Garden in the hopes, but it doesn't matter. Martin's still going, even with the pistol. But getting this spike down is going to be incredibly difficult. So many players tagged up, but Martin's still going strong, looking for that final round, but Nef is standing in their way. The plant is not going to go down either. That was all he really needed. KC, they'll win 8-4, but BLG at least got one at the end.
Plans within plans from KC, but BLG, they've given themselves enough of a chance, a foundation laid, but a comeback needed in half number 2. Welcome back, folks. KC leading 8-4 after an attacking half, and despite the struggles of BLG stringing only 2 rounds together, it seems like towards the end of that half, they've given themselves a chance, some hope that they can recover this map and take us to sunset and potentially keep their key in the game.
Yeah. This is our decider matchup. One of these teams will join the already crushed squads that fell out yesterday. We'll also lose another couple more today as well. It really is a day of eliminations. For KC, they are just 5 rounds away from sending BLG packing, taking themselves to the playoffs where they'll join a couple more EMEA squads and some pretty damn heavy hitters at that. But the fact is they have almost completely lost control of the A site. It is only one man in this position. Martin just hoping he can find something here, but he is completely surrounded.
Not a chance. Good reaction by BLG, just flooding him even from up top. Damage has been done. K-Knight in with a big chance, and he's grabbed himself a triple. Sugetsu, well, he's been phenomenal so far in this series. The 1v5, way too much to ask.
Again, an important pistol. We've already mentioned it. When you look at the attack side of this map, that is where you see a lot of teams thrive. There's a good opportunity, especially like considering you saw that 8-4 half versus PaperX. We know that this squad can battle and brawl on this side of the map especially. The setup going to be there for players like Wisey to take that space. That's where he is most likely to put up those numbers. And if you're going to get someone like K-Knight also picking up those plays, this map definitely isn't done just yet.
No, far from it. It definitely felt like the momentum was there for KC in the first half, but like we said, that resurgence from Billy. Now the pistol round follow-up. You'd love to see this. Some ideas from KC. And if that wall goes down and Russia goes swinging, this may be a frustrating opening duel. Yep, that's not how you want that one to go. But seeing so many players, KC immediately assumed that giving that info away will mean that Billy accelerate on the C site. They move immediately towards filling in that space, but they won't get here in time. The space already taken and the plant found for Billy.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be tough.
Not found. Not yet.
Nade at least buys them a little bit of extra time, but stopping this plant any further should be impossible. Util limited to just the flashes of Martin. One already expended, almost grants a kill, but it's K-Knight again. He makes sure that versus the pistols, he's going to be padding those stats at least a little bit. That actually came very close for Sadak there. That was one player, one bullet away. I don't know how he's come out with a 3K, and I don't know how that was even remotely close.
Well, you can thank your lucky stars that K-Knight found as much value as he did, fully blinded up. Plenty of players would try running for their life, especially with how the game's gone so far. But he stood his ground, sprayed down blinded, and ended up taking 3, considering how close it was. Oh, this is it as well. Fully blinded, he just kept on going. That is what kept him alive. Otherwise, Sadek's triple may well have sealed the fate of Billy. Still, good damage and a good outcome for KC, who now look to continue their streak. They have had the momentum. They've had a choke hold on the game, and Martin, oh, he's wrecked Russia. The A site. No space for the attackers. The wall no longer in play. And a 5 versus 3 to work with. It looks like it may be a 9-6 scoreline.
And they've ended up playing this one as a bonus at least, but there was still some weaponry to play with. You can already see the style of aggression that KC have. I think Sugetsu, even in map 1, sort of decided, like, I think I'm just better than these guys. I'm going to keep doing ridiculous plays and just see how many I can get away with. And I'll be honest, he's got away with almost all of them. Especially when he was back on the Viper. K-Knight, 3Ks in the last 2 rounds. Probably hoping he can make it 3, otherwise I think this one is going to go in the other direction. But the main problem is just how much time is left. Spike only just being retrieved back towards the spawn. 30 seconds left. A double stack up on the B side, a double stack up on C. Good luck.
Yeah, look at K9 immediately realizing that's not a push they can make happen. Hearing steps away from C, though. Levius is called for that rotation. TPs go in, it's a double TP. A brave play by Sugetsu, but perhaps a foolish one as he's shut down. The spike still needing to cross. 10 seconds, and picks keep going their way. KC overheating and giving opportunities away. The plant should be found here, and the spray almost cost Sadik his life, but they'll get there in the end. A round that seemed destined to be KC's, but it does come close.
But that was exactly what I was talking about. Like, Sugetsu has made some plays where I'm like, that's madness. Like, that's actually just, it verges on stupid. But it's like, he's been getting away with it all the way through the match. And then that was where they go, okay, mate, like, come on, you've just double TP'd into the back of the site when you know they've already got through that point. It was very risky, and they were very nearly punished, but Martin and Sadak make sure that that doesn't go any further. It does make the round quite a bit more costly than they would have liked. 2 standing.
10 seconds left.
Of course, that was the bonus. Although I believe Rusia has potentially expended his credits to make it at least a little bit more bolstered than it would have been. To see what they're going to have coming into this round. Yeah, he's suffering a little bit with the Bulldog, but it's still a good buy. The crazy thing as well is if you look at the sparkly skull, top fragger in the server right now is Nair.
I mean, they're only 3 rounds behind. He's had some big performances, but... Oh, Sugetsu!
What?
He's hunting down that title! A triple! And they fold it in his hands yet again! It's 4! No way! 2 aces possible in 1 series! And again, they'll give him this space. The battle is his to take. The title his to claim. We've seen a handful of aces, but 2! Not yet! But Sugetsu delivers as KC seem destined to claim this series.
Maybe sacrificed himself in the last round so that he gets powered up in this one. The first 2, I feel like you knew from then that he was about to do something crazy because he already had. And then the setup as well, the selfless Aves to give him that extra pick.
That's a good teammate right there.
Yeah, 2 aces. We were talking about it. I think so far in this tournament, we'd had 1 ace before today.
Yes.
He's had 2 aces in 1 series. So definitely upping the stats. Thank you, Sugetsu, for that one. But what an absurd round again from him. And it's another one where you go, okay, we lost the bonus. We're about to get into an important round. We've got a full buy. This is our chance to break back. And he crushes them into the dirt.
And it's not even like that swing is poorly timed. I don't think Billy did anything wrong there in the initial 2 fights that they gave. Just Sugetsu, his position, his reactions, everything pieced together perfectly to bring KC that dub. And it's got to be frustrating for Billy. They've done the right thing in so many of these rounds, even thinking back to map number 1. But KC, they've got that extra factor, and you know what? We talked about Neff. He had the skull beside his name. He was the top fragger. Well, Aves, he's matching him. Sugetsu
look at the scoreboard.
Back up.
13, 13, 12, 12, 12. Yeah. Anybody can take it. And that's the difference. Every single member of KC is on right now. Everybody has had their moments. This is the team we were promised at the beginning of the year that we never quite saw. But now just 3 rounds away from the destruction of the Billy key, but more importantly for them, a spot in the playoffs.
I can definitely see why some people put KC number 1 coming into this event, Tom. I'll tell you that. They're delivering.
Okay.
They're heating up throughout the year.
It's not overcooked.
At Elite, he's been blinded, but he's using the smokes. He's gotten out of there. Slipped through the cracks, but so had Neff. Delivering one to the back of his head, but Sugetsu returns the favor. Sadik takes down Levius. But the push in towards the spawn, BLG are finding some extra space. They're isolating duels. This round now sees a lot of promise. Rifles and a big bazooka for YZ. He's got the showstopper to work with the numbers even and the plant in. BLG may even be favored. And if this showstopper goes in towards the spawn, this could be huge.
Oh, Nightfall first, showstopper to counter. Could get both of Will. YZ. Another added, and wow, there is no chance for Martin to turn this around again. Resilience shown by BLG. You get aced for a second time, but it doesn't crush the mental. And this time, one of those low-buy investments has paid off for them.
A big round for BLG. It puts them right back into the flow state here on this map. Great reactions as well. Neff's TP deep. They follow up on that space. Showstopper comes online, and like we said, they had to pick some space. Either going back to main and playing it passive, or with the Showstopper, reacting to the utility and spawn. They made the right call. This time they weren't punished by a ridiculous individual play. So they get a second win coming into the late stage of Lotus.
Yeah, but we know what their problem was. It was never finding a round. It was finding the second. It was making sure that they could actually string something together. They've spotted to get to, honestly, go the other way, run for the hills, because it seems like the second you meet that man, you meet your doom. Instead, well, they've managed to remove the guns away. That Steel Garden has helped, but it doesn't help versus a Showstopper, and it doesn't help versus Aves. Back on top once again, and it is the same flaw we have witnessed all the way through this match for BLG. They cannot win rounds in a row.
That's the Egyptian to hammer it home. It's got to be devastating, man. That previous round, they made the best of a bad situation and then some. Picked up so much. And to find a crumble like this, it's deja vu yet again. The same old formula filled in, and look at the frustration from Billy. It felt like that was their opportunity to get back into the game. But the second wind out of the sails. Now they look to do it here. Spray good for YZ. A triple and the Stinger follow-up. He even started that by shooting their own Omen TP. That's a ridiculous recovery on what looked like a bit of a blunder. And well, they can't string rounds together, but they will battle right back afterwards at least.
Yeah, it seems like both teams are now starting to have the same issue. YZ used the Showstopper in the last round, already 5, and what will be 6 orbs back towards it. Well, the only way to get it quicker would be to ace. Not really possible. But it is a huge round for him. Well, there you go. There's the 7th orb. 1 away from having the Showstopper already. Maybe not the way he would have wanted to do it. And well, for Elite, this comes down to saving the weaponry. The economy, not bad if he can hold on to this gun. He'll be able to drop for Martine. Everybody else will be able to afford. He loses this gun. We're going to see a few vulnerabilities for KC.
I really hope we get a replay of YZ running in, shooting Neff in his TP, and then picking up 3. Like, that was a horrendous start, but a beautiful finish. They're closing in on Elite. They don't want him to save that weapon, and he will be denied. 8-11. But for BLG, their biggest challenge yet to come, putting a second round in a row on the board. It has been, yeah. Thank you very much. Look, it's beautiful. He makes such a good play after such a
4 headshots. 4 headshots.
Exactly.
Headshot his own teammate and then headshot 3 other people. That's how skillful he is.
He shot it so they thought he was on their side. You know, oh yeah, guys, let's shoot the TP. Let's get him. It looks so funny. And then he delivers. It was his own little warm-up routine.
Exactly. Right, sometimes you need to play deathmatch in the middle of the match.
Absolutely. Timeout from KC as well.
That's the last one, right?
I think so, yeah.
I think that's the last pause overall. I think we've seen.
You can see up top, yeah.
A lot of them. No, I mean for both sides. I think Billy have also used both of their pauses. So
I think you're correct.
It's going to be, well, pretty much lights out up until OT if we get there. But the back and forth, although eventually would end up in KC's favor, and I think it's, again, a proactive stance. Like, okay, we've now had 2 rounds that have slipped away from us. We want to make sure that this isn't the door being opened back up for Billy. Because, as said, you get someone like YZ popping, it seems to be the case right now, 17 and 13, maybe he's coming alive late in the game. You need to squash that out, otherwise we could easily see a map 3 on the cards.
Without a doubt. The aggression from KC. Put pressure on Levius. He's being chased down. Paranoia is following him. So is the Prowler. Players all around, and they're coming back to help him, but a little bit too late. Billy lose control of their own spawn, but they haven't pushed too far forward either. They haven't cleared tree, haven't got any space towards that broken door. I mean, this is slow, and all the information there for KC.
Yeah, that turnaround to try and help him ended up being a bit more of a problem than it ended up being a solution. Neff, though, again, so many high-value kills throughout this map so far. A 4v4 scenario, spike planted. And in terms of the ults, nothing online for either side, but Elite has managed to kill off K9. That's going to be the reveal. They know exactly where this man is. That doesn't necessarily help them again. Neff just stepping up when they need him. A third for the Omen. Wisey's added another, and well, Sugetsu, he's liked his chances all the way through this map, and not this one.
And a game full of individuals, especially Sugetsu, the man left last alive. 2 aces in this series alone. You need a player to step up on the other side, and we know that Wisey's reliable, but Neff has been the safest pair of hands when they need him. A second round in a row for Billy. The question is, can KC break the chain again? Because they've been successful almost every time. And I mean, 2 in a row is pretty much the best case scenario for Billy. This is where that all needs to change. And if it does, it'll be because of a man like this. Big plays, even when they had the information to work around. Dealing with him, like you said, it's a different task altogether.
Well, yeah, 3 rounds in a row would be the most they've got in the series, which is a pretty damning statistic. But then you look at the buy that's coming out for KC and you go, well, they should get 3 in a row. Whether they do is a different story. Already a bit of chip damage. That was just off the back of the Viper screen. Sugetsu with his rifle is, well, in 2 of the rounds we've seen this series has been enough on its own.
The question is, was Levius close enough to hear that trap be put down? Because you saw C main aggression come through, and now a massive rotation from KC. On a low buy round like this, for so many players, this is where a team typically over-rotates, because you want to play as a pack. You want to use the numbers advantage. And the cam being destroyed, the trip about to be, this is perfect. If Billy read this correctly, that deep utility, assume the rotation, they'll push into a wide open site. They'll get the plant. But KC's adjustment, with 2 lurkers still in play for Billy, this could be dangerous. Aves has already dropped 1. Martin running away, taking an orb, and he'll get it, but in death. Not for the rest of the round, as Wisey now becomes a thorn in their side. They're bringing the spike back. Yeah. Going back towards the numbers. If Wisey goes down, that could be the round, but Elite, there's a pick on the C side as well. I mean, this round is back and forth. It's a little sloppy. Aves has taken his moment, but that is what swings it firmly into Billy's favor.
Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one in terms of, like, from our perspective, it looks like they're walking back into danger, but you kind of understand it. You expect those rotations. Wisey gets a lot of space, and more importantly, he is now hitting. The curse has been broken. 2 rounds in a row was the biggest streak. Now they make it up to 3. And now, well, more importantly, they're only 1 away from taking this away from Carmine Court. The step up of Wisey has, and well, Neff have been the big differences. Wisey now 21 and 13. Okay, that may have been a lower buy for KC, but every single kill he had, you see that go the other way, that, well, not quite 50-50, but close. And that could have easily been a KC round. Instead, he's the one to drag them through. Another showstopper. I'm losing count as to how many he's had so far in this half. But this was the guy we wanted to see.
Levius taking the operator to try to deal with that C push. The one way is not giving him the angle, but they'll go into re-clear late. Space taken on A, or at least that's the perception they're trying to sell. Thing is, there's not going to be an over peak from Elite. I hope I'm right in saying that. They still have the camera to cover off that space. Neff spotted outside A, but he's backing off, and it doesn't look like KC are too worried about that A site. They've rotated Aves up towards B heaven. A 1-2-2 with the Cypher utility bolstering down that C site, but now they start to think about B. They start to think about that rotate with space conceded. And that is going to leave A a little lighter defended. Martin has a gate crash for a little while longer. And They hear the steps, it's clean. Does he get, oh, he can't get out. Gets a little greedy.
Yeah, he sticks around for too long, and that gives them the way onto the site, but he has bought some time. Sadak already here, looking to swing alongside Aves. Paranoia is superb. It pushes them back, but they do need to get into that plant. Stuck in the mud from the Caesars. Viper's Pit, even going to be thrown in off the back of it. That will give them that little bit of extra space to try and fall back from. And well, this is definitely not going to be easy for KC to get back in.
The sprays here, very dangerous. A lot of players lined up on that close angle. Aves waiting for the walkthrough. Oh, the spam almost takes Neff down. Those players lurking inside the pit. K-Knight takes his moment to swing through! And it's a Sheriff through the pit. It's Rusia stepping up for the battle. Sugetsu trying to dive on in, but they need to find Viper. They need to drop that pit, and Levius wraps around to take them down as they seek him out. 11-11. The lead no longer in the hands of KC. And Billy, well, once they got off the ground, once they've started to chain these rounds together, they've looked like a different team altogether.
Yeah, they left it so late to really come back into this game, and you can see the frustration really building.
Enemy A.
You'll feel if you're a KC fan, player, or coaching staff, this map probably should have been done a while ago with how well they were performing, but you give that little window, that little chance, and that can be enough for BLG to get back into it. We spoke about their attack side. We spoke about how good they were versus Paperex, even when it wasn't enough. And now that showstopper going in immediately. He's got the support though as well. The opener onto Elite. With only a singular rifle in play, it would have to be Sadak, and that is not pretty.
Yeah, he was expecting someone to have already pushed up B, to be coming back towards him. Not quite expecting the double swing back, and a good adjustment from Billy after seeing that C aggression, after being pushed down on A. They open the door, they wrap back, deal with those A main players, have a really good leg to stand on now in this post plant. The advantage there for them. Martin only good for the one, and all danger averted with Sugetsu all alone.
I know exactly where he is. And he does not know where they are expecting to be pushed. He's going to try and play in the angle. Now there is a gun that he can retrieve, so I think that will be the goal. Just try and bring something into the next, but he's being pressured from both angles. Even holding on to this would be difficult, and while Wisey is going to make sure there is nothing to be grabbed.
Still waiting.
The first time we've seen a streak of rounds from BLG, and that might be where they finally have got to the point, as they are now one away from taking this second map and, well, basically resetting this series into a best of one.
Well, that's it, Tom. I mean, so far it's been, it felt like Billy were stalling out. But now, all gas, no brakes, and the finish line in sight. 1 round to go. And they'll bring us to a map 3. 5 in a row.
They got double operator.
Double op it may be, and look at what they're up against. The showstopper in play, but Martin out of the round already.
Not the start that they were looking for. The sniper on the other side immediately eliminated, and Neff's added another to the death toll. It was a strong showing in that first half, and even the beginning of this second from Carmine Corp, but they have started to crumble at the worst possible moment. Rusia putting down Sugetsu, a third map looking inevitable at this stage, and Aves showstopper and Elite is all that stands in their way, and they couldn't be further away from the action. The C site will be under threat, and well, they've already utilized the steel garden to make sure if there was anybody there, they are not having a gun.
Well, it took a while for Billy to warm up, but they are certainly looking good now. The closer just moments away. 2 picks, Aves and Elite. The showstopper fired in, doesn't even find a pick. Damage done, sure, but the uphill battle and the climb that they just cannot make happen. 13-11, 6 rounds in a row for Billy, and they have found their way to sunset, battling to keep the dream alive, to keep that key intact, and to lock in playoffs after the break.
This land is calling.
Even the G2 fans are loving it because they did not like seeing KC win, which means Billy Gaming, they had their backs against the wall, almost getting eliminated, but they rifled round after round after round here in Lotus and forced us to an elimination. Map number 3 here, baby bay.
Yeah, this is a crazy comeback. And of course, we're going to see this in a series like this. I mean, your life is on the line, and this is where heroes are made. This is where you write the script.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really solid comeback. I think it looked like KC were running away with the game, right? Even backstage, we all kind of thought KC had that locked up, but then they move across to that defender side, and they're just definitely not as fluid there, not as confident with those kind of agents, that double duelist, fast, aggressive style. So props to Billy. They really did a good job bringing that back and taking it over to map 3.
And this is exactly where the double controller shines, right? When you get on that attacking side, all of a sudden the double duelists feel like they need to make all these plays. You start getting punished, and then you just play that macro game going back and forth with the map control. It's so difficult to play against.
Yeah, I think you might have been worried if you were a KC fan if the faces on the screen looked a little gloom, but Sadak, even after the loss, dapping everyone up. Let's recap this one here. It started off really good here for KC. They had a nice early lead, but then VLG able to battle back against an 8-4 deficit.
Yeah, every single round that you can amass on the defensive side of this map feels like a blessing, right?
Yeah.
Especially when you lose the pistol, and that's exactly what had happened for BLG. Like, you kind of just hoping that you get 3, 4 rounds is great. I mean, 5 is like amazing.
Yeah, I think 4 definitely felt like plenty. When we look how these compositions interact, when you're playing that kind of slower style, Double Duelist has so much burst against your double smokes, right? So for them to even get 4 on the defender side, set them up well for that second half.
And I gotta say, I gotta give props to BLG for making that comeback, especially after a second ace from Suigetsu that we just saw earlier. I mean, we saw him just dominate that entire Icebox map after getting an ace. The fact that they were able to snuff that here, and YZ was the one at the forefront of that, I think shows a lot of confidence for BLG going into that map 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's leading the charge for sure. We know YZ is the standout player on BLG. Once again, have a fantastic performance on that raise. And, you know, we spoke about his counterpart, Aves, as well. That head-to-head on that raise is going to be interesting, and there's plenty more left to see at that on Sunset.
Yeah, and you know it's a close match when you take a look at the scoreboards at the end, and on both sides, everyone in double digits. No, there was no caboose kind of performance here, but it was a grind all the way down. And in the end, it was a man that was cool on the map for BLG in the first match against Paper X. Neff doing it again. He comes back and makes sure that this BLG squad has one more chance to qualify on through.
Yeah, he was the main reason why BLG got almost half of their rounds on this defensive side. He was the start of it. And when your IGL is the one doing that for you,
oh, it's huge.
I mean, what a way to rally the troops. That you couldn't have asked for a better way.
Yeah, having your IGL kind of frag out like this, these big multi-kills really do change the tide of the game. And it's so easy to be like, hey guys, I got all this stuff in my brain. I'm trying to make all these decisions and I'm still shooting so hard. You guys can level it up. Come on.
Yeah, he gets on the attacking side. He calls a great macro game on top of still finishing strong with that stat card right there. It was a really, really good comeback for BLG off of the back end.
Now, speaking of comeback, we had a tournament favorite, someone who did well over at Masters Toronto in Sentinels down in the lower bracket. Not only did they win yesterday, but today they took care of Pacific's DRX in a 2-0 fashion. So Sen City making it to the knockout rounds. Huge sigh of relief for Rob Moore, who we had as a guest here.
Sorry,
earlier.
Rob.
But yeah, again, if you need to find a guy, it's this guy over here in big time. But Sentinels made sure it wasn't even close here.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they've absolutely cooked them in this game. This is one I will be watching back. It's a sad, sad day for Pacific to be struggling like this.
And what a turnaround after losing that map to XLG, right?
Yeah.
So Sentinels, I mean, they have a ton of experience on that team, and it's showing right here in this tournament at EWC.
All right, with them qualifying on in, I feel like that's the dangerous one because all the top seeds have to draw a bottom seed. Do you think Sen City is probably the one that you want to avoid here big time?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to play them right now. It looks like they're gathering a lot of momentum. Taking down a team like DRX, even if they do have these kind of new roster changes, it's still a pretty experienced squad. We've seen them put up numbers all the way through the year. And of course, they have a star-studded coaching staff. So to be able to take them down so easily speaks very highly of Sentinels.
All right, Baby Bay, let's focus on our final map here. What do you want to see these adjustments between both KC and BLG, knowing that their key and tournament lives are on the line here at Esports World Cup?
Well, again, both teams beat G2 on this map, but the one that stomped harder was BLG. I'm very curious if KC are going to be able to deal with the aggression of that Neon from YZ, and I'm wondering how BLG are going to handle the double duelist Phoenix comp from KC. It's so awkward.
That's a big thing. I hope they kind of run with that. I think it's very exciting. I think it's a very different comp, but equally that means there's a lot to look at, a lot to anti-strat, so anything could happen.
BLG and Carmine Corp, two very proud organizations across esports and very, very hungry to try and make it to the knockout round. The final map, number 3, starts right now.
Thank you, Degon. Yes, it's time to get into the final map of this series. Do or die for both squads as their keys destined for the Crusher. But who shall be locking in the playoffs? And who shall be locking in the Crusher? We'll find out in a moment, and I'm very excited for Sunset, Tom. There's plenty of things to look forward to. Neff on fire. YZ's been looking pretty good, and it feels like the entirety of KC has been online, but they fell off a little bit towards the end of map 2.
Well, the crazy thing is, like, we've just listened to Degon, and after this, one of these great performers will be gone. I'm a little bit nervous to see who it's going to be, because I think that realistically, if you're going off the team that has had that level of experience, may get better going further into the tournament, you'd look at a BLG, but there's a part of me that likes the explosive nature of what we're seeing from KC, the 2 aces. Obviously that means, by the way, that Sugetsu has to get a 3rd ace on this map. He needs to complete the triple, but also getting that Phoenix. This is what we haven't witnessed so far in this series. You've had different roles for Aves, but this is the one that is his. There's not really anybody else that I think of or come to mind as quickly as still playing the Phoenix. Maybe a Jing every once in a while. But he is consistently picking it up on multiple different maps. And Haven was always sort of like one of the OGs. You kind of got it. We've not really seen anywhere near as much on the Sunset. I think that's more unique to him. On the other side as well, you then get the trifecta of YZ agents. You get that Neon coming into play, as they mentioned on the desk, and a lot of what you'll get is this setup based around him, getting those openers, and then Levius having that backstab. We saw it quite a bit when we were watching EDG as well. A similar style of play and a similar caliber of duelist as well. It's different ideas, but the same sort of disruptive nature. And this is where I really want to see the best of Martin. I think he was good in the last map, but again, when they started to fall off, I think he went with them. I know that this guy on this map has had. I think this is a map he really does thrive on that Yoru. And again, it's not something that everybody else has bought into. We see a lot of Rays, we see a lot of Neon. That Yoru's less popular on Sunset, but he's someone I believe in firmly.
No, without a doubt. Well, we've seen individuals show up across the board. But one last chance to defend their run in EWC. The loser will be watching from the sidelines both the rest of the tournament and their precious key crushed moments from now, or from the end of this map. This could be a long one. Strap in. Aves on the Phoenix, always a joy to watch. He's no baby babe. This should be a good one.
Ah, that's come up 2 days in a row. He's gonna think we have a problem with him. And after well, what you'll see what he did to us in a content piece, we have a reason. Yeah. Nonetheless, we are gonna get an early bit of presence towards that B site. Another highlight will always be this B site defense having that solo anchor. In my mind, the person I think of is Benji Fishy, and they went on their crazy run. But Elite is another that can do that role. And of course, the other side of the map, there's going to be consistent aggression. Aves not off to the start he was looking for, as he will lose his life to Rusia.
It's the opening pick. And now look how isolated Martin is going to be. Why is he going straight for him? And the one-to-one trade, perfect for them. Levius left on the other side of the map. It will be a very late lurk. He's miles away, but with the spike not yet planted, this could work out well. The cam's being checked intermittently, especially with no real contact on this A site. And, well, I think they're going to go all the way back, yeah. But, I mean, there's so much space taken by Levius. Why not?
Left.
He waits out the cam. I'm not sure if that spotted him. It was looking more towards main. I think he might have been just out of range.
I think the silence is also starting to dwell on KC, though. It's just whether they'll expect anybody to be this far up. Definitely not. I like this from BLG, though. The call to rotate all the way back. Know that those positions are clear. Because the A side wasn't cleared. They hadn't gone through any of it. And then the backstab as well from K-Knight. They are playing this to perfection. Sure, the plant goes down in 2 seconds, but it seems like this round had been cemented for a long, long time. KC have fallen into the trap. And while Sugetsu 5 HP and 3 to find, he does manage to get Levius. The observers didn't believe.
No.
The observers didn't believe.
Not for a second. To be fair.
Don't Prius us.
Whoa. I mean, he is 5 HP, was in the previous fight too, and there's a crossfire now. Illinois is good to catch one, but the shot from the side closes it out. And a really nice pistol round there from BLG. Great space taking. You had flanks on both sides of the map as the round evolved. And the opening pick that gives them that little bit more isolation on those defenders. You couldn't ask for much more out of your pistol. And a solid start to this is what we need, because so far, Billy have just been slow to start. They came back into it in the previous map. They couldn't find their footing on Icebox. But no stumbles to start out Sunset.
Oh yeah, it took a massive streak at the end. I think they were at least 10-6 down at one point, and it continued in that fashion. The double flashes, of course. Aggression going to be coming. Martin's done well there. Even gets out with his life, just about. And of course, with other than utility, there hasn't been any real investment here from the defensive side. So it's all about doing that little bit of extra damage. Now, what I will say is, you look at G2 yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, coming up against the likes of KC. Even though you know that they like a Yoru Phoenix, it hadn't yet been seen on this map. It wasn't something that they were running. For BLG, on the other hand, who are fairly comfortable on this map, also had that big win versus G2. They at least have the data. They know they're going to be up against an aggressive defense side. And so you can see, at least even in the early rounds, they've been playing a little bit more patient, expecting aggression. Well, that will be a much more difficult task for KC. Because when you're doing something aggressive, sure, it can work. You can catch people off guard. But when they know it's coming, that's a different game altogether.
I like the patience of Elite just waiting for the rest of the crew. With the numbers, they have a chance to at least make it costly, but it's not looking likely. Aves burns one up, but that's all they get. KC, 2-0 down to start this one out, and, well, for Billy. There was a time where 2 rounds in a row was the best they could hope for. We're seeing a completely different face to them, at least closing out that previous map. But this is KC's chance to remind them how hard that 3rd round in a row is to connect. Big weapons in play for the defense. The same can kind of be said for BLG. They've got a pretty decent investment with a lot of credits left over for the next one. It certainly won't be an easy follow-up for KC.
Well, that would be something else entirely. If BLG now managed to take the momentum of the last map and carry it forward, we haven't seen KC really need a comeback. They've always been the team running away with the game. Elite is already under some serious pressure. He has all the information, but he doesn't have any of the support. Even going to be spotted out, but it doesn't matter. He's taken 2 in a split second. Already, the run it back utilized, but that sacrifice from Aves isn't in vain. At least they have that little bit of extra information of the close player and now opt to use the drone and play the retake instead.
Well, Neff's recovered Elite's rifle now. A little bit of an upgrade with a Vandal in play. And KC understandably cautious about fighting their way back through. They've got a foothold. Market and Spawn are theirs. Waiting for smokes to fade, waiting for a plant to be attempted. Looks like Wisey wants to take this deep. Still 2 flashes for Neff. 1 fired out in return for Aves. Neff wasn't blind, but he can't get in on time. Martin with a cover from up top, and Aves with a flawless retake, hitting the shots they needed to. And KC, well, they're right back on the board. 2-1. We'll see how this early half swings in the next.
Yeah, it has to be said, Elite does an incredible job there. Like, the spot that he chose, I'll be honest, is horrible. Like, staying alive in this position is almost impossible, and he knows it. He knows that there is no way he comes out of that round alive. So he goes, okay, I've got to pick my poison. Do I try and fight the guy in main, risk crossing, or do I just fight the position I know has players in it? Use this cage to buy a little bit of extra time, and more importantly, gives the man advantage to his squad as they play the retake. Don't mind the idea from BLG. You're trying to get back to level pegging before you go for the plant. They don't win any of those fights. Of course, as you mentioned, was only a bonus round. So now they come in with those full rifles, and this is where the game really gets going.
Yeah, I think it was just unfortunate for Wisey as well that that flash came in from Aves as he was stepping forward, as we might have been just seconds away from seeing Neff fire in a flash of his own. A little bit late going for the aggression. As you said, this is their chance. That previous round had weaknesses. They got caught off by a player up close. In an awkward spot, they were maybe a second ahead of the drone, and that was a problem. Martin forced back early. Cutting through. BLG looking for that control towards A main, already clearing out that right side, but they didn't think Martin would stick around. He had to get out of jail free with the gate crash, and he's grabbed a pick before the jailbreak.
This is the sort of position I think fondly of when I think of Martin. Here. Just in these corners, flash is available. Ready though, that's the lurk I spoke about at the beginning of Levius. Utilizing the additional space around the map, but the time is what's really against them here. 25 seconds, Spike in the corner. Neff is actually alone. Like, if Neff goes down here, this round is basically over. The rest of the team are pushing, and there you go. That's the Spike on the ground. Martin continuing his reign of terror in this one. And well, 2 for the side of BLG is quickly responded to with that double up from KC. And honestly, after choking out that last map, I think it's important they're on the horse early.
Definitely. And for Martin as well, look at how much control he got there. You talked about his Yoru and how strong he can be on this map, catching them off guard. I mean, he was supposed to be sent away by that initial aggression, but they forgot to come and get him, hiding in 2 different corners, tripling up with K-Knight down, and the trades come quickly. Even when they win around like that and put BLG on the back foot economically, Zeiss still looks unbelievably stressed.
Careful now.
You love to see it. For BLG, as we said, the back foot economically. A lot of weaknesses. Stinger's in play. It takes a while, but they get there in the end. Sadik with a double. Aves backing up for a little bit of a heal. The Outlaw firing off on both cylinders, but getting out with the gate crash.
At least an extra orb or 2.
Spike retrieved.
Because this is just paving the way for a buy in the next round. BLG hoping maybe they could catch them off with the pacing. He's actually managed to get the spike. I respect that. I thought there was absolutely no way that Neff gets out of that one alive, but he has. There is still plenty of time. That's the one thing they have available for them in this round is that they don't necessarily have to go just pushing straight into the blender.
Oh, well, the shot's not landing, and Russia even managing to drop Aves. It's not bad in terms of adding up that damage. Neff is so low. Nate buys him a 1v1, and he wins it too. It now starts to look a little bit more winnable. Down goes the planter, so they think.
30 seconds left.
He's giving away the game now. 28 seconds, and the rotate to B, perhaps, or the wrap for the kills. He's quite low on time. They'll have to start running pretty soon, and there it is.
Gonna hit the trip.
I think they, well, whether they heard it or not, it doesn't matter. Yeah, right into the trip.
Oh,
has to break open the door.
Wasted.
12 seconds. He'll get there in time, but they are chasing him down.
Yeah, he's been slowed at every single corner. Goes for the safe plant. At least allows him to stay alive. Now, bear in mind, both players are tagged up, so he has a very real chance of making this one work. Martin still needing to cross. Elite already within the site. There are definitely opportunities for isolated battles. He only has 9 bullets left as well, but that would be more than enough. But they are waiting patiently, expecting him to eventually swing, and he does, and finds the kill, leaving it down to just one. Neff, he's been unbelievable so far, but he needs just that little bit more, and the time is starting to tick. Elite gives his position away, and Neff with another crucial round for BLG.
This guy is the beating heart of Billy right now, keeping them alive in so many plays, getting them across the line on that previous map, and now stepping up early on Sunset. You talked about how important it was for KC to find the early success. And in a round like this, to have it taken out of their hands, food from their mouth, and it's Billy eating good with the lead early on, standing up as well, letting them know. And well, I can see now why Zeiss was so stressed in the previous.
Like, obviously it's easy to critique in hindsight, but you look at Sugetsu's individual fight, like, you know that Neff created that fight. He knew where 2 of the players were. He wanted to fight you, and you gave him exactly what he wanted. It's a mistake that, yeah, sure, maybe you still expect your teammates to win the 2v1, but it could have easily been avoided. Both teams do still have a bye. A lot of ultimates available as well. 4, almost 5, in fact, for Billy Gaming, but the ones on the other side, that run it back, always going to be a problem.
Well, it's been neck and neck so far. That play by Neff. Put all the credits on the line for KC. It's given Billy a real chance to run away with this lead. If they win this round here, 4-2 up, economy advantage, but everything thrown at it. Ult in for Aves, he's running it down, but he won't find anything. K-Knight takes Elite down with the Hunter's Fury. Neff's here yet again. And they're already on the back foot, but damage has been done. A chance to follow up. Wisey falls quickly. Neff is low, and Rushi is no longer here. This round's still very viable for KC. A loss here will give BLG a massive advantage. The diffuser desperately low, dealt with after 1. And K-Knight with it all to do, but time on his side, and the spray's beautiful! BLG, they managed to clutch out the round, and now it seems like the world is their oyster, with no economy left for the majority of KC.
2 back-to-back rounds ending with clutches. That is a brutal reality that this squad are currently living in. And for BLG, this is exactly the way that they want to steal these rounds away from this side. You know that when it comes to that stage presence, when it comes to the experience, sure, you have a few players with experience, but as a unit, this BLG side has so much more to give. It was a good fight back into the site, but ultimately it came down to Aves hitting that shot, and when he doesn't, there is nowhere for Sugetsu to go. K-Knight now adding another round to the board. And well, we now will look at where it goes for KC. You can see, we've always said it, very proactive with their pauses. I think they saw it coming in the last map, the crumble, as they did take one. I think they were still like 11-8, 11-9 in the lead. They clearly see that some problems are to be had, and well, it seems like Eng got what he wanted across very quickly indeed. He did not need much time whatsoever.
Oh, this is a nice spot. This goes here.
The timeout over and done with. Don't you worry, they had their minute. But what can be said to get a win in this round is minimal. Pistols and a bookie. Everybody upgraded to Sheriffs at least, and it will be an early fight, a flash, but the stun back by Wisey. He may fall, but K-Knight set up as a result, isolating each duel, trading out along the way. Good damage from KC, all things considered. But for BLG, they did exactly what they needed to there. Braved the early push, traded every battle. They've got a 3v1 as a result. No idea where Elite is, and a trip broken. What? But Levius is taken down. There's a weapon to be recovered here. Elite now has the info to play with. 2 players. Oop, a little bit of a tag. 2 players, and he sees them running. He knows exactly where they are. I think he might even have heard one going towards the spawn, and that's all down to this, though. Neff spots him, pops the flash. The smoke almost saves him, but the spray through takes him down. Comes down to 2 in the end. It's not bad for KC, but it is the lead extended for Billy.
Yeah, 3 rounds in a row. You mentioned it before, that streak at the very end of the last map. That was something they were never able to do. Well, round 5 and 6 were very strong clutch plays, but this one was at least a little bit easier. They haven't built up a crazy economy because of it, so there is still definite opportunities, and I'm liking the fact we're seeing that operator come into play. Martin has always been deadly with the sniper. My main worry, though, is Elite being left as that solo B defender. He got 2 kills in the first buy round. Other than that, he's had just 1 the entirety of this half.
And they're not even looking to come directly into him. A play into the spawn. 3 players bypassed by Wisey. They turn and take him down. The trades don't come in fast enough. Oh, with the advantage resting with KC. And it looks like the attacker's crumbling. Both players on the site. Already passed 1 trip. Elite has to be worried about his back. They could now be wrapping on him, but in comes Avez to fill in the space. Martin will be here with the off as well, and well, the flash doesn't find anyone on the back of it. Martin will clear all of this space, grab all of the information. Both players now spotted. Flash pop, he comes out of ult. Off now trained in on their position, the cage to try to get them out, and okay, they go back behind it. They concede the space, now have to fight back into it with that op holding the right side. It's all down to Neff. He has to be the one to put the pressure on as the defuse is being tapped, and now there's 2 players holding the wide swing. Well handled by KC. They will get their extra round on the board.
Yeah, it definitely looked like it was getting a little bit dicey in the middle, but I think the main thing is, we always talked about this map in the past before the changes, about that B main presence, the post plant you could play. It's definitely a lot harder nowadays. What K-Knight did just moments ago was definitely a little bit more of a rarity. I also do think BLG got a little bit unlucky. Like, it's a round where they had 3 players at top mid. Most of the time, you're going to maybe face off against 1 or 2, but it seems like KC were very well prepared for them to try and adapt and take that control. 3 rounds, there's still plenty more needed, and you look over at BLG, and once again, they have those ults stacked up.
Camera taken. I must wait a moment.
Well, this time, the trips over on the A site, so it's not going to be as easy to hold on to this B control as maybe in some of the other rounds that we could have seen. BLG instantly fill that space, but Elite catches them. The more passive hold, not expected. Again, Avez shut down in the ultimate. But they have the advantage. They've done damage onto Wisey as well. No need to panic with the op trained in. It's a matter of patience. Levius moments away from stepping into that angle by the looks of things. The Hunter's Fury catches 1, and they follow up with the pick. This is dangerous, but Avez manages to pull it back. The low HP Wisey traded out. They now know about Levius on the backside. They'll deal with him too, and Martin finally gets his reward. Neff, he's been steady as the earth itself, but this time it will be Sagetsu to win the round out for KC to deal with the big clutch player.
He was 13 HP. He was 13 HP. Like, you put Neff in those late rounds, and honestly, it feels like you're the one who needs a miracle to be able to come out of that alive. I don't even know if he... Like, there was a shot right at the end where I think he kills Sadak behind somebody else. Yeah, he does. He's aiming at Sugetsu. And yeah, it really is just a relief when you're up against him. I'm not even sure what's to be frustrated. I guess just because he's so low on health, but It was almost another miracle moment for Neff. He has been the superstar and the server for BLG, but KC have managed to climb back. And as said, this is where now the economy starts to become a little bit more difficult, but they're going for this mid play again, and this time they have got stingers and of course that overdrive.
This could make a big difference, but the flash from Aves perfectly timed. Molly goes down, and so do Neff and Levius. Beautiful stuff from KC. That was a round that seemed like, even with the low buy, it had a lot of danger, but they were very conscious of the space they gave up. They had the utility to react. And even as K-Knight finds one, he makes it two.
Okay.
But they get there in the end. KC equalizing. We're back to neck and neck.
Oh, it really is a neck and neck game all the way through. We have had those sort of explosive moments from KC, the crazy comeback from BLG, and now we found our middle ground of Sunset. The mid pressure again being attempted. Once more, I don't mind it. Like, you've tried it in the last round. I think that a lot of the time you're not going to see that double down, so they try again to put that mid pressure in, but it's something that KC have been very happy to try and hold on to. And after what was a pretty damning looking scoreline with a streak of rounds coming in for BLG, after losing a couple in a row themselves, they have decided to take a pause. Of course, if you've just joined us, for context, this is both teams' tournament life on the line. Their key is at risk, and their spot in the playoffs definitely not guaranteed.
Well, a timeout call by Billy. It's a crucial one. Looking to close out this half with a lead. Their hands were firmly on the reins at one point, but the grip has loosened. As KC seemed to make all the adjustments just as required. And this timeout, although BLG are looking to steady the ship, KC, they also get to speak to their players. They get to keep them on course. It's a dangerous thing. Aves may be a little slow to start, but 11 and 6 now. Some of that utility being crucial. The ultimates, getting them back into sights. Getting them space, dealing damage. Careful now. And here you go, look at that space taken. He's straight into A main for that orb. One away from the run it back again. And this round win for KC would almost definitely give them the lead at the halftime.
Shadows traveling. Oh, they've got a long way to go to get to that. Aves has still been putting in that performance on the Phoenix. As said, at times it has been elite. There's been the pressure point. It looks like he's going to be under some scrutiny once again. The ultimates that were there a couple of rounds ago are mostly expended. The ones that remain are definitely the lesser in value. So a lot of this is just going to come down to the firefights. And it seems like the plan for now is to retake. Timing on mid is going to be everything, though. One player tucked in as Levius does. Aves check the angle. He is not quick enough. And that is all the information that they could ever need. They're going to try and execute off this.
Still a trap waiting. It will be destroyed, though. Nobody revealed. Elite, no easy kill for him. Wisey goes down again, but the trades come in. He's bought space for his squad. Good flash, but they deliver anyways. And the jump through with the AWP. It is a bold play, and a costly one at that, as BLG end up with the round. And Wisey's had a really rough time so far, but you can see why. He is just throwing himself to the wolves so his teammates can eat good.
Hey, on the attack side, sometimes making space is far more important than the stats that lie on the board. He is willing to be that sacrificial lamb to remove the Cypher, especially when they already have the man advantage. And again, we've seen the impact that Levius can bring just by being in that mid position. A strong Cypher really does bring you large amounts of value. Of course, for Martin, it was a try and swing in with the rest of the team, but unfortunately, they were all dead by the time he got there. 6 for BLG. A half victory seems deserved with how this game has gone so far, but now walking in to that crossfire from Elite. They know exactly where he is. There is no escape from that one, and this time, well, it's actually going to be the Hunter's Fury finding
Russia
a tag.
This is beautiful. They've baited out the ult from Aves. They've done everything, and they've got an Omen ult to just pull it right back into their favor. They grab the spike. Easy plant on the A site. Sagetsu tries to get ahead of it. He's going to be deleted. This is a beautiful round from BLG. So many dangers were lurking there. K-Knight letting Aves know that they've got one up on him there with a little spam to the body. And Rushy, a beautiful paranoia. That is some cerebral play to close out this half.
Yeah, it felt like they had everything they needed after that streak in the last map, but now they are in the lead and heading towards that playoffs. We'll see if they can do it after the break.
Well, KC trailing by 2. What a resurgence from Billy in this series. They looked down and out, stalled before the race even started, but here they are, leading the pack as we come into the final half of the series. A key will be crushed soon, and it looks like it might be KC's.
Well, we could see the face on Zeiss towards the end of that last map. I think he knew that once that momentum stopped, it would be very difficult to get it back. And more importantly, once the momentum of BLG got going, it would be very difficult to stop. This map has been anything but about that Wisey show. He's been quieter in terms of individual stats, but there have been plenty to pad the gap. None less than Neff, who had one of the best clutches we've seen so far this tournament. Levius now under pressure, but he has already managed to stall out this attack.
Now there's going to be 3 close by. This half, I expect to see a different face to Wisey. He was really throwing himself out there in that first, the role of the Neon here on Sunset. So it's not as easy as pointing at his kills and saying, well, he's fallen off. But now on the defense, this is where he's got a chance to really deliver. He finds the opening in the pistol. But K-Knight gets tagged pretty low as well. Decent trade of blows early on from both sides, with Sadik also down to 25. And a redirect towards this A site. The trap had kept a lot of space. A flash used by Abez here, a reveal as well. But this is all a ruse, an attempt to drag rotations to that site. And actually, K-Knight does start to move, but I think that's just to fill in that mid gap. It does put a bit of pressure on Levius, who's all alone now.
It's been a back and forth and back again, but the plant will end up on B site as planned. The patience paying off, and the paranoia actually used to try and aggress, but all players tucking it. Sugetsu's turned around and taken down K-Knight though. It gives them the man advantage, but some incredibly low HP players. It's not going to be easy to hold on to this, or maybe it is. Aves with a quick, slick double. And KC find themselves right back in the game.
Yeah, that pistol should equalize this, and well, we started out the series, Tom, by saying it should be a close one. We wanted 3 maps, but I doubted we'd get there after Icebox. What a delivery, what a resurgence from BLG. Let's see if they can keep things going, as they've lost the pistol, likely to lose that lead, at least to see it equalized. Although, you never can count them out, even with those low buys. We certainly learned that lesson on Lotus.
Yeah, did you be a fool to think this was going to be easy? And actually, looking at what's been purchased by KC, I'm not going to lie, this makes me a little bit uncomfortable. The 3 pistols, a sniper, and then 1 rifle, and that rifle is a Bulldog. Like, normally these battles are like, I would almost say like an 80-20, but this feels like it's almost like a 60-40 round, which is weird.
It's like an anti-force buy, you know? Let them win this one, we get them in the next.
Yeah.
Easy round.
Like, we expect to lose this round, so let's just buy not much. I don't know. It makes me nervous. And more importantly, I'm just looking at the position of Rusia. If they try and clear this guy, oh, never mind. I can kind of understand why he thought that maybe they would have been a little bit further through with how long it's been, but that should make this round safe at this point, because a spike plant will start that time ticking against the defensive side.
Planted.
Yeah, time now very much in their favor. BLG, it's not like they have to throw themselves at this, and I think the main thing to think of is you're up against Aves. He already found a couple of picks in the pistol. He's already playing the orbs, 1 away from the run it back. The next round is an investment from BLG. If you go giving him orbs right now,
oh, he's coming.
That's dangerous, but that's the problem. He's going to come for them no matter what.
They knew it.
Even if you take him down, he gets what he wants out of this transaction, and Martin is in there for a few more. Let's go down to the spike, lads. No chance. That's almost more than halfway, in fact, to Martin's ultimate off that. Yeah, that's about as good as it could have went for KC.
Oh, yeah. Like, you get the 1 orb you needed for Aves, and then you also get 4 orbs for Martin. Like, yeah, great stuff. And like, again, you look at what BLG tried to do. They had the cam set up. They knew they were going to be pushed, but in the end, it didn't matter too much. Some stat padding, but more importantly, boosting that ultimate economy and having one ready for the next round. Now, they can get a pretty decent buy off this. 3 players going for those regenerative shields, plus the Vandals. And well, you throw that, run it back into the mix. It almost looks favored. That was the weaker weapon. And that's Rusia down.
Oh, why is he falling too? He went in to try to steal back some space.
Dry peaks.
This is, well, I can forgive him because you've lost one on the A site. You'd think, at most it's probably a lurker there. But instead, the whole squad is in position. They're now accelerating into the B site. They're tapping the plant, maybe going for it after as Aves clears out all that space. Bit of a mistake there as Martin falls, utility in hand, but a 4 versus 2 that they're left in post-plant should be
planted.
An easy one to close, and with Levius down, it looks impossible. Neff, as good as he's been in this series, the spray says it all. He's going to run to save this weapon.
That felt just like a domino round. Like, you just, one player makes a mistake, and then that's it. You just basically just run it down until you lose. Like, you had a hero play attempted by Wisey reclaiming space, and then you have another player, I think, just runs through spawn in an attempt to fight the entirety of the squad while Neff is still back towards middle. Like, that's, well, I've seen a lot of good rounds from BLG, and that was definitely on the other side of the coin. Especially in a round where you know that there's going to be a weaker weapon or two. There's massive risks taken with absolutely no reward. Of course, for KC, you've got to hit the shots, credit where it's due, but that is definitely a blip. And when this initial pick came through, there was no flash. There was nothing that was thrown in. Maybe the knife was used and they just went off that alone, but that's a gamble and a half.
1 enemy remaining.
A gamble that certainly didn't pay off here. One hell of a time to go for it. And like I said, you know, it is exactly like you said, Tom. It's a domino effect. Wisey's then sent to try to reclaim space, walks into the pack, and that's it. Round to KC, lead to KC. And for BLG, it's been a hell of a close series so far. After that first map, With a weak buy here, it looks like KC set to extend the lead a little bit further.
Revealing area.
On the walk up into this B site. Maybe hoping some information or somebody to try and pressure this smoke. No, they were waiting for the flash, and the flash does wonders. It has at least managed to find the one, but Aves, they're playing the lurking Phoenix. He's going to get punished, and actually that is going to be a rifle for Wisey. The problem, though, is he's 5 HP. So unless Neff can make this one incredibly competitive, you almost feel like it might just be worth saving. And now it's definitely just worth saving. Look at the credits on the other side. Are you making a dent in this economy? No.
Well, it looks like he feels like it's not the economy game he's looking to win. He's looking for 8-8. Looking for the round in the 1v3. Or perhaps, yeah, for the ult. It could be. I don't think he's going to get what he desires.
I might get an orb.
Yeah, sure. But not the defuse, not the round win, and already the first sign of adversity, he is out of here. He's hoping someone made a mistake. Pending no mistakes, is the rifle for the next round.
But it's like when you have economy to buy, I can kind of understand wanting to go in, maybe do some damage, maybe claiming some orbs. When you're 5 HP, nah. Like, the chances of you finding something and the chance of you dying are so heavily in one direction that it just doesn't have any value. Other than, yeah, him getting slightly closer to the Neon ult, and I think, honestly, it's about on par with just having the extra credits.
Well, the vibe shift over on KC, momentum in their favor, and a timeout called by Billy as they can feel this game slipping away. They have to stop the momentum for KC. They know how dangerous it can be. We saw it in map 1. We saw it in half 1 of map number 2 as well. It is the right time not just to reassess how they're approaching this, to temper some of that aggression that we saw, the dry peaks that led to them losing the round before, but also to steady the nerves. As these players, they've been playing a series, they've been battling. They had a close comeback on map number 2, but now defeat looming over them, and an exit in similar fashion to Toronto, an international repeat. That's the last thing that Billy wants.
Bear in mind as well, both of these teams are within the partner program, so this is much bigger than just themselves. Of course, they want to do well in the Valorant side of the tournament. Of course, they want to keep their key alive. Of course, they want to face off for that prize pool. But you're also doing a service for the club as a whole, fighting for that trophy. And if you've been down the Boulevard, it takes up quite a lot of space. Nonetheless, back in with the purchase they go. The attack with Martin's ultimate can be utilized to try and almost clear out that space, but they are looking to put the pressure onto Rushia. He does have support, and maybe they're not quite expecting the aggression from Wisey.
Beautiful paranoia.
Cage triggered.
Wisey even waited a moment to swing on in. They thought the danger was averted, but not even close. And with Elite falling, it should be BLG to take this round. Wisey 10 health and a 2 versus 4. Spike still in possession of KC. And an avenue into the B side open if they break that door. But it looks like the push into spawn is what they're going for. They've spotted Levius, but now they've got players all around. They're surrounded. Good flash, but no space taken. Smoke goes down. They won't pressure. They're going to take that avenue. Now covered by Levius. The leg spotted in Martin. He's smelling blood in the water, sensing the weakness, but it turns to strength for BLG in the 1v4.
Normally you'd give to get to a chance. Maybe there is one. He's done it again. That's got to be one of the most ridiculous clutches I've ever seen. Sugetsu is a walking aimbot.
2 aces so far in this series, but that might be the most ridiculous play of it so far.
I think we count that as an ace. They knew exactly where he was, and he, like, honestly, if after this game, like, he's being picked, by the way, he didn't remove the tracking dart. He didn't have time. So at every single swing, they knew exactly where he was. That is honestly one of the greatest clutches I've ever seen in Valorant. And Sugetsu, yeah, as I said, if you tell me he's cheating, I believe you. Wisey is going to try and put him down. Well, there's the ace. You know, he gets the 5th one a little bit later. K-Knight has done well.
Chavez, and he scoffed. What a transfer! Nef and Rusia down. That could have been the recovery for BLG, taking him down, taking the space, recovering a rifle too. And instead it's a disadvantage to work with. K-Knight's work dismantled in a fraction of a second. And a plant, well, should be soon to be found. Someone tell Sadik he has the spike. Oh, he's just waiting. Spike in his backpack. Rifle in hand, and K-Knight on the floor as the spike is soon to be. How have they gotten away? Both of these rounds, ridiculous individual plays.
Sadik doesn't give a damn. Like, he genuinely, spike in my pocket, couldn't care less. It just combined with Aves and Sugetsu, like you put those two together and you're gonna get some of the greatest clips you've ever seen. I'm still lost for words for what Sugetsu has just managed to do. The fact that he didn't have time to remove the dart, so there was literally every second or so a flare going off telling them exactly where he was, and he then, it was almost like it was the other way around and he had a ping on all 4 other players because it's just the way he read it. To kill the player back towards mid, switch to the player up top, then go back to the other 2. I don't know how he managed to do that. And that genuinely might be what wins them the game. Like, that must be so demoralizing. And honestly, I kind of look at it from BLG and go, like, these two, like that, what did they do wrong? What did they do wrong?
Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Not ready yet.
That's got to be the mental crippled, completely dismantled at this point. They come into this one investing. They've got credits to put on the line. They've got rifles in their hands, but hope is fading for BLG. KC back to the same form as we saw in Icebox. Sugetsu playing on another level.
He's MVP. It's not even an argument.
MVP of the group stage, maybe. This outrageous play. And at this point, you got to feel bad for BLG, but this is their moment to pick themselves up by their bootstraps.
It took them to get to 11 in the last map to finally string 3 rounds together. We were talking about the game as if it was over, and maybe it should have been. And that's where BLG stepped up a gear. They've had a couple of demoralizing rounds, but I'll be honest, what we've seen so far this series is it hasn't phased them. They got battered in map number 1. They looked defeated in map number 2. And yet we sit on map number 3. And they could still take themselves to the playoffs. Aves, though, has other ideas. A solid start, a Hunter's Fury, a teleport to the back of sight, but it's only going to be the 1 this time. K-Knight, though, desperately low.
Yeah, that tag, it's going to work wonders for KC. K-Knight will struggle to do anything else here. A second flash fired through, it's delaying them.
30 seconds
The spike still trapped in main, though. Has to make that cross out. Sadik's been very patient with spike in hand. At this point, you even start to wonder if they faked it, if they've gone back, but as they walk in, Elite stabs them in the back, and this all unravels. Wisey needs a big play, and Sadik, the one to close that out and put KC on match and series point. An unbelievable set of rounds that we just saw unfold, though. And for Billy, that was the one that they needed.
Yeah, normally we see how popular the KC players are on social media, the fan base that's behind them, even having supporters here at the Esports World Cup. But the fact is, I think the editor is going to have the easiest job of his life. Just lock in on Sugetsu and you already have yourself a frag reel. 21 and 13. Aves just 1 behind with 20. They are just 1 round out of 5 away from eliminating BLG and taking themselves into the top 8. A team that had to go through the entirety of the EMEA qualifier just to get here, but a judge stands in their way. And Aves is already gone.
Martin follows suit. BLG, it's a long climb back. 5 rounds in a row, but they managed 6 on Lotus. You can't count them out just yet, and in this round, there's no way to. Elite 1v5. Sugetsu in his calm saying, I'd win this. Let's see if he can match and then even add one on top of one of the most outrageous plays we've seen. I don't think this will be the one, but you have to think that KC just moments away from finding the round they need.
Maybe if K-Knight sticks a dart to the top of his head and then he clutches, then it would be a better clutch. I don't even think a 1v5 would be better. Genuinely, I'm lost for words still of what just happened. But the belief is still there. The Bilibili fans out in force. Wow. Successful round. A flawless round at that to get back on the horse. And that's the thing. Even though they've lost so many of these ludicrous clutches, these insane spray transfers, these huge individual moments, they haven't looked down and out. They can come back with a round like that at any moment's notice.
4 in a row against a comp like this, Tom.
That's not a bad start.
Not sure about that from Martin. An attempt to fake out that side of the map, and instead he's just removed himself from the equation entirely. Eventually those ults will be online, and KC have high impact to work with. They could still take it in this round here. That said, lots of reveals, lots of impact. Aves finding one, but he will be dealt with as K-Knight steps up. Hits this one out of the park. Sadik with a big clutch needed, and he won't get past Wisey.
Yeah, they are building once again. K-Knight has been the catalyst in this map. We were talking about Neff, and he's definitely still had his moments, but I think this map would already be over if K-Knight wasn't putting up the numbers that he currently is. He's been a real difference maker, and this time, this is the difference. I spoke about it before, that when we saw the push from Rusia, there was no flash. This time there was. Neff had him with the setup, and then, well, K-Knight ends up swinging it home at the end. I believe he's still managing to be the top fragger in the server, even though we're having these lights out performances from the likes of Sugetsu and of course Aves. I think that puts him around like the 25 mark, which, considering again how a lot of this game has gone, that is impressive.
Well, a lot to do for Bilibili. A pause will be pulled in here. I believe it's a technical. Oh no, it's definitely a tactical. You can see Zeiss firing away.
Yeah, it's their last tactical pause. It might be the last one again until overtime.
I think you might be right. Bilibili used theirs up early. They needed them with the momentum built. But now starting to come to a halt. Slowing down.
The only thing I'll say is we saw this in the last map where KC had the pause when things started to go wrong. And I don't know if it's because they do that, but it makes me feel like they're more likely to continue to go wrong. Like, I'm sure whatever's being said by Zeiss is great, but I just feel like that's when Bilibili knew we're in their head. We are there. Even though we're still 3 rounds behind, they are nervous. They are sweating. And with the Chinese squad coming in, the number 2 seed, maybe this is where they can bite down and send their opponents to the crusher.
Well, it looked like a big task, but 3 in a row starts to seem a little bit more believable. Always worried about when Aves gets that ulti online, when Sadik has that Hunter's Fury. They are close now. The rifle's in play, moving to the A site. It will be Levius if they go to short, but it looks like they'll bypass this utility, and BLG may just be forced to play this as a retake. Bit of a risk if Levius does play on site, and it looks like he will.
Yeah. 40 seconds left. Not a lot of support for him here. Needing to at least get a one and done. He's buying time, but they know exactly where he is. Martin already with a double. The beginning of the end, unless there is a hero. K-Knight, 25 kills to his name, has been that catalyst. But the smoke comes back up and they know exactly where he is. Martin coming alive at the depths. We've already seen 2 aces. He's looking to try and get the 3rd. K-Knight, last man standing to hold on, and it will be KC heading into that top 8. Flying through the qualifier of EMEA, the last seed of the European region. But they are the ones to take down China's number 2. And to head themselves into the playoffs, led by Sadak, a man who's been there many times before. But for the rest, and more importantly for Aves, the man from MENA on the stage. I'm sure this is a meaningful victory.
From the depths of the EMEA qualifier, the blue wall stands tall here in Riyadh. And Billy, what a fight they put up here today.
For sure.
Map 1 looked dominant. We thought a quick series could be on our hands, but they fought well. Sugetsu reaching unbelievable heights. Standout plays on every single map. And we talked about Paris on the horizon. KC heating up as the year goes on. And they are red hot down on that stage. A team that many would have doubted. Many did doubt coming into this event, coming into the qualifier. And now they stand as a team to beat in the qualifier, in the playoffs even. Unbelievable work. And you can see the joy on their faces. Well, one man who definitely drew all of our eyes, who had all the big plays, was Sugetsu. Down on the stage, he's standing by with Ian Chambers.
Thank you very much, Tom and Mitch. Of course, if we were going to interview anybody right now, it has to be Sugetsu. KC make it into the playoffs. BLG exit here and now. There's so much I want to talk to you about, but I just want to first address, you came so close to closing out this series on map 2 on Lotus. They brought it back. How did you then recalibrate and reset going into the final map?
First of all, we have like instant performance coaches who help us like to find out how to reset after like kind of these games, you know. So we were ready. We lost. Okay, we like understand this. We reset it, and right now like we showed.
For you, I think you can hear this. MVP Sugetsu. I think that's pretty obvious. You were phenomenal, 2 aces, and then that tremendous 4K on round 17 on Sunset. I think for you watching at home, we can run back the replay here, but from your perspectives, talk us through it.
What?
Your 4K, talk us through it on round 17.
Yeah, but what should I say? Like, it's 4K. I mean, I went B, I didn't expect like, okay, I expected to kill Neon, but after they pushed 1 by 1, and it's like, okay for me, if you're pushing me 1 by 1, I will take it, okay.
Do you think there's been like a lot of high expectations around this roster? Do you think this is a real opportunity to show everybody how good KC really is?
Yes, I think yes. This is an opportunity to show us, basically.
I love that. All right, just finally from me, the draw for the quarterfinal is coming up a little bit later on. It'll be either Fnatic, NRG, or BBL. Who would you like to face next?
Energy.
Good choice. We'll see if it happens. One final question from me. Would you like to crush the key of BLG? And if so, why are you excited to do this?
I don't know, I'm kind of villain, so I like to crush something, you know.
Let's do this. This is a big moment here because BLG did have the pleasure of crushing G2's key yesterday. That's not the case right now. What goes around can come around. Sugetsu gets to crush the key.
What an amazing battle here in our final map. And in a packed house at the STC Arena, it is KC getting the job done. What a great feeling here for Karmine Corp to get the crowd electrified in that 13-9 victory.
That entire last map was just a montage. It was highlight after highlight for KC, right? It was ridiculous big time.
I mean, especially that second half. When they move onto that attacker side with the double duelist, you can just see how crazy things get. They love playing it. And I mean, when you have Arvez and Sugetsu popping off like that, it's hard to lose. They are fantastic players, and I can't wait to see more of them in the playoffs.
Yeah, then you also got to see right at the end of that last round, Martin just running it down.
Yeah.
He gets the 4K. He was looking for an ace as well. I don't think we've seen this many aces in a series so far. It was just a masterclass for K.
I will say, I gotta feel sad for K-Knight. He really put in a shift on that map 3. He wanted it so bad, but not enough. His key has been crushed. He is out of EWC.
Yeah, throughout the tournament, Neff as well, having such huge performances. I think BLG should hang their heads highly, but unfortunately, their journey is done. We got to see the iconic moment of the Esports World Cup, the key crushing. And yet again, I don't think it gets any easier watching that Baby Bay. Every time you get it, the pressure putting on it, and all of a sudden you see it, you know it's going to snap, and then there goes their hopes.
I'm telling you, I keep saying it's the most satisfying thing I think I've seen. I wish I was there. We got to witness this in person one of these days.
Absolutely. I want to go down to the stage. I want to press the button. I need a hook up with a team to let me press the button next time, please.
Yeah, I kind of want to go back to the top of the day where we talked to the head of esports, Clement Lapara, where he said, a month ago, I thought maybe the League of Legends team would have been here, and the Valorant team, you know, it would have been nice to be here. Now flip later on. Not only are they here, they made it into the money. They're into the top 8. They get the club championship points, and they're surprising and surpassing all expectations here, Baby Bay.
Yeah, you heard Sadak say the same thing. He was literally like, we barely made it here, so hopefully we can make a run for it. And what a way to do it on the double duelist that kind of like reinvented their entire team structure and their run to make such a run to the playoff.
Yeah, I mean, we have to highlight the coaching staff as well, right? Eng and Zish, two very storied coaches. Eng especially coming from the old school Gambit days, winning that, you know, Masters 3 far way back in the day. So these players really know what they're doing, and they work under fantastic coaching staff.
Yeah, and I said earlier when Sentinels qualified on in their 2-0 earlier in the day, they might be the most scariest team. But I think after a match like this, and you have highlight plays like this one that Sugetsu had earlier, this might be, yet again, the scariest team to draw, especially because they're achieving the potential that this roster was meant to when it was assembled.
This is one of the nastiest clutches I think I've ever seen in Valorant. I mean, to be fully scanned and to get all 4, it's insanity.
Yeah, I mean, he reads the situation so well, knows where they're coming from, trusts his instincts. Look at this reaction from the coaches. Look at that. He's like an excited child. Oh, no. And then obviously the flip side, nice little table slam there. There's nothing more frustrating than watching that happen to your team.
In the midst of so much utility too, there was so much chaos going on his screen. But even when he got up, he was so calm about it, and he's just like, thank you very much for that. Thanks for the donation. And as a coach, I'm sure you know, like, you're watching a 1v4, you're like, oh, this is over. Like, maybe I got to do a timeout, try to consider what to do next. Yeah, it's crazy.
Absolutely. Well, you know, every time we have a win, there's always a team that takes the defeat. And in this case, we've had the well-spoken Neff on the other side send it down to that exit interview.
I'm here with BLG's IGL, Neff. Now, Neff, yesterday, you got to crush someone's key. But today, BLG's key is crushed. And like Ian said, what goes around comes around. How does it feel?
I mean, definitely feels horrible. I mean, there were many moments that we could have maybe fought back on the last map. But I just think that maybe inexperience from our players just put through, and then overall we succumbed to the pressure, and yeah, we just lost it. And we just have to come back stronger next time, I guess.
Yeah, is that what went wrong on Sunset? Was it just a matter of pressure, or were there executions, prep that just wasn't coming through?
I think at the earlier part of the second half, I think we just failed to adapt to how they were controlling the map with the double duelist. And then I think later on, I think as the score became close and we were falling behind, I think many of us just felt the pressure, and then I think overall it just crumbled from there. Yeah.
I do want to rewind a bit back to Lotus. Now, that was an incredible comeback. At the half, it was an 8-3 scoreline. What I want to know is, what were your comms like at that half when you were down? You might have lost it all in a 2-0 fashion, but you had that moment. You also had timeouts, and every single time those moments happened, you guys ended up winning the next round. So tell me, what was happening in the comms?
I think there was nothing much in like special during those timeouts. I think we just overall calmed down, and then our coach just told us like how to play the next round. And I think that we adapted well mid-round in what they were doing, and overall, you know, slowly we just came back in the end.
It was a credible comeback, and it was very promising, and I think that led into Sunset. But I do have to acknowledge Sugetsu. I don't know what that man was eating. He had 2 aces, he had 4 Ks. What was the mood like when that happened? Did that affect anything at all in terms of the mindset?
Honestly, not really, but I think the one that really hurt us the most was the 1v4 on Sunset. I think that we just underrated him, I guess. I think we all just wanted to kill him as fast as possible, and in the end he punished us, and I just think it was just a fundamental mistake from us, and yeah, we just gotta deal with it.
Now, there's one thing I have to acknowledge is that you are an incredible fragging IGL. You've been performing so well throughout this entire tournament. And I have to say, a lot of the trophy-winning teams, this is critical to their success, is having that fragging IGL. Do you agree with that? And also, what's your secret?
I think this tournament I did average, I guess. I think it was not very good. And I just think that I could do better. I think overall in my calling and individual skill, I just think that, you know, it's definitely not up to par as compared to like many other top teams out there. And I just hope to just do better and learn from this experience over here at the EWC.
You are a very humble man. Now, you guys will be returning to VCT China in front of us. A lot of fans have flown in to actually watch you guys play. What are your plans to bounce back out in VCT China?
I think we're definitely gonna accumulate and just organize all the experience that we have gained from this tournament, and then, you know, bring it back to our league back in CN. And I just hope we can dominate from now on. Yeah.
Now, I noticed there are a lot of Valorant China fans in the audience. Do you have a message for all the Bilibili fans out here?
Thank you to all the fans who's supporting us. 很感谢大家过来支持我们的比赛。虽然今天的结果不是很理想，但我相信我们还能打得更好的。谢谢。
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Nep from BLG. That's it from us over here at the stage.
And just like we know that confidence comes in bundles when you talk about any player in 100 Thieves, you know that humility comes in bundles when you talk about Neff. He is a fragging IGL. He saved the team multiple different times. It was a catalyst to keep them going. And yet still, he's like, I could have done better.
Every single interview with this guy, man, I just want him to win so bad. And I know he takes it to heart too. And yeah, he's so humble in defeat as well. He's like, oh, I didn't play that good. Like, come on, bro. Like, you kept your team in the game on that Lotus. You almost brought it back on the final map. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, the more he speaks, the more I like him, to be honest. I mean, I think he's a great player with a great future ahead. And I do think Billy showed some good potential. You know, they've always been good in that CN region, but they've never quite made it to, you know, as deep as when we talk about EDG and we talk about Wolves in the most recent one. They are definitely next up if they can make that work.
Yeah, and even on that final Sunset map, they called the timeout, like Vic said. They gathered themselves and started mounting something. Even us in the green room were like, oh, no, okay, so you got to close this out, right? Right? Yeah. And eventually they do. BLG bow out in a very honorable, respectful way, but that does mean that Karmine Corp out of this group is the one that makes it on in. Let's take a look at the updated bracket here in Group A. As earlier in the tournament, it feels like a little while ago, Paper Rex got the job done, and now it is Karmine Corp getting themselves through as well. No lower than 8th place for the EMEA outfit here, big time.
Yeah, very, very impressive. This was another team a lot of people were kind of counting out heading into EWC. You know, they scraped by in those qualifiers, did not get given an automatic spot, and they've not had the best year so far. So for them to even make these playoffs is very successful, but they will feel like they're capable of making a deep run, really getting a big split of that prize money.
And this is exactly what you want if you're KC, especially when we were talking to the head of esports here. I mean, you want to get as much confidence, as much experience under your belt leading up to Champs Paris. You want to make that event and you want to do well there.
Yeah, the part I love about that is that's exactly what the Esports World Cup is about. I think KC kind of, you know, as an organization, everyone knows it, but has struggled within its domestic league and now finds its footing here. Not done yet in the tournament, and we can only imagine what that means for VCT EMEA. And that sets us up here for more best-of-3 matches. Now, big time, we've seen a lot of different maps, but is there a specific map that you want to see that no one's pulled out yet? Because we're getting to the point here where, like, maybe something that is unconventional will lead to an advantage.
A specific map?
Yeah, give me a minute.
Oh, see, my favorite map in the world is Split. But I don't know if it's...
How have we not? Yeah, how have we not?
Where's Split?
Yeah, where is Split? It's just gone.
Is it even in the pool? Can we get a firm answer on this? Because where is Split? Everybody loves Split. For me, it's by far and away the best map, so I'm disappointed. It's a lot of Lotus. It's a lot of Icebox so far.
Yeah, I mean, I would agree with you, bro. I want to see some Split, too. I want to see double duelist on Split as well. I mean, I'm a big fan.
All right, well, you know what? That wasn't the only match that we had earlier today. Earlier, we also had the matchup against Sin City against DRX for the final spot in Group B. It went the way of Sentinels 2-0, and just like we do with every other key, it's time for that iconic moment. And as our Pacific analyst here, Big Time, go ahead, take a good look at this one. How's that make you feel?
I'm glad it cut away from me. I am weeping tears here. I feel horrible for DRX, honestly. This is an organization.
Oh, yeah!
Zelsis.
Look at him. He came out of nowhere.
What a villain.
Like this. Oh, my God.
I'm so sorry you have to witness this, bro. If you guys could actually see the look on his face right now.
It's pain. Oh, it exploded as well. That's unlucky.
All right, look at your camera and give us the face. That's right. Yeah, Big Time. Hold that.
It's horrible.
Hold that as. Oh no!
Oh, look at that. Having so much fun.
The Crusher operator doesn't laugh or smile at anybody, and even Zeus is good.
Oh my! I feel like this was built for Zelsis. This is exactly his kind of thing, bro.
He's just styling on him even more. This is the most BM crushing I think I've seen this tournament. We gotta start rating this, best crush of the tournament, because Zelsis just took the throne on that one.
Yeah, he had so much fun with that. But of course, DRX heading home. They're such a storied organization, and I know that they expect so much. They started this year very, very strong with that win in kickoff, but since then, it's only been downhill. They're looking to make roster changes. They're looking to recover, but they haven't quite found that same footing yet that we're used to. So hopefully, they're able to recover.
Yeah, hey, stick around. We have a special guest coming in just a couple of seconds. But now's the reminder that we have our opening ceremony tonight. It is at 9 p.m. featuring Posty, Post Malone, and many other guests highlighting and celebrating the story of gaming and esports in one of the most epic celebrations you will ever watch. It all starts at 9 p.m. local, and then the opening ceremony kicks off at 10 p.m. It is going to be an awesome, awesome time. And I think he might be ready here. Almost ready before we have our special guest. So while he gets ready, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll talk to one of the victors in that last match and set you up for a second best of 3. and welcome back to the Esports World Cup. Joining myself, Digon, and Baby Bay Kakuka is back, as well as the victorious Sadak. Welcome, brother. How are you?
I'm doing fine. Is this on? I'm doing fine.
Yeah, it is on.
Hello, I'm doing fine. I'm doing fine. Super happy to be here again, or for the first time, I would say. Yes, I'm happy.
Dude, what was it like being the first team to play in front of a crowd? It got kind of quiet on that second map, but in the third map, we heard them yelling from the back room.
I mean, it was insane. It was kind of like a throwback for me on to locking, you know? Because we made a play. Wow! It was like, okay, we're good, guys. We go. Let's go. You know. So yeah, it felt. I can feel the energy so good there. It's insane.
Tell us a little bit about the encounter. Of course, going to the third map, we saw you cheering your team after the loss on the second one. Tell me, what was the plan going into Sunset, and also what did you give Suigetsu this morning for breakfast?
To be honest, I don't know what he ate. He has to give to everyone because that was insane. He did what, 2 aces?
Yes.
And one clutch, one before. That's insane. That's insane. But to be honest, the second match, it was more like a mental defeat. It wasn't more like a tactical defeat, you know? So I thought like, okay, guys, I have to have my team up. If not, it's going to be super bad third map, and we don't want that. But luckily, we managed to reset backstage, and yeah, everything worked well.
I got to follow up on the 1v4. Like, after that happened, as an IGL, like the leader of the team, how do you kind of like keep the nerves, though? Because, you know, a lot of these younger players, they get so hyped and excited in the moment that it could kind of snowball. You lose the next round.
Yes, that happens a lot, especially after that round in particular. I had to do the same call like 4 times because everyone was like, you know, like, yeah, I think the important thing is that's why we have like our strategies to reset even when we do like amazing plays, because the game is not over, you know. It's only one play. Okay, it was an amazing, insane play, but the game keeps going, so you have to reset and readjust and keep going again, you know.
All right, so this win means that you make it to the knockout rounds. Is there a team that you want to play in the next single elimination best of 3?
All the teams that defeated us. So BBL for sure. I wanna fight against the new NRG, of course. To be honest, whoever is in front of us, I'm super down to play. So yeah.
All right, you're not busy. You can break down this next series with us, right?
Okay.
Can I ask him one more question before we move on to that? I know that you guys have numbers on your jerseys. Do you mind showing yours? It's 23, right?
It's
so
23.
Why did you choose the 23?
Michael Gordon?
23, it's a number for me that represents my whole family.
Wow.
So in my bag, I'm with them, you know, they are with me. That's why I carry the 23. It has spiritual and family meaning for us, for me, I would say, in particular a lot. But I'm not going to explain that much. But yeah, it's for me more.
Oh, that's so sweet. You know, you can actually link that perfectly because Kankan, his full name is his brother's in-game name, and then Kankan, which is his name, but he has like the full thing because he really likes, you know, he wants to carry his brother wherever he goes because he's like his inspiration.
I feel like when you play and you're playing for something bigger than that, it helps a ton. Zadak, thank you for that little insight there. As we set up the next matchup, including Kong Kong and EDG up against Gen G. First, Gen G. This is such a Pacific Titan and always one of the international best teams. Zadak, when you think about Gen G, what comes to mind?
Korean teams are crazy, man. Korean teams are crazy. I mean, there's nothing you can expect. They're either gonna play like slow, methodic, or they're just gonna rush and do like amazing, unexpected things, you know. But to be honest, I'm looking forward to EDG. Like I really like them. I really like their playstyle. I'm a huge fan also of Kankan. I played against him a lot in the past. So yeah, it's gonna be like a super amazing match. It's gonna be really interesting.
The surprises on the side of Gen G, I think, have to come from the side of Texture. He's been amazing. The up plays that we keep seeing time and time again, it's always something to, you know, to be looking out. I think that also, as we're saying on the counterpart, we're seeing a Kanka that is revitalized after losing that best of 1, because remember, this was the opening match for both Gen G and EDG.
I'm so happy you spoke about the opening match. In the opening match, Texture had 18 kills. 10 of them were with the operator.
Damn.
We saw Kong Kong in such an amazing form yesterday as well with that operator against 100 Thieves. So I'm excited for this op head-to-head. I think that's really going to be what makes the difference.
Yeah, let's introduce EDG here. Again, the reigning world champs. You know what that is like, lifting that trophy. So
I was. Time passed, you know, time flies, all time.
Time flies.
Yeah.
What do you think of EDG, Kong Kong, the rest of the team? What comes to mind?
It comes to mind that they have what it takes, you know. So it has to be that in any moment they can choose, okay, now we're going to be champions again, you know? And we're just going to kill everyone and be the best team in the world. So, and it's also for Gen G also.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's so important now for EDG. In the previous match, I was saying, you know, for Bilibili, there might be a door opening. Well, not anymore. Thank you, Salek. For them to now be the #1 in China. But now, EDG are the only Chinese team that we have left. And they could be, and, you know, for that rule, kind of should be the one Chinese team that we have in playoffs.
Final thought here before we toss to the stage.
If there was ever a team to step up to the plate when there's so much pressure on the line, it's EDG.
All right, EDG and Gen G, the final spot on the line to the knockout stage. Who will win? Let's find out for the Esports World Cup.
We have just witnessed an intense battle, an incredible fight for survival with everything on the line. KC moves on to the playoffs and BLG witnessed their key getting crushed. But Ian, the day's not over yet.
It's not, and as the stakes are heightened, so is the drama. The weight of this opportunity weighs heavy on our next two teams because only one more quarterfinal spot will be decided on this main stage. For the other team, their dreams will be shattered to smithereens. We've already seen it happen once on the stage and on the B stream as well. This is the result of losing here in the EWC.
Literally cut in half.
It's painful, isn't it?
It is.
And it's going to happen one more time. Let's bring out our quarter-final hopefuls here, starting with a team who beat their opponents in a best-of-1. Can they send them home in a series? It's Gen G.
And their opponents, champions of the past, fighting to stay alive with their legacy on the line. It's Edward Gaming!
Success is survival. Defeat is a departure home. Our final series is now.
Here we go, another team set to be sent home. We have Gen G clashing once more against EDG. Squared off earlier on as they were talking about best-of-1, and Gen G certainly had the upper hand there.
No doubt about it. It was a 13-4, heavily in favor of Gen G. Foxy9 and Texture leading the charge for the black and gold. But one interesting thing to note here, these teams have only played each other a couple of times. Once at Masters Madrid, it was Gen G winning. Once at an off-season event where EDG didn't bring their full squad, Gen G won that. Gen G won the best-of-1. So for EDG here, a champs at redemption. We know they're capable of it. We know they have the pedigree of it. But both of these teams have shown in the past that they are capable of lifting trophies.
The pressure on Gen G, as well as just the region of Pacific, mounting. As we saw the departure of DRX earlier on. as well as the wavering performances over on the B stream of RRQ. We're currently up against the ropes, facing off against Heretics. PaperX obviously sat there waiting in the playoffs, qualified straight through. Gen G would love to join them at the same time. EDG is now the last hope for the Chinese region. Both teams are going to leave nothing on the table in this series.
Absolutely. I mean, I think for fans of China, you wouldn't want any other team in this position than EDG, a team that has shown what they're capable of. And it is going to be Lotus where we kick off. Not too much surprises in the agent comp. Going to see that Neon Fort Kong Kong looked electric on Sunset yesterday when EDG was able to take a 13-7 win over 100 Thieves. The Kong Kong leading the charge. Overall, 73 kills in that best of 3, plus 11, 22 first kills in that department. He was phenomenal. See if he can keep it up, going up against Gen G's superstar Texture. You know, the desk was talking about it. The op battle going to be something to keep our eyes on. And, you know, as we get on this defender side, could be kind of a key here for Gen G, keeping the momentum, keeping the pressure on this ever so crucial side of the map to keep that op out of Kong Kong's hands.
Yeah, it wasn't something that we got to see much of at all in that best of 1 because it was just a very quick, stompy map at the hands of Gen G, but across now a best of 3 series, hoping to see that head-to-head more and more. The Rays v Neon, 2 very different flavors being brought out here on Lotus. We'll see how they do fare. This is EDG's map pick to start with Gen G's very strong Haven up next.
Absolutely. I mean, this is a really good map pool for both teams. I think they're pretty strong equally across most of the maps. I think Icebox in that best of 1 was an aberration for EDG. I don't expect if we get to that third map, it's going to look anything like that. I think another thing to note here for today is ZJC, you know, new to the team, going up against a strong lurking team like Gen G. A lot of pressure going to be on him to help deal with that, especially as he's going to be shifting over to the Vice here onto Lotus. He needs to have his head on a swivel because Munchkin is always going to be trying to push you to find those extra angles.
I'll find you.
Let's see how we do fare as off the rip. It's going to get a haunt reveal on to Kong Kong, but real fight for rubble control going to be seen. Gen G instead all drifting towards this C site. Thorns here on the entry. Flash at the ready as well. It does get sent, a couple blinds coming through, and Texture drifting forward, wanting to get ahead of those Thorns, ends up losing his life, cut off from the rest of the squad. It's only going to be a smattering of damage found onto ZJC in exchange.
Yeah, just trying to force something there was Gen G. Disrespecting the utility and pay the price. Not exactly what you want to see to start. Foxy9 trying to create some attention, trying to keep those extra players planted over on the C site.
But they're playing into the stack now. 3 players set here, ready to respond. Charon does manage to get the best of Kong Kong, but quickly traded out. Nobody here from back rubble. To shoot through that Viper wall, find the kill, and keep EDG in with the advantage. The HP bar is now on the remaining players. Doesn't even add up to 150.
Trying to sell the pump fake here are Gen G. Trying to keep EDG guessing, gonna dodge the haunt as well.
30 seconds left.
That's actually gonna send them a little bit further back. That's gonna open up enough space here, but time is ticking. 25 left on the clock.
Waiting it out a little bit longer. An opportunity for Smoggy to just go ahead and bring this to its conclusion. Spots them out the rotation now back across the map. And nobody just pivoting it back over, but time, like you said, not on their side. 10 seconds remaining, still bring the spike forward. Smoggy still with an opportunity. Try to shut this one down. Plant gonna be coming through. Already Foxy9 dead. Plant will be completed as Munchkin does have some peeling fire there, and Ash immediately finds the headshots, and Gen G somehow recover the pistol round.
That is a rough start for EDG. I thought they played this round extremely well. The macro game looked good to me. They had some pretty good reads on how to stall Gen G out, but Gen G finds just enough there, getting the plant at almost the last second, and then Ash coming up big. He has been really good at times. Can find those clutch moments for Gen G. The young rookie coming in this year, new to the Gen G squad. Originally brought in as a Tejo specialist, is now having to shift over to those other initiators and is doing a pretty solid job integrating in. We're gonna have the 4-man push out. Kong Kong dead to Texture's Phantom.
Able to win that fight out. Pretty much needed to hit the first shot. Marshall does get scooped up. G2 just taking some pod shots through that smoke. At the same time, though, Texture feeling reinvigorated, shrugging off the first death there in the previous round. Go for the plant. That's going to get him halfway towards the showstopper. Chichu set up here in drop, trying to find a kill onto Charon. Puts him down low on HP, but cannot confirm it. Munchkin's there for the follow-up, and Gen G now are looking for a flawless as Texture finds another.
Time.
Mr. 4K? Perhaps no. Ash will find it as Munchkin gets dropped. Weapons still scooped up, however, and Gen G have a very comfortable 2-0 start.
Yeah, so you got to like what you're seeing from Gen G. Min-maxing in the right areas in terms of getting Texture hot-tracked towards that showstopper. And nice little win here early against Kong Kong. And then just pushing the pace. Knows he's got the weapon advantages. Munchkin covering drop. So just about everything you could want here for Gen G. You lose one, not the end of the world at all. You're going to be coming in with a very strong bonus, almost equaling your opponent's firepower. Just one less Bulldog.
Pinchell's out. Paranoia sent off the rip. But now pause in the action.
Oh, God.
They tucked in behind the box. He's going to reposition. Foxy 9 hits the belter of a shot. CJC just going through the meat grinder with every single map played.
And because it's the Vice down, they're going to want to pressure C-Site. They know that they're not going to have to deal with any of that annoying utility. Yes, the Viper's still there, but that's a much easier task to get through than having the combo of that util.
As long as they get going quickly, because already you do have players moving into position. Smoggy wrapping around from defender's side. Snakebite at the ready from Chichu is now the entry going to be coming through. Bite might cut off a couple, but looks like it's widely just straight over it. But Kong Kong finds one, Chichu gets another. Drags across for the kill on the Foxy 9. Now the spike is going to be dropped on the floor. The true remaining players from Gen G left out here at Mound. Munchkin now all alone in the 1v4.
We get a couple.
Chance to make this hurt, but for now, still looking
30 seconds left.
Very clean here. It's going for the blind spray, but they have repositioned both low HP players. Thing tucked in alongside each other as Kong Kong at the sprint at the ready. Tap of the door, weapon drawn back out. Kong Kong will go for it and will find it. Damn near flawless. EDG stop opponent's conversion.
Now you get out of that round for Gen G is the early pick for Foxy 9, and Chichu stands tall there, using his util very nicely, well-timed, waiting for the contact before he lets loose with the snake bite, kind of separate the Gen G players and start knocking them down. Very patient behind the pillar as well. God, that is sick, but the rest of it here, Chichu, nasty stuff. Kong Kong getting involved as well, like you were talking about, making the quick rotation over. Gen G just long enough to get there. That's a nice little maneuver from Kong Kong as soon as that door was open. Oh, hold on. Sees nade.
Looking for it. Obviously no nade there for the side of EDG to try to play off, but it's looking to lock him in place and try to get some spam damage. Ultimately, Munchkin will take a little bit. The nade up from Texture, doesn't find any value.
Gives you some map control though. Able to get that rubble control, so now you've got the option to pivot into B. They're going to double check here. Good awareness from Gen G that there could have been a push out of Mound.
Just keeping it quiet, keeping Texture planted forward. Showstopper not yet coming through, but nobody continued on that push. But it cost him, just trying to get him through the wall, but it's going to be Smoggy who comes out on top. Massive punish to be found.
That's tough. Lose that entry power, lose some of that stability on the map. Kong Kong now doing a little bit of an exploration towards B. Gen G trying to figure out how they want to play this. Good awareness on that taunt there. Ash. Ooh, relay bolt's going to back him off.
Paranoia sent for a bit of peel. Gen G running out of options and running out of time. The spike just now making his way back across through the attacker's spawn. Gonna have to try to just shove their way forward here into this site, but Foxy gets clipped by the flash. It's just not gonna be the time to really try to make a play of this, so yeah. Close but no cigar, or we'll just be snatched up here to try to get Munchkin a pit, but EDG, this time in actual flawless fashion, will tie things up at 2-2.
Yeah, Gen G being really cautious, really slow here. You know, even with the map control that they're able to establish early, not able to get much done off the back of that. Good holds from EDG. A nice win against Texture. Kind of just puts the brakes on the round for Gen G. They can never really find any other way to accelerate. So now the buy is going to be a little bit scuffed. Sheriff there going to pass the rifle over towards Texture. So Ash, maybe, let's see what he wants to buy. Bulldog and a Guardian. It's going to be what they have behind it. Important round here for Gen G because their economy not looking good. Meanwhile, EDG's is flourishing.
Just to see some nobody try to delay again. Check with a Prowler. There's a presence in that haunt reveal. Playing all alone. In the meantime, Foxy9 holding the flank, but as he swings out, realizes that there's more than he was prepared for. He's end up losing. Still in with the player advantage. Texture up over the top. Showstopper now in the back pocket. Horrible drop right as Texture falls down, but then he's walking into the open. And it seems like a bit of a miscommunication here. As far as the util usage. It brings it now into a 3v3. EDG suddenly given a second lease on life in the round.
No doubt about it. Taking their time. Gonna be a tough hold here for Gen G, I think, coming from a bunch of different angles or EDG.
Two players able to reply from within the site. Munchkin swinging back over as there's a headshot. Ash not able to find the elimination quite just yet, but Munchkin plays off the back of it, finding one. Ash now dropped. Already it's good damage.
One enemy remaining.
Munchkin snappy with that headshot, goes to the wide swing, readjusts, cleans up the 3Ks. Gen G regain the lead.
Yeah, nice hold here from Gen G. Looked like maybe EDG was going to be able to try to pressure from a couple different angles, but opted to just go all the way through stairs with 3 players. And that makes that crossfire from tree and back sight pretty easy to set up, especially with the confirm on the haunt. Munchkin. Cool. First one's good. Second with a wide swing. Very nicely done. So I think learning a little bit from some of the mistakes in the previous round pretty quickly there. With Gen G getting that map control, accelerating a little bit faster. Make sure that they're able to get something out of it. Now EDG going to overstack that A site, knowing that they can't afford to keep giving up that. And it is the showstopper through B. Immediately ripped by Texture.
Yep, it's going to be a bit of damage there on the Chichu. As Pit now does get invested. Double re-wrap through stairs towards upper that just got smoked off. Ash in position there at being made. Nightfall at the ready in case things start getting a little bit dicey. Paranoia getting ready to come through. Kong hunting, searching, finding Karan, but not winning the fight. Texture holds the door here for the moment, pushing forward, holding down M1, calling for some reinforcements, but none to be found. They're able to break through. Karan to 2 health, but time ticking, the alarm bot going off. Nano avoided, Prowler hunting, and Smoggy on the spam is able to find one. But ultimately, too much time has passed, even with just the 1 player dead with the player advantage. EDG a bit too slow to get into position, so Gen G are allowed to stretch the lead.
Yeah, love the way Gen G plays this round. A lot of ults invested, but all put to really good use. Showstopper into a quick pit. Have that Nightfall on the back line. Once you confirm the presence of more than 1 player, that's when Ash waits to let it rip. You know, Texture there using himself as a human recon dart. And that is when Ash decides to call that in. Good placement of the KJ util. Again, really diligent from Gen G in that post plant. Every piece of util getting value in terms of getting identification of where EDG players would be and making it so that that retake is untenable.
Fight to delay. He's made, no purchase there. TP forward though, and with the double scaling up, it's gonna be Karan dead. Maybe he was gonna be able to find the elimination there on a Smoggy, but nothing to be found. It's a tiny lick of damage.
It's a beautiful haunt from nobody. Gets the reveal on 2. I think that might have been what distracted Karan there momentarily. Texture already pushed up all the way through B. Try to get some kind of C collapse going. Are they aware that Texture's already this far forward?
They're about to find out. It looks like he's almost swinging back onto the angle. Turns his sights towards Waterfall for a brief little moment. His footsteps now going to be made. Saw 1, here's the others. Now just striking, gets his, gets out. Chichu down, Spike now getting planted. Gen G, firm control of this C site, but look at Texture and how he has to re-wrap. Going so far around to try to rejoin in with the rest of the squad. Ooh. But Foxy9 continues to dominate around Mount. Gets himself a 3rd, and it's clean taps with a Phantom. He just knocks them all down 1 by 1 like dominoes.
That is beautiful stuff for Foxy9. picking up right where he left off against EDG the last time they faced off, just hitting crazy multi-kills. I mean, when his mechanics are on, he is so unbelievably good.
This is the Foxy 9 that was promised by DRX. That has now been further developed and expounded upon, turned into an absolute gaming warlord. Unbelievable.
Beautiful little micro adjustments there in his movement too. Gets a little pressure on Mound, instantly recognizes it, uses the box and the Mound to isolate those fights. Really beautiful stuff. Gen.G just gonna leave Munchkin over there. Pit invested early here from Chichu. Gen.G trying to see if maybe they could do anything to punish it, but Pichu, or Chichu, not Pichu. I think that's a Pokemon.
It is a Pokemon.
Yeah, Chichu sits up
Steady yourself.
to see. I'm doing good.
Recover.
Great. Yeah, the Odin spam though, not connecting it onto any members of Gen.G. Haunt does get confirmation that Gen.G is over here. So back we go. The game of trying to dodge this.
Ball raised. Two players cut off by that. Paranoia on the texture. Now it's going to be locked in position. Kong able to find one as Karon hits the floor. Overdrive's going to be popped. Nobody. The Odin reward. Now the spike dropped on the opposite side of the door. And this becomes a very dangerous position. But Foxy 9 able to find 2 quick kills. As Munchkin now finds himself all alone.
30 seconds left.
Gives his captain the best possible opportunity here, but still looking like a bit of a bridge too far.
Oh, for sure. And just not nearly enough time to make things worse. So, not sure what the angle's going to be. Don't really need to save.
10 seconds left.
Damage could be good. Well, does not get cleared. Spam, however, is going to hound him down based on the audio. As a Munchkin completely surrounded. Still will find one, but Smoggy with a 3K will go ahead and close the gap a bit. 2 rounds separating EDG fighting back.
Yeah, like the way that they're playing these rounds there. Instead of just putting really heavy pressure at the front of A off the back of Chichu's ult, they instead just kind of set up a trap here. Good relay bolt. The Odin working a tree. And just really gumming up the work. Some good util as well from Smoggy to help back up his teammates, along with finding some big kills. Really nicely coordinated there by EDG. Do have the lockdown available here for Foxy 9.
I'll find you.
Nobody and DJC do have their ults as well. Got some potential retake ability in EDG's back pocket, even if the lockdown opens up the site.
Oh, out into the open. Munchkin finding the headshot, spotting Smoggy, but as he plants his feet, will manage to find the kill. At the same time, the rest of Gen.G getting ready to try to go on an exec here on C, but Thorns get popped nice and early. JC looking to just dissuade them. Still 3 ultimates here in the back pocket. So even if they try to execute with a lockdown, have that steel guard to just take the weapons away.
Just popping the Vice Wall there over on B. Making sure that EDG has to respect it while they set up this execute. Very nicely thought out.
Util sent. Damage suffered there by texture. Foxy in position, waiting for a timing, waiting for the call.
Love the patience here.
Want to be able to get some time ticking down.
There.
Now that they have no way to really try to clear this one out. Texture's position now going to be noticed. Paranoia ends up going through. Steel guarded, being sent right as that lockdown ends up being sent. Push forward into the smoke though. Texture ends up getting taken down. Looks like they're going to try to fight forward. But ultimately they're going to have to back away. The time is just not going to be there. Detain at least onto one. Does come through. Karon repositions, TPing forward. Joining in alongside Ashy on the site, who's very quickly overwhelmed. But Karon able to find 2. Foxy gets the other. And now it is just ZJC with 23 health remaining. The time is just not on his side. Tries to see if he can get another weapon out of their hands. Slow down this economy, but he cannot. Gen.G reach 6.
Yeah, the ult usage here by Gen.G, really, really good. Like the way that they're being patient with it, the way that they're using it to guarantee themselves rounds. Don't mind the idea from EDG here to use the Steel Garden to try to pressure that lockdown. If they can get around that corner, they might just win this round, but not quite enough there to get it done. And nasty stuff from Karon. Would love to see him come online for Gen G. Find some of that form we saw last year when he was the Rookie of the Year in most people's books. And he's been good at times this year, but it hasn't quite felt the same. We haven't quite seen that same level of impact consistently.
Well, for EDG, starting to feel a bit of the pressure here. This Lotus is their map pick, so expecting to have a little bit of a better go of it. Granted, they're starting on the defending side of the map, so not fully lost in the woods quite just yet. Wanting to have a bit better of a result here and maybe not get quite as frazzled. Good for the 1 kill onto Texture, but a bit of a mistiming as far as sending the ultimates, the lockdown being layered in right as the Steel Garden means that they can't really try to play off the weapon advantages.
Yeah, it was just a little bit too far to get there off the Steel Garden. The Nightfall was used as well, so 2 ults for 1. To make matters worse, you're on an eco. EDG, a little bit of a struggle. Nobody with a stinger, point blank range.
Paranoia is not going to mean too much at that range, so swing this corner, still going to be at risk.
Let's have to see. Munchkin with the Outlaw.
Jiggle Peak got the spot there. Munchkin reading the close angle. Does he get the shot? Yes, he does. Makes it a headshot just in case. And the trap play ends up being disarmed.
It's going to give him some comfort to think that A might be a better option, or at least take another peek at it. Take the fade out. That's a lot of that stall utility, info gathering utility removed from your opponents. So you can at least make some noise, create some attention. Just Munchkin alone wouldn't be enough to sell it. He is often the solo player for Gen G, so you got to get a little bit more in there. Take some damage though from that Sheriff of Kong Kong.
Yeah, shot's going wide. The decay as well, going back to the Viper wall.
30 seconds left.
Seems like pivot call going to be made here now. Munchkin is going to lurk in a smoke with an Outlaw. Here's the Neon exiting. Despite now getting planted, Chichu here at upper. Not much more to be done about this. Quick reposition behind Chichu on the peak. Finds himself a second shot. Discussing with that Sheriff. CJC gets involved. However, finding that kill, leaves now DJC all on his lonesome. And that is going to be a 3K from Ash. Go ahead and close out the round.
Ooh, that got a little scary for Gen G. Absolutely filthy shots with the Sheriffs. Man, oh man. What an attempt there from EDG. Again, I like the ideas from Gen G. You know, getting that Outlaw into Munchkin's hands, kind of create some pressure on one side of the map and open up the B site. But losing battles at range like that, things can fall apart pretty quick. Gen G, though, able to hang on. Ash with a very crucial 3K there. Get himself up to 7 kills. Munchkin looking for that haunt.
Operator in play, Smoggy dropping down as he gets marked, and Kong Kong does manage to note and deal with Foxy9. It's a consistent thorn in their side. Been drawing blood over on that C side. Takes him out of the equation. This allows them to push up and gain a ton of control. Gen G with basically 2 routing options. Go A, break the door, try to go into C. Texture holding the rocket for a little bit longer. Now pops it in, expecting a player playing close, but Smoggy has repositioned and outdone them. Chichu on high, drops down, finding Texture. Looks for a little bit more.
Spike down.
Sad shot onto Ash. Munchkin now once again by himself. Spike a bit more here within reach, but the approach coming in from the flank, getting ever closer. Swings out, they're lined up, but he can only collect the 1. It's gonna be EDG. Get themselves back in, now looking to make this a 5 and 7 half of themselves.
It's crazy how much pressure that op can create. You get that 1 kill, and the map is wide open here for EDG. And Gen G left in a position where they don't have many other options other than to try to either go for A or make a pivot over towards B. You don't have much information on the map at that point, so you're just trying to force the issue. And it took a long time for Gen G to get comfortable. And EDG did a great job thwarting that attack. Smoggy, really nice stuff, but not able to afford shields into this round. Just to check. Front door with the haunt. Texture. Oh, Kong Kong. Almost got him.
Yeah, lucky to be alive. So a bit of a slowdown here for Texture, 5-9 and 0. 3 of those from one of the early rounds.
They're just really being very patient, our Gen G, on this half. Haven't seen anything too pacey other than the one round with the showstopper quite a bit ago. On to B.
On cleared, Paranoia sent Smoggy. Gonna be taken down. Texture able to hound him down as finds Kong Kong as well. Nobody gets tagged to 10.
Oh,
round here for Gen G as they look to lock in this 8-4.
It should be. Oh my God, Foxy, how do you react to that?
Should have had him dead the rights, but Foxy just
Gun here.
faster on the draw.
30 seconds left.
Right at home in the Wild West. Nearly the lineup. Chichu continues to be a big thorn in the side. It's a slow creep up. Seems like a glimpse was spotted, and Texture is able to play off that. 3K for him. See if Mr. 4K makes an appearance. 10 health remaining on nobody.
Left.
Be a miraculous clutch to try to secure a 5th round win.
Just feed it to him.
Or will just be Karan going ahead and taking it away. So 8-4 at the half. Gen G, a very successful attacking side here on Lotus.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's about what you wanted. I think if EDG gets to 5, you're a little bit more concerned as Gen G. But the pistol going to be very, very important for both of these teams coming in the next half.
Yeah, they barely scraped by with a pistol win here to start things off. We'll see what happens and if EDG can start to rally back when we come back after halftime. And we're back, about to go into the second half. Gen G at the moment find themselves in the lead, up by 4 after showing some dominance here on Lotus. Now they swap over to the defending side. Onus on EDG to rally back on their map pick.
Yeah, very impressed with the way Gen G handled themselves on that first half. Fantastic utilization of their ults, kept the op out of Kong Kong's hands for quite a long time. Now you look over to EDG, they need similar win conditions, a huge pistol round coming up, and then string some rounds together so Gen G can't get the economy rolling to get Texture fired up. He doesn't always grab ops on this map. Sometimes he just kind of feels the rifles and wants to stick with that, but I think with the team he's going against, I want to showcase what he's capable of. Gen G with a quick 3-man push out, but it's being pinged out by EDG.
CJC, they'll go ahead and try to confirm this, and will confirm it in death as he loses his head. Munchkin, instantaneous with the shot. It's Gen G off to a roaring start.
Curious about how many he saw there, though, because EDG gonna send players back to try to check, but if they had seen all three, they might have gone for a quick A hit, but I think they might have only just seen one or two. Karan was tucked in the corner, so maybe didn't really get a good identification. Kong doing his due diligence, making sure that there's nothing going on. They're waiting out that haunt. That's the go signal.
Shots over towards Foxy9, so he backs off the front of C. In the meantime, Chichu trying to poke and prod. Just head into this B site, but it's just met with a tiny bit of damage taken.
30 seconds left.
Time now running low. It's going to be this A site in the end. Haunt cleared out. Texture presence going to be confirmed there at back site. This tree does get taken. Smoke coming through. Kong eating a headshot, but flying with one in kind as Ash trying to tuck into the corner. Covering fire arrives as Karan drops down off the rope, finding one. Some shots into the smoke though. Munchkin gonna whittle away at them, strafing all the way through to the opposite side. Foxy9 now joins in at a rope, and Munchkin hits a timing. Wall falling, Foxy on the peak, spotting one. It's a right-click kill. So it all comes down to nobody. 3-9-5, but Munchkin standing taller, getting the better of his cohort IGL on the opposite side. Gen G close out both pistols on Lotus, and they stretch the lead now up by 5.
And they do it again with a disadvantage in the number of players left. It's a 2v3 here at the end for Munchkin and Foxy. And Foxy playing this really well from heaven. Doing a great job with those right clicks. Not giving up the extra angle to the second player that's below him. Fantastic entry here for EDG. Nice shot from Kong to outduel Texture, outduel his counterpart. But Munchkin, man, very sharp with that 3K. Hitting heads with the Ghost. And that is brutal for EDG. They're going to buy a Bulldog here for Kong and Ashera. This is unusual. A lot of times you might see a team go for an Outlaw in this situation. Kong wants to try to make something happen. He's the playmaker.
Yeah, Outlaw, Marshall, something to that effect, and it's widely why you do see these full armors coming through from Gen G in case that is going to be in play. On out. Texture not revealed by that. Now sees the drop down. The Bulldog about to be left on the floor, but it's his, not Kong's. Keeps that one intact. Juggles the weapons over. 19 health remaining here on the Neon. Still looking to be the tip of the spear, looking to be the entry power here for the team. This wall falls. It's going to be Kong taken down. The players now contained here in tree. The Paranoia flying across. Ash finds himself the headshot. Clears the smoke. On scent, ping, reveal. Ash now with the 3K. Potentially on for the aces. Both players stacked up here in tree. Push forward. Karan going to be taken down. Chichu still a force to be reckoned with, as they know that they have the firepower. EDG looking to try to slow down the pace. Smokes blooming, shots flying. It's a wild, frantic spray. One that Smoggy gets
30 seconds left.
the short end of the stick of. Take it down, and now it's all on Chichu. Try to make something happen. Can certainly still make this costly for Gen G. High-low setup, both players low here backside. It is breakable, but they're a little bit faster on the draw. A 4K for Ash, double digits for Gen G.
Yeah, that's an incredible round for Ash. Really like the way that when he was in a bad spot there outside of stairs, he uses that haunt outside of the smoke, knowing that he's dead to a right click, recognizing that situation perfectly and reacting beautifully. A little bit of frustration from Gen G. I think if he wanted that kill to come through on a Kong initially, that would have been a very different round if Texture found that, but opened the door for EDG to at least scale a bit further forward. Then Ash, beautiful, beautiful stuff. Gen G, all Bulldogs against a bunch of rifles, and Kong with another Bulldog of his own. Just a little bit of pressure here. They're going to accelerate towards C. Foxy9 on the back of sight. Snakebite lobbed in. Foxy's already got Kong down.
They left them on an island. The counter spray is going to be good, though. Foxy holding on to the angle for far too long. Does give them a potential opening now with the smoke cycled forward. EDG at least have to wait that out, so they'll cut the noise. Look to maybe re-clear, see if anyone's pushed up in front of that sheer wall. Nothing to be spotted.
Could use the haunt here. Prowler out from Ash. Check on the mound. You're confirming the presence. NG, I think, could have split into a 2-2. Smoggy fishing.
They're looking for the timing. Munchkin swooping out, looking for the transfer, but with Ash in tow, doesn't need it. Weapon upgrades now going to be found. 2 remaining players pushing forward. Texture holding the angle. ADS with the Bulldog, and instantly deals with CJC. Nice shot from nobody. Trade one back. Knows that he's surrounded.
Make the tap. Bought the rotations. Opened up C potentially for himself here. NG pretty unsure. They don't know. He could have gone A as well here. They have no clue.
10 seconds left.
Now they know.
Have it confirmed. Backside plant. Tries to rotate down, but Ash through the door just a little bit faster. Will find that kill. And that is going to be continued pain here for EDG.
Yeah, I mean, Gen G kind of back into that form that we've seen them be capable of at these global events this year, where they just run people over. Great double swing out here on the timing off of the Poison Cloud dropping.
Standing.
Let's see this. Not bad at all, nobody. But at that point, Crown was in trouble. Did find a third on a Munchkin there, but the bonus conversion for Gen G, probably the nail in the coffin here for EDG on Lotus. They're going to try to take a timeout to see if they can get those nails a little bit further out. See if they can hang on a bit more, get some momentum going. I mean, again, you look at these score lines and a lot of you might think GG go next. No, you want to win some rounds. You want to get some of that momentum going. Maybe get Kong heated up or something. Like once he gets frying, feels like the rest of the team can follow. So something to think about here for Muggle as he talks it over with EDG.
And a lot of the time, the teams are going to have very good understanding of how the drafts are going to go, what their opponents are going to favor, where they're going to lean. EDG leaving that haven open, they have to know that that's what Gen G are going to elect to play. It's very difficult to take them down on that map, but they have some preparation. They're not necessarily out of it quite just yet. We've seen plenty of times where teams end up losing on their map pick because they've over-prepared for their opponents. Like you said, getting the blood flowing a little bit more here, get the hearts pumping, would be certainly a good sign for EDG. Try to instill a bit of faith here going into that second map. Reveal onto Smoggy, safe it back rubble. Kong scaling forward up towards the A orb. As Prowler spots one slide in, and there's far too many players. Ooh, good reply, kills coming through. CJC on with a second, finds Ash. Karon trying to fight back, but CJC outdoes them all. And what looks like a catastrophic misstep from Kong ends up getting turned on its head very quickly by his teammates.
That just came down to reactions. How even forces there once the toxic screen dropped. Foxy into a 1v3. No doubt he's capable of it, but this one's going to be very tough. 2 players in tree and he's going to open the door.
Taps it, nothing spotted. Bot doesn't reveal. Now looks to re-wrap. Nobody holding right here on the corner. Foxy anticipating it, not going to be snappy enough to be able to find that one, but doesn't know about the other 2 players locked in tree still. Does manage to find some damage, rotates around the back, and that is when the enemy Vice shall strike. A 4K for ZJC. EDG deny them from getting up to map point.
Like the macro ideas though here. Keep it simple, just take rubble control and try to figure it out from there. And again, try to get Kong going. You send him through, doesn't work. But again, he's able to get this information. There's a ton of players out here. And just some nasty shots from ZJC.
One enemy remains.
Beautiful with the Vandal.
That's the last.
That opens things up. Basically sets the round awry. Not much Foxy can do, just way too much to check. Gen G gonna be on an eco now.
Catch them.
Despite winning the bonus. There's the relay bolt.
Plenty of noise being made, but Karon,
hello?
Very much not noted in this fourth position. Just managed to make it a trade, which is going to be decently favorable to the side that's trying to pull off a thrifty.
We'll catch them.
She's in, nothing going to be grabbed there. Munchkin, decent amount of damage. 42, and on the swing out, Ash will fall. Now the lead very much expounded upon here in the round. EDG well set to move up to 6.
Just a pause. EDG waiting to see. You know, you have to anticipate that at some point Munchkin's going to get antsy. Want to try to go for some kind of pressure play to get some info, but actually Gen.G showing some patience so far. Still plenty of time. Now with that snake bite, nobody's going to move a muscle.
Right towards the door, the Prowler check into the site. Munchkin clears that tap. Coming through. Snake bite to try to hold them back, reroute, but Smoke now comes in. Texture running out of options, has to try to push forward. Shots flying, looks for the headshot. ZJC still answering back. You can tell EDG well aware of the space they've given up. Look back over towards main, find the kill on the Foxy, and now it's just about cleaning up Munchkin. May stay tucked, may just look to go down to the spike. Seems like that's going to be the case. A kill or a death to a player would give him the pit for the next round.
For sure. A little bit worried maybe about giving that extra charge to nobody. Getting another Nightfall online already. So, a lot of fans for both teams in the audience here today. A lot of people making the trip out to Riyadh. And it was loud in there. You could hear it. And Gen.G, I wouldn't be surprised if we see a timeout here. I think this might be a good opportunity to pump the brakes, talk about how you want to reestablish rebel control, because that's what's gotten the EDG these last couple of rounds.
Leviathan jersey, what's that doing here? A little bit out of place. That's
wide Kong?
Very flattering. But yeah, the timeout call, maybe, yeah, it has been made here. So Gen.G wanting to bring this to an end, and understandable. This has been the point that since Masters Toronto, Gen.G start to fumble. Get up to 11, give up a couple rounds, finally get the 12. Oh no, we're now in an overtime. Look, we've lost the map.
Yep. No, I agree with you. This is what gets concerning for Gen.G, is they look so damn good for, you know, a half of a map, and then it all just kind of starts to fall apart, and their opponents start stringing rounds together, and they can't find the answers. And so I think getting involved here early, especially since you still had both timeouts as Solo and HSK, you know, just making sure that you don't give the opponents any opportunity. You keep your team engaged. You keep Munchkin thinking on his feet. Make sure that you're feeding some of that stuff that he might not be seeing over to him. Keep those comms in order. You have to worry about Kong Kong close to his overdrive. You do have the Steel Garden as well for ZJC. Texture as the showstopper, like you mentioned, one away from a pit for Munchkin. So both teams kind of trying to get into those ult cycles. And it is going to be a bit of an answer here, pushing Karan up right behind the rocks. There's the showstopper, but everybody's already evacuated. EDG wise to that game. See what Foxy can do. Just jiggling. Should be just a fallback. Yep. Immediately, Poison Cloud goes up off of that contact. And EDG, though, it's all a little bit of attention. Try to sell this B hit. Texture does get the confirmation, though, that there are players outside of there with the Boombot, so pretty good stuff from both teams. Karan, though, might be the one called upon to come up big here for Gen.G.
The turret, swing out, Texture loses his head. The haunt coming through, Karan trying to play off that timing. He's managed to find one, but this is far too many numbers there to overwhelm. Now coming through, TP forward into tree, checks it out, nothing spotted, can stick it. Door gets open, spike now being brought forward. Wall falls.
30 seconds left.
Question is, do they anticipate Ash now? I'm sure if their concerns seem to be placed over towards backside, but that Steel Garden is at the ready and will be sent. Ash, no other options but the swap to the Classic. Interrupt the plant, maybe a real chance of it, but opts to play this patiently. EDG not yet really looking to explore towards backside. Swing coming through, Kong Kong dropping down. Exits over towards drop, and now Munchkin's position going to be known. EDG playing this so well. Gen.G just a step behind. This is the triple face from Tree.
Should be the save now here for Foxy.
Make it an attempt, but if he swings out, Kong could rotate up the rope quickly, but opts to go ahead and stick around and drop. It's gonna be EDG shrugging off the timeout. Closing the gap, getting ever closer now. 4 more rounds to go to tie it up.
Yeah, I like the ideas from EDG coming out of their opponent's timeout. You know that Gen.G has to reestablish Rebel control, just kind of give it up and work the rest of the map. Get some of that util out, force Gen.G to have to get info on what's going on the other sides. And then they're able to win a big fight against Texture out in the open there, trying to take the tight angle into the A door. And just so ready for it is Smoggy. And then Karan has no choice but to try to go for a one and done, because he is just on an island at that point. Nobody else from Gen.G was even close. And now you got to really start to dig deep. The buy is going to be scuffed as hell for Gen.G.
Cover going now.
You have that judge for Karan though.
Outlaw in hand for Kong. Push forward into the smoke, and well, Outlaw taken out of his hands very quickly. Karan tried to stick around for a little bit longer, see if anyone comes pushing forward, but he's eaten a ton of damage. Ultimately has shoved them away. Outlaw going to be juggled back, making sure that nobody else can try to scoop that one up, and gets it into the hands of Ash.
Good start. Do have a Guardian here for Texture.
HL having already been used. Texture frantically looking for a shot. Eventually he's going to be able to find one. Prowler into space. Not really bothered about that. He just kind of shrugs it off, and in the end, it's a flawless round and one where it's a bit of a half buy for Gen.G as they get up to map point. That's going to sting for EDG.
That is for sure. I mean, that judge, so annoying. Kong kind of out on an island in that smoke and spray through, not able to clear Karan out, so they can't re-aggress towards A and over into B, where you've got a great crossfire setup. Ash there, catching him with the Outlaw. Texture and Karan gonna finish the job, so it's kind of an awkward one for EDG. Here we go again.
Smoggy considering a scale forward slide in. Karan eventually able to find that kill. He's looking to reposition, ups to slow it down a little bit of Texture. Gonna get caught up. Karan finds his second Chichu, finding Ash. Suddenly the dust settling. It's a 2v2. Foxy, audioless, jump peek over the top of the box. Nothing spotted. Snake bite there. Plays it patiently.
Phenomenal
timing. It, but still eats quite a bit of damage. Munchkin at the same time approaching from the back, the sheer wall, something that can be ignored. It's very much going to be hoping they come pushing back into him, or they push forward enough to where he can recover a weapon.
That's a beautiful piece of util there.
Where are you?
They're just trying to figure out where the hell Munchkin is. They don't want to make a move. Again, showing patience though is Munchkin.
Gun barrel nearly spotted, but nobody able to find Foxy 9. And that's going to be the go signal here for them to try to push up. Still trying to get Munchkin out, trying to draw him into the open. Staying stagnant here for the moment. In all likelihood, we'll just wait until that spike gets planted before he tries to go up and recover one of these guns.
Could use the pit here if you pass the spike over to Chichu. Just trying to decide EDG what they want to do.
I'll find you.
Use the haunt. Just going to commit it to back sight with nobody.
10 seconds left.
Munchkin.
Spike planted.
Assuming, yeah, already got a Vandal. That's a pit of his own, but it's in the back, so it's going to be hard for him to get to a spot to use it.
Be a very bold maneuver to try to go for that one. Chichu maybe finding a timing. He does, as nobody also pivots back. So a 3K here from the IGL of EDG keeps their heads above the water.
Just kind of an awkward round there. Another big fight that EDG is going to win at Rebel. Looked like maybe with Karan taking that Rebel position that Gen.G was going to be able to kind of just smother EDG out of this map. And with that,
still waiting.
Wide swing there from Foxy. I think checking to see if they were going to switch over to B. Gets caught out. Texture now has the op. Odin for Ash. So the money there for Gen.G. Try to shut this map out. There you go. Oh boy, that's some damage. Not bad at all. That initial spray. Gonna catch Smoggy and nobody. A little bit of Chichu.
Tagged up a bit. Off forward, giving info as Prowler going to be spotted. Snakebite, delay, and if this door gets tapped, Texture, yes, got to slide forward. Suddenly now, a bit more at risk is the Rays. Go for a full pivot, could be in a good spot, but Foxy similarly does manage to get involved, finds EJC. Now you have the slow creep up from Texture. Watching, and it's just knife out, Spike on the floor.
Spike down, attacker
Boombot sent as Gen G looks to bring this map to its conclusion. Smoggy's so far away from having that op online.
I have the spike.
Wary about the forward pressure. Smoggy gonna look to try to challenge in, but Texture quickly bounds back. One more blast back, potentially for an exit, but he is re-aggressing, looking for a little bit more. Finds the enemy Omen. Now looks to try to take down the final boss. Chicha will recover the spike. Pulls back away. The bite going to be thrown. Angle not given over, but the time is ticking. They are surrounding Ash, swinging out, finding it. 13-8. Gen G take down EDG on EDG's map pick of Lotus, setting the stage potentially for a full exit of the Chinese teams.
Yeah, this is troubling for sure. A hot start on the attacker side for Gen G. Solid defenders end. They are going to come through with a big map win and keep that run back from occurring from EDG. Curious to see what Haven's going to look like. I mean, EDG played 100 Thieves close on it yesterday. It's a map like you were talking about that Gen G very solid on.
Have to suspect that the read is going to be there, the knowledge is going to be there from EDG, allowing for that map to make it into the draft. Gen G have been so clean on Haven for so very long, so certainly going to have their work cut out for them. We'll see what happens when we come back after the break.
I stepped into a realm of wonders where the sun kisses the sea. Two worlds inspired by each other. Two worlds making one. This land is calling, Saudi Red Sea.
Welcome to EWC 2025, where we have got, for the first time ever, Valorant players on site ready to compete.
I'm going to be giving you an image. There's going to be a map from Valorant, but we have altered something in this mini-maps. It's for you to tell me what has changed.
This map is Ascent. Everything's in place right now. I don't know what that. Yep. I don't know what.
That's just not there.
What's going on there? For whatever this is, I couldn't even describe it. Just, oh yeah, 2 ways to go in this spawn.
Name the map and get into business.
Map, Pearl.
Okay.
What is that? This is not there. I wish it was there. I would take this duel every round. That should not be there for sure.
You sure?
Yes. Yeah.
Something tells me you're gonna like this one.
Icebox, here we go. Wait, I don't know what it is.
I think that this is the kind of thing that either you spot it in the first 10 seconds or you're gonna be looking at it forever.
Oh, I know what it is.
You know what it is? Okay, Brock, I'm gonna give you 5 seconds to spot it.
Honestly, it's pretty hard for you.
Right here, right here.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, I like this. Okay.
What is this map?
Bro, oh,
can I look?
No. You know it's split, right?
Split. It's already wrong. It can't be that big. This map is small. Actually, there is a safe thing here.
That's a tough one, and you got it.
Yeah.
That is the bit. Well spotted.
This is Abyss.
Yeah.
Looks like this.
We have...
this?
Exactly. That does not exist. Good job, Avis. Yeah.
Actually true. Actually
Okay,
true.
I'm locked in.
Actually
I'm locked in. I'm locked in.
Thanks for letting us know.
She's like, I'm sure.
Okay, 3, 2, 1.
Map?
Haven.
This.
Yes!
Loser.
Yeah, but it's closer to you, so you have more
loser.
time. Look, if it was this way around, I would say.
Okay, bro, get better.
I need you to stop fighting, guys.
High
You know,
five.
I need you to fight against other. Okay, well, thank you very much, guys, for joining us today for this game. Definitely best of luck in your games, and thank you very much for watching.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
In a packed crowd over at the SNB Arena, it was Gen G coming out on top. They got ahead early on and fell a little bit further behind and then able to close it on off here. T-Gon here alongside Baby Bay Kakuka. Gen G for Pacific up 1-0 over the final hope of VCT China EDG.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant performance for the side of Gen G. This is the Gen G that wins trophies. This is a Gen G that gets a lot of people scared because the level that we saw in this Lotus was astronomical. You might think, and after the performance that they had in Toronto, that things might go down after they face a loss. Absolutely the other way around.
Yeah, I don't even necessarily think that EDG played bad in this series at all. I just think Gen G were just way ahead in terms of like game IQ, and they won that head-to-head chess match. It was a really a really insane game to watch.
All right, well, let's take a look at 2 rounds that defined that last map, and they were both on in the first half here. Gen G in round number 7, take a punch to the face by EDG. They bounce back here, Kakuka.
Yeah, in many of these occasions, we saw actually EDG getting the first kill onto them. And this is actually round number 8, so this is a good play from the side of EDG, is to also portray the fact that EDG had very many responses. They knew how to play with the Neon and how nobody was playing with the Odin. But again, I think that the forces that we were seeing for the side of Gen G were just too strong.
Yeah, I mean, the Odin spam was kind of crazy. Munchkin was left all alone, but yeah, it was the good back and forth that we were talking about from these two teams, and EDG did definitely fight back quite a bit on that side, but Gen G were in control.
Yeah, Smoggy was really trying. Like some of the plays that we were seeing, like I really think that this is the top tier Gen G that we were getting. Also, turnaround from the game against Fnatic, they couldn't even score a single pistol in that best of 3. In this Seoul map, they already got both of them, so they've done their homework.
Yeah, definitely. That was one round that kind of defined it. Here's the second one. This one's for Baby Bay. Just because there was so much technical prowess, I'm telling you, he was in the back saying, this is the high-level Valorant that you wish you could get if you were a coach.
Yeah, so the start of this round, they went 1 for 1 at A, and then, you know, the appropriate response from Gen G is to, okay, go take C. What we didn't see earlier was a bait out of the B wall, which allowed EDG to have to re-clear that space, but Foxy9's Killjoy ultimate here created so much havoc and chaos that the Vice ultimate was, I mean, it just didn't have any benefit. The Fade ult doesn't get value here. Everyone's able to reposition, get back into sight, and Gen G are able to just take this round away in a pivotal moment.
I think that is very important when you're planning all of these rounds, and probably what sets Gen G apart in so many occasions. We see and speak about so many teams. Oh my God, they have so many ults. They didn't get to use them. You get too focused on what's happening second by second that you lose the grasp of what you can actually do with it. They already had in their minds that the Steel Guard and the Vice ultimate was on the other side. To counter that, even though EDG's plan was like, we're going to stop them on their tracks with this, is we use the Killjoy ult and we put them in a dilemma. What do? EDG went on the route and we use it, we try and push, but the positions from Gen G were already so aggressive that it's not successful for them.
I'm glad you talked about the aggressiveness, because Texture was actually in spawn adding an extra layer to the post plant of, okay, now you have to use Paranoia on me, and you don't have that for the actual retake. It was just such a masterclass. It was a coach's dream round.
This is, for you to understand, this is the Gen G that we speak about when we're like, they are the best. This is a very scary team to go up against.
Yeah, and remember, this Gen G did not win Pacific. The team that did win Pacific, up right now over on the B stream. They were up 1-0 in terms of map score up against Los Niños. Or, sorry, opposite. RRQ,
oh my God, second overtime.
Yeah, RRQ were down 1-0 against Los Niños, 13-13. And this update, we actually don't know the answer here, so we're gonna watch together.
I do not know it. I was checking on my phone, I'm not gonna lie, but I'm not gonna check right now. But bear in mind, RRQ got this to overtime. I believe that at a point was like a 5-12. We were checking on the phone and I was like, oh my God, EMEA on top. And they brought that to overtime. So, you know, really excited. Also, check that out in the B stream.
And that was after RRQ lost the first map 13-3. It was the biggest loss that we've had in best of ones so far. All right, 50 seconds before we head back to stage. EDG need to bounce back. What's the key to that here, Baby Bay?
I'm pretty sure we have Haven next, and it's got to be the Kong show. But the weird thing is Gen G run that double controller comp on Haven as well, which is very uncharacteristic.
They were, Gen G were undefeated on this Haven back in Toronto. As you're saying, they're running it with the Viper. Munchkin is having such a day, and he could be the difference maker. And speaking about differences, yesterday when EDG played in that Haven against 100 Thieves, they swapped away from the Neon and put Kong on the Jet. To me, and after what I've seen, and after what we like, I would say put him back on Neon.
Yeah, I feel like you need one of the world's greatest players back on playmaking here. It is Gen G versus EDG, the reigning world champs, back up against the wall against Gen G, who expect to be a tournament favorite. Who will win? Let's move back on over to map number 2.
Alrighty, we are back. It's time to go into map number 2. EDG falling shy of the mark on their map pick of Lotus. Now have to contend with Gen G on their pick of Haven, which has been a very familiar map for them for quite some time. EDG backs up against the wall. An elimination here means that not only they go home, but all of the Chinese region's hopes with them.
Yeah, the group of death could be resolved here on this map, or maybe EDG can stretch it out to a map number 3, take their opponent's map pick away, like Gen G just did to them. A lot on the line here. Gen G looking pretty in control for most of that Lotus. Is it going to be the same here on Haven? That Viper is one of those key components to this Haven, the way that Gen G likes to operate, the way that Munchkin likes to maneuver. Texture probably going to be on the Neon, I assume. Yep, indeed. So it is still going to be Kong on the Jet. No changes for either team here on what they've been running on Haven in recent history. And it's just all about keeping track of Munchkin, finding ways to punish him, especially in A lobby, in A main. He is really annoying if you give him that space. He'll just find these weird timings where all of a sudden he's in A link. You have no idea how he got there. So a lot of pressure going to be on to Chichu. ZJC is the breach as well. Going to need to maybe be the guy to help use that util to keep that A main control in EDG's hands, as they will not start on the defender side. They're starting on the attacker side. Gen G going to be on defenders first, but a lot of that kind of stuff needs to be considered. Nice little fan with a texture sign there. And so far, so good. But EDG, man, they looked pretty good yesterday on Haven. Just a few little missteps, a few kind of weird rounds. Otherwise, that could have been a very different affair. I think back to that 2v4 that Thieves won, that shut EDG out in that final round. You know, that should be one that they're probably kicking themselves, thinking they should have won, maybe extended that map a little bit further. So definitely, they've got some firepower. Can really showcase it here on Haven. I think this is going to be a much closer map than Lotus.
It's a brief little pause, a brief little moment of zen here for the players before they continued to fight for their lives in the tournament. EDG, the ones at risk, needing to close out this Haven, to take it over to Icebox. They can maybe try to make Gen G suffer the same fate that RQ just has. Confirmation, Heretics have won.
Okay.
So another Pacific team has fallen.
congrats to Heretics. That's nice to see, though.
Yeah, big rally back, something that is very needed for them. But now we can focus in the action here as Foxy9, only one on this side of the map, and CJC gets torn apart.
I have the spike.
Poison Orb in with the Nano Swarms. Coming up with that kill, and Chichu narrowly able to escape, confirming hefty presence, wrapping around from behind. Foxy needing some backup.
They're trying to get there. Already Kong pushed out forward with that classic. And Shock Dart there to clear that angle, or try to. Paranoia at the ready. Here we go. Oh, Kong right up front. Smoggy follows up.
That's taken down as well. Nobody finding Foxy9. Karan trying to spam something out, but just get taken down. Munchkin still healthy, now arriving. Finds the first. Wraps around, but time working against him. 3 players to still try to get through. Can certainly find some damage. We'll be able to get an extra charge with a second kill. EDG take their first pistol of the series.
Yeah, just love the way that EDG smothers that choke away from Gen G. Trying to come grouped up. It's just shut right down by Kong and Smoggy. Basically ending the round here. Gets ahead of the relay bolt. Catches Texture as he's trying to sprint in. Nice turn from nobody. You get to see that on screen, but that is great reaction, great awareness. That's a huge pistol round win for EDG. Couple sheriffs gonna be bought for Gen G. Outlaw for Kong. Want to get him heated up with those snipers. He's on the jet. Ash confirming the presence. Backs off.
Looking to get back away on Scathe. Drone will lead the charge. Fault line can play off the back of that. Recon Ping does get a bit of a glimmer here. Kong drifting forward. Outlaw in hand. No punish to be found, though, because of the smokes. Still has the opportunity. Has the Outlaw. Finds an initial kill. The drop down. Foxy on the timing. Gets a headshot as well as Karen plays off the back of that, but quickly they will be dealt with, and once again, it's going to be Munchkin. So quick little reposition. Bit of a safer plant. And now wrapping through the A connector.
If Munchkin can find one more here, be happy with that damage.
Well, tries to just swing across, but Kong is quick on the angle. Gets himself a second. As EDG start things off 2-0.
Looking good. Love the coordinated chance there. Looking like there's quite a few EDG fans sporting EWC jerseys. You can purchase on site. And they look hot here to start Haven. Nice little attempt here from Gen G with the flood, but dealt with well enough by EDG. Able to keep over most of the guns you'd want. A couple 3 Guardians and a Bulldog here for Gen G, so the economy just a little bit off.
Clear the turret. Karan swinging out there with Foxy9, who eats the lion's share of the damage. Goes down to 5 HP. Are able to find the kill and back away, but all players worse for wear. Texture's position would have been scouted, but Munchkin in position to go ahead and play off the alarm bot. Takes down Chichu.
Fantastic timing from Munchkin. Caught that perfectly. No chance for Chichu to escape. Over to B we go. Munchkin snake bite at the ready.
Spot out. Raises the wall. Sends it. Not going to be able to see anything from there. Widely the door slams shut in EDG's faces. Looks like they will re-wrap over towards C long. Smoke now expiring. Munchkin doesn't spot it out, but Smoggy not really wanting to take that fight.
I was going to say, Karan's got to be careful here.
Paranoia going to be sent. Quickly repositions, just utilizing the teleports. Himself over to backside. Smoggy's on teleport, going to be sent, but can't get the weapon out in time. Gets caught off guard. Foxy9 drags across, finding nobody's head. CJC now just left tucked into the cubby. Gen G looking for a flawless. Bounce back, try to grab this 4, but smoke does dissipate. Tries to go for it, and there you go. Flawless confirmed. Gen G on the board here on Haven.
That's huge that comes out as a flawless. A lot of early damage taken, and then Gen G doesn't take any more.
Foxy survives for 5 and still gets another kill.
That's unbelievable. He gets 2 more off of 5. Again, beautiful timings. Foxy catching Smoggy completely unaware. You know, they're trying to smother Karan out of back flat. They just don't quite account for the fact that Foxy might have stuck around. That's got to feel good. Gen G fans with their banners, waving them proudly after that round.
Gen G fans?
Yeah.
Thinking about dessert already.
I am.
Happy to have had dinner. Tuck back, Karan, able to avoid this recon. Re-peeks, and it's a ton of damage. 10 health remaining on the Omen as Ash.
Here.
He'll peek out, Texture refilling that space, now going to be noted, so. And confirmation on 3 different players here on the map, this side of the map, I should say. It's going to be a pickup on the orb. Noise cut here.
I like this anti-Munchkin lurking setup, some of that util from Chichu there. You got the cam right outside of B, tripwire as well, just in case. He's going to scoop one of them up. It might have been cleared there by Munchkin. As EDG looks to send a 2-2 hit in towards A, seemingly. Well, now they're going to regroup as 4. Just try to overwhelm, but Gen G's got 3 players here. Pretty well prepared.
This fault line. Probably the line could very much disrupt them. But actually, you see a pivot coming in. Texture rotating off of this one. As there's the jiggle peak. Full confirmation now. Kong goes in, tailwind forward. Ash still able to find one before getting taken down. And Texture not ready for it, but still reacting fast enough. Continues to trade it back. 3v3, but Karan stuck here on site. 10 HP remaining, but now Chichu gone. Foxy9 out lingering, out lurking over on B. In the round. Push forward. They clear out Smoggy. Spike not yet planted in time. Dwindling, as is their life bars. Nobody will fall, and Gen G tie it up 2-2.
That's a really big win for Gen G. Didn't have to buy anything over into this round, so it's still Guardians and a few rifles. They're still able to hold on. Some good recoveries there. Ash doing a good job getting at least one before he goes down on site. Gets revealed, so causes him to fall even. Good response with the stuns. Texture there. Again, hitting one before he goes down. And like you mentioned, the win against Chichu, huge for Foxy there. The counter lurk play works a treat. Now it is an eco for EDG. Wow.
Yeah, just a trip, clear out, try to open up a flank, make them constantly have to look behind.
Love it.
Cheeky little setup. Mustard in position. Smoke flying towards heaven. Chichu going to be noted there. Karan dropping down. Avoids the fault line. Does get paranoid. Sends out one of his own as Hunter's Fury being sent here. Tags found as Karan and Munchkin both down to 70.
Oh, that shot
Get out of my way.
They're going to rotate, but look at this. Because of that trip clear, Texture can continue to aggress forward. Has the Outlaw in hand. They're watching for it, but can they do anything about it? It's a very different question. On the creep up, Jiggle Peak going out. TJC off camera, able to find 2 kills. Ash Carrot both going to be taken down. Foxy9 doing his damnedest, but they just wide swing out a little bit further, and nobody is able to collect it. Weapons now going to be scooped up. As Texture, well, the flank, it will continue. Finds the first, can scoop up the Phantom here, potentially. No, falls back further away from him. No armor on Smoggy. 10 HP on the one player. There's the counter swing. Finds it! And Texture hits both shots! Gets the 3K, collects the weapon, and keeps Gen G in this. Now gaining the lead.
Oh no.
An unbelievable clutch here.
Man, oh man, Texture. I mean, that's disgusting, but this is heartbreaking for EDG. They invest the Hunter's Fury, they get damage. Kong pops the blades. They've got sight, they've got advantage. They've got a 1v3. But Texture, just too good with the sniper rifles. Great relay bolt.
It's against the Thrifty, but damn, a 1v3 retake with an Outlaw is something that you don't see very often. Texture gets it done, and now he is put in for an upgrade. Gets himself an operator online.
And none of Chichu's utility, you know, we watched that shock dart. He hadn't laid any of his util before the round start. Looked like he was looking for some kind of post-plant play. That might have been part of the kind of domino effect there. The butterfly effect that caused that round to end up being able to go into Gen G's favor. Chichu trying to scale forward. Outduels Foxy.
Does outlook it this time, but Munchkin's there, that second layer. never really anticipate. Now the tripwire is down. Munchkin will be rewrapping around the back, sending out the snake bite, trying to delay. So at bay for a little bit longer, so spike plant not yet coming through. At the same time, his way in towards garage. There's the spot out, there's the kill. ZJC down to the floor, player advantage now here in the hands of Gen G. Texture collects a Vandal.
Drive cleared.
Cleared. Overdrive is at the ready. If he wants to try to let it rip. Noya sent. Disconnect on the nobody. Relay bolt now. Sent through. Slide forward. The headshot immediately found. Kauron on the swing, finding Kong Kong. Just far too distracted. Too many things going on the site. Doesn't know which way to look. Gen G very quickly flushed him out. Texture can go back and pick up that operator once again.
Again, the coordination here for Gen G, so good on this retake. Fast lane goes up, Texture goes super deep. Everybody else is pushing off the back of it. Nice quick scope there for Texture. Look at this. Going right past everything. That is ridiculous. So the Vandal, nonetheless, absolutely filthy.
A lot easier when you're sliding straight at him. Still, such clean movement here from Texture. Just clean calling from the side of Gen G. 4 rounds now in a row. EDG forced back onto another thrifty attempt. Nearly 5 ults to try to contend with as well.
And you don't have the comfort of a Hunter's Fury and a Blade Storm this time. Kind of try to get this thrifty to go over the line. Gonna have to get it done with those Stingers and Sheriffs. Now, we've seen some phenomenal shots today from EDG with the Sheriffs, but feels like it's going to be pretty tricky. Just going to try to get this B plant to go. Kong Kong deep in the link. Pulls back. Looks like Gen G might just be seeding over the plant, playing for retake.
Initiated.
Foxy's got the lockdown at the ready.
Spike planted.
Should open up some opportunities. Kong Kong ahead of the curve.
Lockdown.
Hunting him down. Off your feet. Still losing a life is Foxy9, collecting 2 kills. Close to trying to find Chinchu, but can't quite make it happen. Neural Theft now going to be infested. Big reveals coming through. CJC kind of getting lost in the sauce and spammed out of the pit. Texture sliding forward. Massacres the remaining 2 as the defuse will come through. Looking like EDG was going to be able to make a go of it here once again at the thrifty, but Gen G once again find their footing.
Yeah, I like the ideas here from EDG in some of these rounds, but Gen G's retakes are just too good. They're so well coordinated. And this is great patience from Foxy there. Just waiting for Kong Kong, saw the head. This is a great opportunity inside of the Viper's pit.
Down.
Inside of Munchkin's pit to just go for the overdrive and secure the round. They're gonna do exactly that. And this is frustrating. You know, on Haven, you'd like to get some more damage done on your attacker side, so timeout has to be called. As EDG struggling to find answers. And it's just everything that could go wrong in some of these rounds just seems to go wrong for EDG. You know, Texture 1v3 clutch, just brilliant retakes most of the time. What is going to be your game plan off the back of that? You know, you've tried A, you've tried C, you've tried B. None of it has really worked out for you in the long run. And it just could be that Gen G just has EDG's number. It would be, if you count off-season events, 4 losses. One of them's a best of 1. But you know, after Masters Madrid, to get a little bit of revenge here as EDG get a Chinese team into the playoffs here at EWC 2025. And you got a Hunter's Fury for Ash to worry about. You're 1 away from 1 for nobody. Just have to wait and see what they want to do with this. Sure.
Ooh, you're playing with fire. Decides to back away. Foxy9 though, let's see if he can continue to be immovable. He's gonna be spotted out, swings it, still finds the kill, and just dips out. It's like the enemy drone is playing him in. He's gonna re-aggress, he's gonna be able to find another one.
It's ridiculous. That's all you could ask for out of your Sentinel player. Lock down garage like that. You got Munchkin shifting around using that poison cloud.
Rolled it back up, gun barrel spotted, the 1-2 tap.
Spike down.
Headshots into the spray down, looking for a little bit more. Fight to stop any kind of scaling here, but Chichu, his work here is done. He hasn't even done anything.
My work here is done. You've done nothing.
Yep.
The old Batman meme.
It's Sailor Moon.
Is it? Oh, you're right. It is Sailor Moon. You're right. It is Tuxedo Mask. I forgot. For some reason, I had the cape in my mind and just thought.
Well, that's the point we're at.
Yep.
EDG, we need to see a rally back. I mean, already a timeout called. And the more that this goes on, the more it feels like they're going to have to burn the second one in this first half. 6-2. With Gen G starting on the defense.
It's completely clean from Munchkin there, too. Didn't take any damage in that 2K. And a hero rifle for Kong Kong. Nobody does have his ult, but Ash was able to hang on to his as well. They want to try to make Foxy uncomfortable, so he dumps some util in there. Trying to hide his position.
Fury, Munchkin bounding around. All three bursts being avoided, and at the same time, they feel like they're safe, but Foxy9 is able to scale up, and he once again finds Kong Kong for first blood, and now that Vandal, that one hero rifle, is left right at the entrance of the window. Chichu will be able to swing in. Scoops it up for himself. Quick turn of the flash. Ash backpedaling. The spike is going to be planted. Now Undersphere in response. The tag is there. The kill not yet found. Worried about this potential scaling. Nobody's presence forward will get confirmed. Texture, however, lurking in from behind. Tripwire at the ready to try to block it off. Maybe in with a real chance here is EDG. Cam gets cleared, finds the first, gets the second. Chichu, still a force to be reckoned with, but so too is Foxy9. Goes down 3, looking for the 4K. Sheriff shots, whipping around Ash. As Gen G have all the time in the world. 7-2, continuing to run away with this map.
Yeah, they go for a play here to EDG. They call to find a way to get the pick onto Foxy to try to stop the heater he's on. And instead, Munchkin is one step ahead. He calls for Foxy to hide in that poison cloud. These are disgusting shots from Chichu. Almost finds the third. That
one enemy
comes up just short. And Gen G is on a roll. What else can you do? Still Operator, now Munchkin even gonna grab an Odin. He's looking to spam through sewers. Stun there to back Texture off. And that Odin spam is gonna be enough to keep EDG from quickly taking space at long A, but Kong Kong gonna continue his slow march forward. Knows the Texture's there. Wants to see if he can catch him off guard. Nope, not gonna happen.
Round where he's dead off the rip. Gonna re-peek, and Texture is just massacring them. The spike is down, and if I'm EDG, I'm running back towards A site, begging Texture to get the ace at this point. It might be the only voodoo magic that could save them. Foxy9, he'll make sure that that is not a possibility. Will lose his life. Chichu will be spotted out. They know exactly where he's at, and they are already in position trying to find this kill.
Just hold angles.
Camera set up to watch it long. Seems like Gen G at least gonna be taking their time with this one.
You know he's in link. He's got a
tripwire destroyed.
What he wants to do.
Swing in, and there's the pinch from behind. 8-2, dominance still on display. Gen G are looking immaculate.
I don't know what you do. I mean, Texture, again, with an Operator, it's you know he's there, and you still can't stop it. You're trying to set him up for it. You don't expect the repeat. Smoggy challenges him, thinking, okay, maybe he didn't see me go up on top of the box, and Texture's flicks are just too good. Texture number 1, well, in this match, definitely.
And even then, you still have arguments to be made
for Foxy,
for many other players.
Yeah, Munchkin had a great Lotus.
Just going for the lean back here. It's nobody. Second timeout call. I think EDG expected to be in this kind of position. The loss on Lotus into Gen G's map pick of Haven. We were talking about it, hoping that there was going to be some further preparation, some solid understanding of Gen G's tendencies on this map. But it feels like everything is disjointed at the moment here for EDG, not just the game plans.
Absolutely. I mean, it's hard to put your finger on exactly what goes wrong. It's just sometimes you're getting outplayed, you're getting outthought. I mean, I think back to 2 rounds ago when they hit Foxy in the poison cloud right by where he's jumping around. Maneuvers like that Munchkin thinks up are brilliant and win you rounds, but you know, when you can rely on Texture on the other side of the map to just lock down long A, then you have such a strong defender side. It makes it so challenging. Have the neural theft here for Chichu. Has the hero Vandal. Again, looking to try to put some pressure here, at least keep Foxy honest. Try to lead the way with the drone.
Spots him. That hasn't done much for them quite just yet. Storming forward here at long. Foxy.
Bomb grenade out.
Spray coming through. It's tucked over back plat. Karan setting up the smoke, and that very much slows up the pace from EDG.
And now, time is ticking, and that means Texture is going to get a move on. The longer this takes, the more difficult it feels like it's going to be. Oh my God.
Oh my God. Just not giving him an opportunity to play the damn game. Push forward, Foxy finding a second, down to 3 bullets. Smoke actually peels for him. Chichu will be able to avoid the paranoia. Foxy eventually gets flushed out. Munchkin now going to be spotted, just readjust. Nice little swing, nobody collecting the kill, collecting the weapon.
No Cypher util.
Feels like the best chance for them to try to get around win in quite some time. Ping reveal onto 1, nobody finding himself a 3rd. They both get lit up. Karan here from the back. Try to push him away. Texture slow on the approach, sliding forward, looking to try to get an angle. Karan, a pixel out of place, nobody now needing to ace. He's diving forward, and he's got the shorty. No hope, no reprieve, no mercy shown. Gen G. They let him get close, and then they snatch it away.
Just disgusting. I mean, nobody doing everything he can to try to get EDG back into this match. Foxy, just absolutely filthy stuff. And that, yeah, that's got to be frustrating as Hong Kong. And that, like you said, this smoke here actually kind of bails Foxy out for a moment. Karan there with a nice wallbang on a Smoggy. Not sure if you saw a pixel out of place or not, but didn't matter. And then Texture knew he could just run him down, had the shorty in the back pocket. 1 more round in the half, 1 more chance for EDG.
Hunter's Fury coming through is like Kong just cannot catch a break. The trade at least is going to be there, but Texture continues to just absolutely disrupt. Sliding forward, Chichu dead.
Beautiful.
They just double peek in, now nobody. The would-be hero of the previous round needing to do it all, and this time he won't even get jump-started. It's 10-2 at the half.
Just beautiful stuff there from Gen G, top to bottom. What else is there to say?
Not much. Not much at all. So with that, we will see you guys on the other side of halftime. Dominance is the word that comes to mind when witnessing what just occurred the first half of Haven. 10-2 the scoreline. Gen G looking to bring this match to a very swift conclusion, looking to send the last vestiges of the Chinese region home from EWC.
And, you know, you feel like a broken record saying it sometimes, but must-win pistol coming up for EDG. They got to dig deep. They're going to find some way to get themselves back into this. It has to be immaculate. It has to be near flawless. Can they replicate what Gen G was able to do on the defender side? That's the question. They were able to get the first pistol, and after that, after the anti-eco, it was all Gen G. 10 rounds straight is what occurred. And now you're just left shaking your head, just wondering how it happened as EDG. You're wondering, why can't we beat this team? Why do they have our number?
Big part of it has just been some incredible shooting. Foxy, Texture have been so on point. You can see it in the score, but I mean, Munchkin at 13-5 and 11 in his own right, just racking up those assists as well as the kills. They've been all over the map, reading EDG like a book, and every time EDG gets into any advantageous position, it's so quickly stolen away from them.
Yeah, somebody's just gonna step up and take the round away from you. Whether it be that guy right there or anybody else. So many people on Gen G capable of taking rounds over. It's such a stacked roster, top to bottom. I mean, for me, when I think about Gen G this year, it's just mental. And if they can keep their mental in check, they can beat anybody. You know, but at Toronto, as the event wore on, you could see that, you know, the cracks started to show in their ability to kind of keep themselves in check, kind of keep the energy good. And sometimes, you know, as good of an IGL as Munchkin can be, he does kind of start to crumble a little bit at times. Feels like he isn't quite in the zone. But today, he is very dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, aside from a couple of those rounds that started to get run back on Lotus, it's been a very solid read. Fist bumps coming through. Looks like we're just about ready to go ahead and resume this thing. Gen G looking to see if they can just get 13 straight rounds over the top of the half.
I'll never get sick of seeing this stage. It is gorgeous.
Quite nice.
Absolutely gorgeous. It's so clean. Love the color scheme.
Well, I would love to see EDG rally back into this.
Me too.
Cat cage triggered.
A full assault forward, the slide. Chichu able to find one, looking for a little bit more. Gets it, Kong arriving as well.
Down, C. I have the spike.
Will eventually fall. Spike gonna be recovered. It's gonna be Karan and Munchkin now. Try to see if they can keep the win streak going. Bit of damage on Chichu as well as EJC. Nobody with a half armor and classic in hand. Be able to go down in the garage and find a ghost for himself.
I was kind of curious if maybe they just think about the full rotate over to A, but Karan down here.
He's about to be at risk. He's about to be dead. Yep, shots flying. Spike now dropped. Munchkin scooping it up, running, sprinting. Gonna try to at least get this plant down to find some extra money. They're not gonna go chasing directly. They will re-wrap full three-man squad together. Taps it. Ooh. But then looks to fake out.
He's got time.
The drone does go forward the check. He's got time, but not that much of it. 23 seconds remaining. You can see already the pivot coming through. Nobody saying, all right, I will take point. I'll rotate over. Never got that ghost. Does have the classic, but it's going to be the B site, a resting place right in the middle of the remaining forces.
10 seconds left.
Now he's going to have to commit to it. Fault line just a bit too shallow, but nobody arriving right when he needs to. EDG find the pistol that they so desperately needed.
Okay, that's the start. See if they can keep it up. You win both pistols, and you usually feel pretty good on these maps, but not right now. Phenomenal stuff from here from Chichu. Able to take Texture down as he comes jumping and sliding through. Gets the follow-up, a 3K with the kill on the Karan. So, okay. What else do you got? Karan actually will buy up a bit here. for Gen G. Took a stinger and a half armor. So he's going to be down to 0 creds behind this for their anti-bonus. They're fully anticipating off that trip.
Cleared out. Fast lane goes up. A little bit of pre-fire here from ZJC. Going to be forced away from the angle by the relay bolt. But now sight control here in the hands of Gen G. Khan entrenched with that Singer. First line coming through here. Foxy9 finding the headshot. Can't get the kill. Smoggy survives. Paranoid goes flying. And Texture will hold the line for 1. They'll be around the back. Reads the lurk from Munchkin incredibly well. It's Karan trying to get some damage in, but it's only going to be good for the 1 kill. So 3 players surviving. Bulldogs carried over. EDG find themselves another round win.
A little bit scary there for a moment, but all's well that ends well for EDG. Keeping the bigger weaponry for the follow-up here for their bonus. Curious what Gen G's buy is going to look like. And the Gen G fans getting fired up as we go into this. What is Karan going to buy? A Spectre and a regen shield. Well, I feel like, you could just scoop up a gun if somebody dies on the way through. Just looking like there's some pinks coming down. They're setting up to counter this, our EDG.
Texture is able to find one off the rip, though. Nobody picked apart. Tailwind popped here from Kong Kong. Pushing forward, looking to try to find a timing here behind it. He will be able to find it. Munchkin going to be taken down. That sends Gen G into a little bit of a spiral. Uncertain now. This is where they want to try to end up with a spike. Start finding one. Foxy9 held back, though, by the tripwire.
Trying to decide when he wants to try to clear it. Chichu going to stick around, though.
Might try to get the players a little bit closer if they want to actually contest that angle, then clear the trip to try to turn some sights back to C. But it looks like everybody from Gen G is just going to quietly slide forward. Look to very quickly take the C site. 3, 2, 1, go. They now go pushing forward.
No, Chichu's back there. That's where the lion's share of the attention is.
Taking out the cubby.
Planted.
Now should be very confident in the knowledge that he slid further back towards his attacker's spawn. Ham setup. It's going to be heard. Foxy shoulders the wall, swings out a little bit wider, finding him. Smoke well read here by Smoggy, realizing that there's likely a player lingering within the window. But now they're starting to fall apart. And Smoggy, well, the backstab from Texture won't even be necessary. Bonus conversion cannot come through. 2 rounds away from sending EDG home. Gen G are back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, just love the way that Gen G is using that aggressive positioning from Chichu against him, waiting out behind his util, using that against him as well. And then Foxy gets the kill to boot. Ash here.
1 enemy remaining.
Fearless behind the spike. Holds the line, and Foxy9 gonna find the final kill. Gen G does not allow the bonus conversion for EDG. And they only have a couple more lifelines here in this map, in this match, in this tournament. It's gonna be a quick hit towards B, or just a quick tap, okay.
All about the fall. Kong Kong right there into the open. The re-swing in from ZJC. Kong Kong fighting one, but Munchkin getting them both. And the forward lurk out at Sewers, swiftly dealt with. Just Chichu and Smoggy left alive. And realistically, I think they just have to try to go for the save.
That's what it should be. But are they just gonna go for it because they feel like they have no other options? They feel like they can't give up any rounds, but coming into that next one, you're gonna be broke. You do have Kong Kong's Blade Storm.
They're holding close. Spams in. Lick of damage there onto Smoggy. They'll be able to go ahead and shut down Texture from finding more. There's just no time. There's no real way. Has to back off. The hero rifle plus whatever else they can try to scrounge together. As EDG will need to run back 8 consecutive to force an overtime. Gen G, they are looking hungry for the win.
They're just so clean. Every time EDG tries to do something, Gen G's just ready for it. And then when you need someone to step up and have that big time play, it's Munchkin this time again with this crazy Vandal transfer. Knew he was there and just held it down. Oh, Texture, my goodness. Got the dink, got the wall bang. He's gonna die here, but not the end of the world. Round was basically done. Blade Storm.
Uh-oh.
Gonna be important. Oh my.
It looks like we might have a little issue. But fist bumps are quickly coming out, so maybe a very temporary one. Typically the go sound, so yeah, okay, we are gonna be good to go. So we'll go ahead and get right into this one, see if this is gonna be the conclusion of the map, or if EDG can try to pull off this thrifty attempt here, knives in hand. Two sheriffs, the carried over rifle, and already it's on the floor. Smoggy dead. Kong Kong looking for something, for any kind of kill that he can get in reply. As Ash trying to reposition, but Kong Kong finds the kill, gets the reset.
That's the win condition in this round. It feels like for EDG is this Blade Storm. He's going to position himself nicely to counter what Gen G wants to do. Haran doesn't have his ult.
Beaks the sewers, but Kong Kong comes away with the kill. A second here for him. Lurk up onto the C site from Foxy9. Does get noted, quickly backing away into Cubby.
Oh, this is so smart. It was just Munchkin. And so you know that he's usually on his own. Yep. This is so smart.
Yeah, even though he loses his life, they're just playing around with the information. So Plant now to come through. Foxy9 quickly trying to join in with the rest of the team. Maybe even intercept them if they try to push out of B. Chichu right now, working his way out of garage. They're taking their time, so this doesn't mean that the EDG are back in position. Potentially go for a flood retake. The knives are still available here for Kong Kong. Texture once again in the smoke. This time trying to spam him out. They will get that full confirm. Fault line gonna be sent. Reposition from Karan, gets now into the corner. The Aftershock to try to force his spot. Pushes up into the smoke, finding one, finding himself a third. As Texture cleans up Kong Kong. The neural depth gonna be sent here in desperation. As Chichu now the last one standing in the 1v2. Swaps the weapons, the overdrive, popped. The fast lane in his face. And Chichu needs to find the shot and cannot. 13-4, Gen G replicate their scoreline from Icebox, the BO1 phase. This time, they send EDG home for good.
And Pacific will send another team into the playoffs to join Paper Rex. Dominant performance here from Gen G. Looking to have a different result in the playoffs than what they did at Masters Toronto. Man, oh man, do they look good sometimes. EDG not going to be able to make their way through, not going to be able to get a team from China into the playoffs here at EWC. Fist bumps go through, but some good friends. You know, a lot of respect on both sides. Man, oh man, Gen G today was inflappable.
An incredible performance from an incredible squad, rebounding after the previous loss to the hands of Fnatic. Gen G looking a lot more like themselves, a lot more like the team that we expect them to be when they take to the stage. They reinforce the Pacific ranks in the playoffs alongside Paper Rex. See if they can bring that EWC trophy back home to the region. For EDG, still off the back of some recent changes. This tournament, our second real sighting of ZJC, just recently joining the team. We'll see how they end up faring. But for now, we're going to send it down to the stage where we have Fancy standing by with the IGL captain, Munchkin.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. We are here back on stage after a win from Gen G against EDG. They're fourth in a row. And with that, they head to the playoffs, to the quarterfinals. So Munchkin, I do want to ask, after your loss against Fnatic, you guys have just flipped the table around. So can you tell me what happened to the team mentally that got you to turn the table to your advantage?
일단 먼치키 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단은 승자전에서 푸나틱한테 지시고 나서 결국에는 또 탈락의 위기에 계셨는데 그걸 또 극복하시고 이렇게 또 8강에 오르게 되셨습니다. 지금 소감이 어떠신가요?
일단 저희가 플레이오프에 올라가게 돼서 일단 기분이 너무 좋고요. 푸나틱이 강팀이라고 생각을 하고 강팀한테 진 게 부끄럽다고 생각은 하지 않기 때문에 저희가 진 거에서 배운 점이 많아서 좋은 경기력으로 보여드릴 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I mean, we're not down at all. Fnatic was a great team, and we're not feel embarrassed about losing to a great team. So all we're going to do is prepare for the next.
That's amazing, but you guys have beat EDG in the group stage in a best of one, and then you were so far away from what they were doing in a best of three, and historically, you've won 4th time in a row. What is it about EDG that brings the best in Gen.G?
이제 EDG 상대로 오늘 또 그저께 1대0 승리를 거두시고 또 오늘 2대0 승리를 또 거두시면서 현재 4연승을 달리고 계세요. 그렇기 때문에 EDG 상대로 좀 뭔가 좀 남다른 비법이 있는지 좀 그거 좀 여쭤보고 싶네요.
일단 EDG랑은 아시아에서 연습을 서로 많이 하기 때문에 서로가 서로를 너무 잘 알고 있고 일단 저는 인게임 리더로서 EDG가 저희를 잘 알고 있는 부분을 최대한 피해서 어떻게 게임할지에 대해서 계속 머리를 써가지고 그 부분이 잘 통했던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, because we scrim each other a lot. We both know each other so well. So as an IGL, I wanted to play a mind games about what they would not expect from us. So I think that worked well.
That's absolutely fantastic. Well, Munchkin, you're about to crush your first key in the tournament. And it's not just any key, it's the World Champions key. Are you excited?
이제 처음으로 이렇게 키를 또 부수게 되실 건데 그것도 마침 또 현재 월드 챔피언이 EDG의 키를 부수게 되실 거예요. 좀 기분이 좀 어떠신가요?
너무 기분이 좋고요. 저는 EDG 말고도 다른 모든 키를 부숴버리고 싶습니다.
Yeah, definitely very excited, but this is not over for us. We want to crush every single other keys.
Absolutely, and that's amazing. Gen.G are heading into the playoffs, so if you would join me to the Key Crusher to finalize the group stage, as ladies and gentlemen, this is the final key to be crushed before we head into playoffs. So it's a big moment. We'll let you enjoy it.
바로 키 부수러 가시겠습니다.
Munchkin.
Great translations there from our translator, Maddox, as it was Munchkin getting to push the button and put EDG to the death. It was a great, great series here by Gen.G. Not really threatened at all because of the level that they're on here, Baby Bay.
Yeah, it was a dominance from start to finish. I mean, they just looked untouchable, as they did in Toronto group stage as well. They're just the masters of group stage. Hopefully they can win that first playoff run and try to rewrite a little bit of history there.
Yeah, absolutely. The first half that we saw, that 10-2, where we see an EDG that gets those first couple of rounds, the pistol and the next one, and then just a 10-round streak for the side of Gen.G. I expected a good performance from them. This was off the charts. The amount of clutches that we were seeing, the openers, the confidence that they had when they were taking those picks. Foxy9 absolutely unleashed this tournament.
Yeah, he's looked so clean. I mean, with the Phantom as well. It's not even like he's using a Vandal, but he's making the Phantom look like it is. He's getting 2 taps across the board.
Yeah, Foxy, Texture, Munchkin, all firing at cylinders here that we expect them to. And Gen.G, they've got championship aspirations, championship wanting fans here in the crowd over at the STC Arena. And EDG, the hope was there. The fans showed up, and unfortunately, team couldn't really get themselves rolling, especially after, stepping into the server after map 1?
It's EDG. They will come back stronger. I don't have a doubt in my head that will happen. Maybe they need a little bit more time. We know that, things have not been the easiest for them lately. It makes me kind of sad because it's been a while since we've moved on to playoffs for any tournament and we've had no Chinese representation. But on the other side, I like the fact that we have so much EMEA representation.
How many teams do you guys have exactly?
4 out of 4. That's
4 out of 4. I have 2 at least. Okay, yeah. I have 2, but I think you have better odds right now.
Yeah, double, I would say.
Oh my God.
I would say math.
But yeah, just to go back to EDG for a little bit, I definitely think they need more time. They've had that revolving door on that 5th spot for quite some time, and although that this was the first international for ZJC on the roster, and they gave us a little bit of hope against 100 Thieves. It just wasn't enough.
I really think, and I hope that when they go back to the region throughout the stage, like they played the first game and it was very, very good again back in China. Yeah. I really know that with the time we're going to see the same progression that we once they were very surprised to see.
Yeah, well, EDG became really, really close, and right now they're standing by on stage with an interview. Let's take a listen.
I'm here with EDG's Kong, and we just saw Battle of the Trophy Winners, battle of 2 of the best teams in the world. With that said, Gen G, there's something about Gen G because they have bested EDG every single time. Kong, what is it about Gen G that you just can't figure out?
刚刚就是 EDG 呢，在国际舞台上也对战了 Gen G 战队非常多次，但是难求一胜。就想问你，能不能跟大家分享一下 Gen G 战队到底是有什么特点，让他们如此棘手，如此难以处理呢？
我觉得在他们对上我们的时候，他们可能针对我们的默认，就比如说我们在做默认的时候，他们可能就会选择主动去 pick 吧，但是我们这一点没有去做好，然后可能那种时候我们在沟通的时候，他们就组织了一波反清，所以说我们就可能没有把这个问题解决掉吧。
I feel like it's mostly because Gen G has really figured us out. There are a lot of times when we try to lay down our default strategies and some of the basic foundations to spread the map out. They are very aware of our movements and they are able to counter us. They are able to, pick through smokes that we don't expect to be peaked and just clean us out completely. So I think we ourselves have not adjusted to kind of all this work that they've put in to make sure that their strategies can work against us.
I see, and this is also the very first time we're seeing your adjusted roster, your new roster on the international stage. Is there anything you guys have garnered from your experience here at EWC?
这也是我们第一次看到你们新的这个阵容在一个国际舞台上面出场，就想问你们这次来到电竞世界杯有没有就是你们这次经历有学到一些什么吗？
我觉得我们这个新的阵容可能还要更加的磨合，然后在沟通上，在技能互换上面吧，就是这一次学到了很多，就可能下一次要做的更好，就是在沟通方面，对。
We've definitely learned a lot in terms of like communication, in terms of team chemistry, in terms of just overall strategy. I think there's a lot that we still need to work on, but we've certainly picked up a lot of lessons, a lot of areas that we could improve on. I think, for example, just the usage of the abilities, the exchange of our abilities, and all these sort of things can be much better coordinated in the future.
Well, that sounds great. And I don't want to call it a Champions Trophy curse, but there is something about it. No team has won it on the international stage twice after winning that trophy. But even after winning it all, losing doesn't get any easier, does it? Is there something you can tell your fans what it's like to lose at this level, even after winning champions?
虽然不是说什么迷信啊，但是就是这个卫冕冠军的这个诅咒好像确实有点存在的这个意思，因为目前为止没有任何一支冠军战队能成功的第2次夺冠。就想问你，能不能分享一下，作为一个卫冕冠军，就是当你们达到了这种高峰之后，后面是有多么的困难呢？
我觉得曾经的那个自己，可能更多的是。在打比赛的时候，可能更想追逐曾经的那个我吧，就可能没有想的是去就是做到最好的那个自己，或者是做到最全新的自己。对。
I think the biggest difference is in the change of mindset. I think previously it was all about, you know, achieving new personal highs. But now, like once you've actually reached that high, the mentality does change a little bit. It becomes more like reliving that high, trying to re-attain that peak that I've achieved. And I think that does, you know, change the mentality a bit and makes it more difficult.
Now, we have a lot of fans here from China, a lot of EDG fans, a lot of Kong Kong fans. Do you have a message for your supporters watching from home or here in the stadium?
我们在场也有很多 EDG 的粉丝，很多康康你自己的粉丝，就想问你有没有什么支持给所有的在场以及在线观看的观众呢？
就很抱歉嘛，然后下次赢回来。
I'm very sorry that I've not been able to meet everyone's expectations, but I will do better next time.
Well, I'm hearing the fans here. They forgive you, and we believe in you, Kong Kong. And that's it from us at the stage.
Thank you so much for that interview. And Kong Kong, again, humble in defeat and really detailing what it's like trying to scale back the peaks of the mountains that he once climbed and how difficult it can be against a team like Gen.G that came so prepared for the default strategies that EDG brought today.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like Kong Kong has been very honest with us throughout his entire career.
Yeah.
When he won Champions, I remember like him looking back at it, and especially when the year was beginning, maybe they were not performing to people's expectations. He, again, was very honest in saying we reached a high that was our goal, and now we have to look for new like horizons, and we also need like your drive has to be different for when you want to reach those highs again.
It's almost impossible in this game to win back-to-back. That's why so few teams have done it. And I mean, he just explains it. Yeah, which team has done it?
Fnatic.
I set you up for that one. I set you up for that one. But yeah, it's just so hard, not only because of the game constantly changing, but exactly what he was talking about. There's so much mental battle that you have to go through to keep up that motivation. And I think we did see a little bit of energy in this tournament here at EWC for EDG.
It's exhausting,
and beyond the motivation, when you have someone like Texture on the opposite side popping off like he did in this highlight here, it just makes it all that much more difficult, Kakuka.
In so many occasions, it was a clutch, a 1v2, like this one in round 5. And it's just extra. 2 shots of the Outlaw, and he's just probably running at you. The usage of the utility is beautiful. And I think that this is a very good showing of the confidence that they went in onto this Haven. Time and time again, this man opens the round playing with the operator. You think he's locking down a side, and it doesn't matter that he's the last one to join the show. He will get that clutch. All of those 2v1s are always going to go in his favor.
Yeah, other than that round that we just saw, I think EDG did a good job of maneuvering away from the operator, but he was still finding value because he was solo pushing flanks on the retake.
Yeah, and it's like, man, it's everywhere. Like, please, Texture is alive. Someone find him.
He's just a menace, and when you're not dealing with him, you're dealing with Foxy9 anchoring Garage. It's just so hard to play against, man.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G firing on all cylinders here. 2 stars stepping up in this one. I think it was Foxy9 and Texture that we wanted to highlight in the head-to-head. Both of them just kind of popping off here, and look at that ACS, almost identical between the two.
It's absolutely ridiculous. I think that also during Toronto, every single time that Foxy9 had a good map, you could definitely show. Every single time that you saw Gen.G winning, Foxy9 was having a very, very good day. So I love to see that for this tournament. They're able to keep that up. They are able to defeat their demons in the not being able to close up the matches, being, having a very big advantage and not taking advantage of it.
When I saw 10-2 for a second, I was like, is there a way that he should bring this
Is there a way?
Is it possible? But nah, Foxy9, he's done such a good job on that Sentinel role, shutting down Star Duelists like Hong Kong, or in Toronto, it was Osboss that had to get some of that heat. So he's just been exceptional for Gen.G.
Yeah, well, here, the Pacific, I guess the entrant was able to get it done here. On the B stream, the Pacific champs had their backs against the wall. Last time that we checked in, it was overtime against Team Heretics. And then Heretics were able to get the job done. A 2-0 victory over the Pacific champs to lead to what Kakuka was talking about. All 4 teams from EMEA making it on through, and their keys were crushed. We'll take a look at that in just a second. But Los Niños getting the victory here. Like, what did you think here?
I think that this was very necessary for them. Like in Toronto, they didn't get a single map, and they have to. It really feels like every single team has a different demon to defeat.
Yeah. All right. Well, standing by now on that recap is Victoria. Let's hear.
And I'm back at the B stream, joined by Pilsky, the B stream host here. Now, we had a lot of action going down in the very first matchup of today. We had an EMEA team and a Pacific team facing off.
We did, yeah. RRQ, unfortunately, starting a little bit slow in this tournament, and Sunset was the same story. Heretics are looking so good on Sunset, and Icebox, look, they started to come back into it a little bit more for Pacific RRQ, but Heretics were just a little bit too strong in the end. Too much momentum behind them, and they will be the 4th EMEA team to head through to the playoffs here at EWC.
Yeah, well, good on them, and that's the report from the stream.
Great update there. And again, just a huge, huge victory for EMEA as a region here as we take a look at the key getting crushed for Pacific. The championship key. Again, VCT Pacific Champs, RRQ. You felt like they had a great opportunity to make it on through in their group. And unfortunately, fall a little bit short. And yes, we are getting used to this feeling here.
Oh, I actually wanted to see if one of the players was going to crush it, but no, because they were playing on the B stream. But I would have loved to see someone like Benji Fishy, you know, crashing the key. I think that he would have really, really enjoyed that moment. But it's Riyadh. Okay, Riyadh. I think that they all battled for this, you know, because I saw them yesterday. I was like, guys, there's a second prize here. If you win, you get to crush the key. It's actually a very, very cool process. And of course, he is enjoying every second of it.
The crowd was there too. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah. That smile was perfect.
Yeah, not quite over the top like Celsius earlier, but Rian's enjoying every little bit of that one.
That's in my top 3. I'll put that in my top 3. It might be number 2. Celsius still has the first spot, but he's definitely got my second after that.
I love the fact that also like the guy next to you, like the operator, was like not expecting. Like the first time that you meet Celsius is such an experience for everybody. But yeah, that's just him.
Yeah, again, with that victory, all 4 teams make it on through with the EMEA. So let's take a look at the brackets after it's all said and done. 16 teams tried to enter, 8 qualify on through. Here in Group A, this was Paper Rex's group, alongside with what was expected to be BLG, but Carmen Corp, the French outfit, flipped the script today earlier and win 2-1 over Billy Gaming. Here's that key getting crushed, and probably like one of the big surprises so far.
Honestly, I know we had...
Not for Mitch, apparently.
Not for Mitch.
Them in the top
Actually,
1.
yes.
In his top 1, by
Shout
the
out
way.
to the Mr. Man. Mitch Man did say they were the #1 team with his vote, so congrats, Mitch, for getting that one done. Here in Group B, it was DRX getting the early victory over XLG, and Sentinels dropping to BBL. Then BBL took care of business against DRX, and then Sentinels battled their way on back against XLG, and then earlier today against DRX, and probably the best key crushing of them all.
He knows how to work a crowd, I can tell you that.
Oh, wait, we got a little audio in there. Yeah. Oh, it's just so satisfying every time. Oh, wait. I wish we had the mic on the whole time. Wow, he absolutely enjoyed that. I mean, that was so much better the second time around.
Yeah. I was going to say, you know that now that he's done it once, he's going to be like, I want to crush every single key. Just get me on that stage again so I can go one more time.
Well, they'll have the opportunity to. So will NRG, probably the biggest surprise out of the tournament. Everyone ranking them somewhere in the bottom quarter, maybe bottom half for sure. They go 1-0 against Heretics and then 2-0 against RRQ. That meant Heretics and RRQ played today in that qualification match like we talked earlier, and Los Niños took care of business. They will qualify on in as the second place team, and yep, there's that RRQ key getting crushed again.
Yeah, just in case you're from Pacific and you want to suffer again just a little bit.
Yeah, that's why Big Time's not here right now. He's crying in a corner.
Yeah, but for Team Heretics, I think that I want to go back to my point of how important it is for them to overcome that mental block that they had. Very high expectations. They had a very good season back in EMEA. And then when they lost that final on stage 1, the way that it was, that 3-0, getting to Toronto, not even being able to win a single map, like people were like, thinking it was going to be the worst. Now they get into here, they lose their best of ones, and let me tell you, the Spanish community was not having it, not having it. They almost also lose against Tech, so I really like to see, especially the way that things close out, I like to see RRQ putting up a fight, taking things onto that overtime, but to me, like Heretics being able to close it even with everything against them and them getting so many losses in a round means a lot.
Yeah, and finally, the group of Death Fnatic qualified earlier, which meant one more slot between Americas, China, and Korea. It gets picked up, as we saw earlier on the mainstream. Gen.G 2-0 over the reigning world champs EDG, sending them home early here, baby babe.
Yeah, let's talk about Fnatic a little bit in the form that they were in, though. Like, Fnatic looked insane on this run. I mean, they were the ones that bested Gen.G, right? And Gen.G, they looked really solid today.
Yeah. They look very solid. I want to see also now that we jump onto the playoffs. I feel like, obviously, the teams that had that very, very long and exhausting day, but it was very rewarding because if you were to win both of your games in the opening, you get 2 days of rest. You get to see everybody else have to battle day by day to even get to the same spot. And you're in a very good position because your opening battle in the playoffs is going to be against one of the second seeds.
Yeah, and I love that call out, baby, because it's almost like we took for granted how dominant Fnatic were. It's just a good reminder. They were scary. Them, Paper Rex had to work for it a little bit. Fnatic, they were just on another level.
Yeah, Crashies looked phenomenal. Kayak.
Yeah, like a kayak, you know?
Yeah, Kayak looked great too. Like the form that Fnatic are in, it looks like they want to prove that, okay, we're going to make this final again, and PRX, if we see you, you might get the smoke this time.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very exciting. I agree. Like Kayak, everybody thought after he's filling out Dirkish shoes that it was not going to be an easy task, but my man's putting out numbers. He does not clench. He does not have any single doubt going up against any opponent in the tournament.
All right, and so we showed all 8 teams through the brackets there. There will be a draw later on offline with all the teams and owners. We will have that update for you on our socials, so keep your eyes peeled. In the meantime, if you're still hungry for more EWC action, there are other titles happening right now, and we have our reporter standing by over at Rensport.
Yes.
Hey, I'm just next door at Rensport, where there's a lot of stuff going on, joined by Chris, the reporter for Rensport over here. Now, we're watching from Valorant. Can you explain it to us like we're idiots and we don't know what's going on?
Oh, sim racing. Just think of F1, but obviously in the sim racing side of things, these guys have been really committed. They know what they're doing. They're big time racers. A lot of them race in real life. So they're literal, actual cool people, not just gamers like us.
Oh, they get out.
They get out on the track. Grass and everything like that. It's crazy.
Oh, that's really cool. Now, can you tell me, you guys are down to the last 2 days here. Is there any reason for Valorant fans to come and watch? Like, what should we be tuning in for?
Oh, I mean, the finals are going to be crazy. We have a team-based sport here. There's 4 teams, 4 players per team. And, I mean, there's 2 teams who are very much at the top who have been going at it all year long, and it really is a toss-up between them. So the final races are going to get really crazy, especially when it gets to the latter stages. There's going to be plenty of opportunity for teams to be making some bold moves, that kind of thing. So it will get crazy towards the latter stages of tomorrow. So if you're about, it's definitely something worth catching.
Ooh, okay. Well, Valorant fans, I'll let you make that choice. Thank you so much, Chris, and Rensport over here.
Thank you very much, y'all. And, you know, one thing that translates all different titles are championships. And so we have championships all the rest of the weekend here at EWC. Every Friday, Saturday, and Sunday across EWC, we'll have championships. So the grand final for Rensport is tomorrow. The day after that, we have Fatal Fury, FGC, Rise On Up, and then Apex and Valorant on Sunday. Again, the Esports World Cup Club Championship is a long, long marathon, and getting points for your organization is important all the way on through. Speaking of tomorrow, that's quarterfinals for us. What is a dream draw that you want to see here, Kukuk? I'm putting you on the spot because you got 4 teams to pick from.
So I will take anything that is not EMEA versus EMEA twice, please. That's all. Yeah. Otherwise, I'm be happy because, you know, having, for example, like a BBL Heretics, no, that would break my heart. Please don't.
I mean, I don't think this is possible to draw, but I would love to see NRG Fnatic. Just the
No, you can't.
I know you can't. I know you can't, but I just want it. I just want to see Crashies versus NRG.
Next round. Okay, next round. I think that the seed ones are looking definitely very scary. I think that obviously the outlier is Fnatic and PaperX. I think that whomever goes up against those two is not going to have a good weekend.
All right, baby. Final question here for you. We talked about the seed ones. Who's the seed 2 that you don't want to face? Like, who's the most feared seed 2?
Gen G all day, especially after what they did to EDG. Oh, no way. I don't want to play Texture. I don't want to play Foxy 9.
I wouldn't want to play Sentinels because if you lose, like, Celsius is never going to let go. You're never hearing the end of that.
The rules for this one, I believe, are 1s can only play 2s, and they cannot pick the same team from the same group.
Yeah.
So you can have that inter-regional rivalry if you are one of those regions that has 4 teams.
When you have so many teams in the playoffs, I guess.
Yeah.
Price to pay, suffering from success.
Yeah.
That's what we do in EMEA.
Also, thoughts about having the crowd here. Like, we had the first couple days with like a little bit of crowd out there, but then we had a packed house. I feel like it changed the dynamic of not only the tournament, but the gameplay itself.
Yeah, I think that especially like so many teams are so used to having it, they really enjoy it. But I think it's going to be even more special for the teams that have not been to an international in a while or have not been to an international ever.
Yeah, imagine seeing NRG playing in front of a crowd. What?
So rude.
At an international? It's going to happen, though.
Yeah, it is.
All right, we'll see what happens. All the action will be here tomorrow again. Check the socials to see how the draw goes and which matches are on the A stream and the B stream. 8 teams left, and it is best of 3s, single elimination. You won't want to miss it. On behalf of everyone here at the Esports World Cup, thank you so much for watching. We'll catch you tomorrow for quarterfinals.
you.